Support for the Hawks Nest podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below the waist, grooming champions of the world. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped just launched their 4th generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right, the 4.0. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer just for you. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with my code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. Oh, it's about that time. Oh, yes, it's about that time. Oh, yes, hello and welcome to the Hawks Next live stream. I can't even say it. Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon. Thank you for tuning in as ever. We're on Victory Wednesday today. Yeah, I know there's only a Victory Monday, but I'm elongating this particular win. We got a lot to get through here today. I got a nice little wide show here. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get over to you guys in the chat, but that's just because there's so much good things to discuss. Went back, took a look at the Seahawks film. We'll break all that back down and through and up and down again, kind of get into some little finite details that I saw in a secondary watching. Take a look at a new little segment I'm going to be unveiling here, where we're going to be taking a look at 10 things that I sort of take away from our NFC West foes. I think this will be a vital little segment as we're looking at our main competition here going through the season. So I'm going to give you 10 items that I just kind of noticed from all 4 teams within the division, just general things, specific things. We'll get to that as well. And then finally, I also watched the Cardinals-Tennessee Titans game. We will totally break that down as well and get into what I saw from the tape, what we're going to have to worry about with the Titans, where I see the game sort of going in general. Off the top, I want to thank Manscaped, manscaped.com. They have, of course, our new sponsor here on the show. Very kind of them to do. They sent me this nice little Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0, guys. Look, you've nicked your junk before in the shower. You've done it usually because you went cheap or you went with something that was a lesser brand. We've all been there, okay? You don't have to go there anymore. Now there's some refinement. Now there's somebody out there who's taking care of you, who's trying to handle you, who's trying to make sure you don't cut yourself anymore. But yet you can still get that precision trimming every which way you want. They got a little light on this thing. They've got an ability to turn it off for when you go on an airport so it doesn't turn on when you got it in your luggage. Great product, as well as in their sponsorship, they're allowing me to pass down 20% savings to you guys, 20% off. Go into Manscaped if you use the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. Save 20% off and free shipping. Not too bad. All right. Let's get over here into the business here, shall we? Let's dive into some of the tidbits here of what I saw in the film. Nothing too surprising right out the gate here in looking at this footage. Nothing you guys have probably not yourselves been turning over as you're listening to all the talking heads regarding this game. Yes, the offense was refined and different and nuanced and hard to predict. It was really keeping the defense on their heels. There's little plays I'm going to kind of pick towards rather than go to more general things, because I think we really covered the general things in the last live stream show. But you see things like a particular play where Eskridge is coming around on a fly sweep motion, and because it's a true threat to give it to him at that point in time in the game, you see the linebacker tape, and this is Darius Leonard, all-pro linebacker, one of the best linebackers in the sport. You can see him on film take a false step into the direction of if Eskridge were to get that fly sweep, he's going to go with him. And that one false step then allows the center to essentially come down and block him at that point, get a hat on a hat, which then opens up Carson on a completely different play that had nothing to do with a fly sweep. These are the type of things that you see all over on the tape where they're really making it hard for a defense. They're challenging a disciplined defense to try to counteract what it is that they're doing offensively. There was a lot of the offensive linemen, as we had predicted here, going laterally, you would see in the running game, as opposed to everything being up and down, straight backwards and forwards, as we've seen most recently in the past. I thought Russell played a really solid game. As you can see on the scroller, he was the most highly rated player by Pro Football Focus of any of the Seahawks offensive players in this game. Felt like it showed. He protected the ball on the road. He chose his moments to be explosive, and when he did, he made them pay. When they did open it up in that back end, he did hit them. There's the Lockett touchdown where I know many of you are seeing him where he's just taken the safety who's getting caught in the ringer, and Lockett's got a 20-yard run up to him, and he gives him a little out and in move, which the safety has no chance with Tyler Lockett in the open field like that. It does look like a situation where you have a too high shell in that situation. But when you want to look for moments of how DK can impact a game without catching a football, I've watched that play over and over again, and what you notice is that safety is coming down to help out with DK on the play, completely opening the back end up for Tyler. This is what you'd ideally like to see with a guy like DK who's starting to dominate, who we're starting to hear more of the double teams coming at him more often on the regular. Okay, then let's make him pay with Tyler. Let's make him pay with somebody else. There should be a lot of open space if you're double teaming to one side. So encouraging to see from that standpoint as well. Again, not a lot to pick from the offense past what we already kind of saw in this game. Fuller is definitely at this point a better center than Posick. Posick, of course, now is being put on the IR due to a knee sprain. Again, now I think it's his 5th professional season. It's his 5th year in a row with a pretty major injury, I believe. Luckily, Fuller did play better than him. If you're looking for a sort of his best play in this game, you've got the Chris Carson run where he goes for 30-plus yards. On that particular play, Kyle Fuller was tasked with being man-on-man with DeForest Buckner and having to hold up that block. And it was his block. It's coming right over his backside as Chris Carson in that hole. And it's he who opened that thing up on that particular play. There were some encouraging signs with Fuller in this game, but by no means do I think he is now going to be the answer for us long-term. We're going to have now Dakota Shepley brought up from the practice squad here onto the team. He's a little bit more of that mobile lineman type that you would probably see in a Waldron type scheme, probably part of what drew them to him. We take a look at a couple other details. Damian Lewis struggled at times in space in the second level. Movement's not his game. This is a mauler. There were times at that left guard position that you got him out in space and he was kind of lost a little bit. It showed as one of our more lower rated offensive players in this game. And in fact, when you look at both the defensive and offensive side of the football, I don't think that it's any coincidence that when you look at the bottom edge of those rankings for Pro Football Focus, it's many players that have been moved from one position to another position, like, let's say, a Marquise Blair, who also didn't do very well. Again, this always just kind of supplements my argument being that when you draft a player to play a given position, play him in that position. Don't try to move him across and around the board and up and down again, because it's all good in theory that you make him more versatile and he can do this and do that, but he may be more versatile. It doesn't mean he's going to do it good. On the defensive side of the ball, look, the pass rush, in my opinion, was legitimate in this game. There's no denying right now that the Colts were a walking wounded unit coming into this game, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And please, on the chat, bear with me over there, folks. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get you over to you. Like I said, I've got a variety of thoughts in this particular game that I want to kind of unleash here a little bit. So it's going to take me a bit of time. Just hang on in with me over there. Defensively, though, the pass rush was legitimate throughout the course of the game. Nothing we didn't kind of see at first blush, but was reconfirmed on second viewing. Those guys were getting to the quarterback. Everybody was just hungry. You could see it. This is what you would hope would be bred from competition. When you look at the top two guys being Darrell Taylor and Alton Robinson, as far as Pro Football Focus goes, your top-rated defensive guys in this particular game, they couldn't, get up on the field as much as the other guys. And as much as you want to take a look at Alton Robinson, which is a common refrain I'm hearing out there of get Alton Robinson on the field, get him on the field. Well, who do you take off the field? Benson Mayowa, who got you a sack and some fairly consistent pressure himself in this game. Do we go? Yes, Alton was more consistent than technically Benson was, but Benson certainly looked pretty good in this game in that respect. Kerry Hyder's more of your rundown, defensive end. You're not taking him off. Carlos Dunlap's a no. Rasheem Green, with the way he's playing, and got himself another sack in this game on top of 4 tackles, tackle for loss, batted down ball. You're not taking him off the field. There's only so many snaps, especially when you have a shortened game like this. But the key important ingredient here is Darrell Taylor and Alden Robinson are the future here for the pass rush, and that's exciting to see. You have barely been able to shake out one good young pass rusher who can be developmental. You're sort of watering and hoping he'll come along, a Frank Clark type, right? It's rare that you get two of them at the same time that are truly starting to potentially pop almost right at the same point in time. And if these guys can start to hit this point of where they look like they might be able to hit, whether or not they can get snaps now or into the future, still really encouraging to see from him, and I think it's legitimate. I think that flash you saw this week is legitimate. Yes, backup third left string tackle and a right tackle who's injured in the game. I get it. I'm not going to overstate this stuff. It's not going to be that we're a dominant pass rushing force, so maybe let me characterize this appropriately. It's just that now we've got some sparks of life in the pass rush where we just haven't seen that as much before. On the secondary and back end, yeah, I think on second viewing, I'm going to probably side a little bit more with those folks who were in the chat talking about the struggles of the cornerbacks in this game. I probably gave them a little more rope than I should have in this game. I don't think they played out and out bad, but they didn't play even to what I would consider probably about a league average state. Maybe Trey Flowers did. I think DJ Reed was a little bit below him in this game on second viewing of things. Those guys are going to have to play better. They've got a mighty challenge coming up this week, much tougher than this week in Indianapolis. They're going to have to up their game. Jamal Adams, an interesting point in this. I think certainly right now I'm going to be posting this to Twitter, if not tonight, tomorrow. I noticed within the game early on the first drive, Jonathan Taylor comes down, and it's a highlight run that you can watch on this of Taylor dragging the pile, doing a typical Jonathan Taylor run where he's hard to bring down. And you see Jamal Adams end up at the bottom of the stack, and you see him instantaneously take one of his fingers and pull it. And then I think he actually dislocated his finger on the particular play. What's interesting about this is 2 plays later, he shoots through the backfield and has a tackle for loss on the play, completely blows the play up. Just shows that the guy's a warrior. Nobody else will talk about that little particular play, but Jamal Adams, I see you. I see you out there doing what you're doing, fighting through, and we'll see where those fingers end up, but good on his part to pull that off. As far as any other details, not a lot necessarily standing out for me. Jordan Brooks was better than coverage, a guy that I've knocked. I've long said that I think Jordan Brooks will struggle in coverage in the NFL, and that I hope I'm wrong with that. I always tried to pair that on the back end of it. It was my evaluation. It's an evaluation I stand by, but always it was within the hope that he could improve upon it, that it was something that he could bring along with the speed that he does have. And certainly in this game, he was a very highly rated player in coverage. He looked that in coverage pretty well. I will say once again, though, there's a play where Quandre Diggs is going to get knocked in that first touchdown in the end zone where I watched it like 10 times. And Diggs is basically being called upon as the guy who's supposed to essentially have been in coverage there. But to me, it was really on Jordan Brooks in that moment. And by the Pro Football Focus scores, they didn't put that on Brooks there. They put it on Diggs, which I wouldn't have done myself. So I feel like that was one little spot where there are times where you look at Pro Football Focus scores and there's individual little plays out. You can kind of pick and go, well, that one wasn't exactly right. I think overall, though, they tend to be correct, and they tend to be right in what the observations are that they're seeing. On that play was a little bit harder to determine on, and those are the ones that are going to have more of a chance of a risk of a mistake. Let's talk about 10 things here really quickly, just a second segment that I want to start doing kind of here because I want to get specific a little bit to our NFC West foes. And these are 10 things I think about the NFC West. This will include a few Seahawks items, but these are just sort of the top 10 items off the board that kind of I think are imperative here. And we've got to, because look, we're looking at the season right now. This division is going to be, it looks like, the biggest hill for us to conquer. Yeah, we've got to still, after this, get through the rest of the NFC and then, God willing, the Super Bowl. But we can see after week 1 going 4-0. And yes, I know the AFC West also went 4-0. But to me, I think that's more of a mirage. We have been the division that's more longer recently been that legitimate division in football as the number 1 for a while now. Oakland and San Diego and all of them are going to have to prove it a little bit more. I know Kansas City's legitimate, but let's see on them if they're going to be really as good as we. But we are this. This is going to be a tough division. So we've got to keep an eye on our foes and what's going on with them, I think, to understand where we are at as well. So right off the top, number 1, I leave it with the Seahawks thing because I'm going to leave with the Seahawks thing. The new Seahawks offense is going to fit Russell just fine. There were questions about this. This is self-explanatory. There was much hand-wringing and what is he going to be able to throw in the short game? Is he going to be able to see over the top of the players? Is he going to really want to do that? Is he just going to fall back into the same old habits? Well, at least after one game, no, that does not seem to be the case. Now, can that still change? Is it only one game? I feel like I always have to continually kind of keep harping on that. Let it just go without saying that I mean that in the background of it without having to say that. Based off of one game, yeah, he's going to be just fine. To take to his first game under a new offensive coordinator, throw for 3 touchdowns, be that efficient, post the second best passer rating of his entire career, yeah, I think he's going to do okay with that. When everyone was telling me that there was going to be a bumpy ride to get to this type of performance, doesn't seem like maybe there's going to be that bumpy of a ride, does it? Number 2, the 49ers already have injury concerns, and big-time injury concerns at that. Number 1 running back, Raheem Mostert, goes down in this game. This has been a guy who basically, in my opinion, took over for Breida, became kind of that bell cow back for them as much as you can be a bell cow back in your Shanahan offense. And he went down with a torn ACL. Tough for them. In a game that, by the way, he had 10 yards per average on carry. He averaged 10 yards a carry in the game. It was only a couple carries, but he was doing pretty good in the game, too, to start things out. That's a tough loss for them, for a team that had brought a guy in like Wayne Gallman this offseason from the New York Giants, but then traded him away thinking that the running back depth was actually pretty good. Now, they do still have Trey Sermon, who was a fairly high drafted guy out of Ohio State for them, and a guy that I like fairly decently as a running back. I think he'll be at least serviceable for them along with this Mitchell kid that they've got. But certainly it opens up another hole here where you start to look at the San Francisco 49ers and you go, okay, is the injury thing going to start to bite them again here this year? Because on top of that, their number 1 corner goes down. And this is the bigger hit than even Mostert. You can go out and find other running backs. You can fix a running back room. As we are learning with our Seahawks, as we have had so much consternation in our own chat on this, it's harder to do with the cornerback room, isn't it? There's not so many guys readily available on the street to just pull in and help you provide a run to a Super Bowl championship, is there? So this is where it's going to get a little bit dicey for them because this offseason they let Richard Sherman go, they let Ahkello Witherspoon go, and they've been fully reliant on Verrett, who had basically kind of his best year last year as far as health and performance-wise, and they were counting on him to play 16 games, and he's not giving them but even 1. So now they've got to find something else on the other side. They made a signing this week of one of these guys that's on the street, who's on the street for a reason. This is going to be troubling for them. This is going to be troubling for them because that's already not a secondary that's necessarily stacked with a lot of depth. And already after one game and a long season, it's getting hit. This is a place where it starts to get me wondering about selling a little bit lower on the 49ers as we go forward. I'm not quite there yet. We need more time. We need more information. We need more data. But man, it's not a good look. Number 3. Anthony Simmons of the Arizona Cardinals, of the Cardinals, and he's Jeffrey Simmons, is going to be a problem all the way around. Rewatching this footage with the Titans and the Cardinals, Simmons was flying everywhere, instinctual. He's so big, he's so long, all over the football field, and he's absolutely fantastic in coverage, more importantly. We saw him last year pick off Russell Wilson, I believe it was in Arizona. He had another interception in this particular game. A highly picked guy who you had to go out there and find a purpose for on the football field when you selected him. He was a chess piece, not unlike a little bit like a Jamal Adams, albeit for the linebacker position. You had to find a way to utilize him correctly to get the most out of him. It does indeed look like the Arizona Cardinals are doing that. Nick Bosa is rounding back into his Super Saiyan form, number 4. Yeah, I wasn't hoping, but I was thinking maybe that knee injury, the torn ACL, coming off that, it was going to take him a little bit of time to get back up to full speed, but did not look like much of the case in this particular game. He must have had 3-4 tackle for losses, including a sack. Looked every bit that dominant force he was when he burst on the scene a couple of years ago. Much like Mr. Simmons down there in Arizona, this one's going to be a problem. Number 5, the Matt Stafford hype, and oh my gosh, I'm saying this through gritted teeth. I want to chew on my tongue to say it. The Matt Stafford hype might just be real. I hope not. Dear God, I hope not. But I've got to acknowledge the fact that he took over in that first game against a decent Buffalo defense. That's a Bear defense. That's a Bear defense that got to the playoffs last year and basically drug their dead, corpse-like offense into that playoff game. Maybe a little bit of the running game you give them some credit for last year with that. But they went in this game and they just got kind of browbeat by Stafford, and he looked everything of what the Rams fans and the national media was telling us he would look like when he got under McVay. I mean, it wasn't just one bomb here, one bomb there. There was a broken coverage to Cooper Kupp, which is the big one he gets a lot of credit for. It's just that coverage was blown. But there were other throws in it. There were a lot of chunk throws, which is what you would expect from Stafford, but he was doing it while still being highly accurate, while not turning the ball over. Matt Stafford's going to be a problem, it would appear. We'll see how the depth continues to go with the Rams. We'll see how that offensive line continues to go. It felt like Whitworth, in watching that game a little bit, wasn't necessarily his normal dominant self, still very good, but his Father Time starting to gray out that beard just a little bit too much. We'll see. Number 6, Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt. Lord have mercy, folks. Lord have mercy. We're going to talk in a second a little bit more about the Indianapolis tape. Or not the Indianapolis tape, but the Tennessee tape against the Cardinals. And I'll tell you what, it's very easy to look at that tape and say, well, the Tennessee Titans, obviously looking at the box score, didn't commit to the running game. They didn't give Henry enough carries. They weren't trying early on to do what they do. They got outside their identity because they got Julio Jones and they got pass happy. This was not the case. They tried to run the ball. But the Cardinals got penetration play after play after play. And every time, if it wasn't Watt, it was Chandler Jones. And if it wasn't Chandler Jones, it was J.J. Watt. Both of them were absolutely a problem in both, not just stopping the run, which they did initially, but then in the pass rush on that. So they've initially stopped the run. Both of them are dominant in that respect. Then they start to become dominant in the pass rush. And there was one play in particular that just freaked the hell out of me. Just freaked the hell out of me. You've got a play where J.J. Watt's aligned basically as a 3-tech, and on his outside shoulder is Chandler Jones. And so you get the snap, and off the snap, J.J. Watt goes at the guard like a bat out of hell. And he absolutely drills the guard. I mean, just smacks him right upside his head. Before the guard can even figure out what's happening, Chandler Jones comes in from the inside on a stunt and blasts him on the inside of his shoulder for a secondary blow. J.J. wraps around, taking back over the tackle. And then by the 2 blows that they've laid, Chandler Jones is just naturally with this thump. He is now between him and the quarterback. He's created this space, not with a pass rush move, not with a swipe, not with an overhand, but simply by these 2 guys just bashing this guard, taking him into the back alley with 2 baseball bats, and he goes there and gets an easy sack in the game. I don't know what you do against that. I don't know how you stop that. That is legitimately scary. Legitimately scary. It's going to be relying on 2 guys to be healthy who do have some injury concerns coming into the season. But with that said, if they're healthy, I fear for Russ. I do fear a little bit for Russ. Number 7, the Seahawks have a pass rush from the jump. Again, I spoke about this a little bit earlier on, so I don't think I've got to elaborate that much more. But look, we've got a deep pass rushing core. You hit Carson Wentz 10 times in this game. He had only been hit one more time than this game last season with the Eagles. And that was on a team where supposedly they couldn't pass protect for anything, and they were just holding on for dear life. And you hit them that much with an offensive line that, though was battered, you had Ryan Kelly in this game. You had Quentin Nelson in this game. You had a right tackle that they just paid $70 million to in this particular game. So this wasn't just some easy, simple challenge to overcome and generate pass rush against. They took advantage against the backup tackle, got a couple sacks against him, the 3rd-string tackle, I should say. Yes. But still, to see the pressure come from not just one guy or 2 guys, but you're seeing it across the board. This is, I think, more to the type of what you'd like to see in a Coach Carroll defense, because it means everyone's getting it done. There's threats everywhere, and it means on every play you can count pressures coming from somewhere. Number 8, Trent Williams, George Kittle, and Kyle Juszczyk are incredible run blockers. These 3 guys, in what they do for the 49ers in creating holes in the blocking game, are part of why I don't have a lot of worries if I'm a 49er fan necessarily yet about the running back room. It is amazing to watch these guys open up holes. Kittle can do a lot of zone blocking stuff where he starts out blocking a guy, blocks him completely up, takes his soul, moves on to the second level, finds himself a linebacker. And Trent Williams absolutely has some of the more eye-opening highlights over the last couple of years when you're seeing him coming down hills on guys in the second level. They are, not to mention Juszczyk, who's just as willing to get himself in there and be every bit the old school fullback to come in there and clear a hole out for his running back. To have 3 guys like that in addition to a line that's really built to run block first, you're going to have to stop them running the ball first and foremost to beat that team. That is where it begins, and that's where it ends, probably almost more than any team in this division. Actually, yeah, 100% more than any team in this division. Number 9, the offensive creativity in this division is goddamn ridiculous. It is. You have the air raid down there in Arizona. You've got the motion-based stuff with Kyle Shanahan there in San Francisco. You've got McVay, who's like the scientist in the middle of the night in his laboratory with the Bunsen burners and the beakers and pouring some of this that would, if it touched his skin, would burn him in half, but instead it's going to burn your defense in half. There is no division. Say nothing of the strength. Say nothing of how tough it is to win this division. There is no division in football with the brain power of this division as far as the offenses go. And especially it's nice to say this with Seattle now joining those ranks, having updated their offense as well, because we would have been in prior years kind of maybe not the smartest kid of the special kids in this respect, But no, we're right there with them because we've decided to update the offense. It's beautiful to see. We'll get to number 10. That is, the NFC is the best division in football. I don't need to tell you guys any more about that. You've seen it for years. Cardinal fans, 49er fan, Ram fans, we get you in here. I know you know this too. And the rest of the NFL is going to see it this year. Whenever they talk about your team, your Hawk team, this team, where it ranks, how it is against the rest of the NFL, never forget, you get 6 of the toughest games every year of anybody else in the sport. And the rest is true about the same in our division. When we're going to talk to me about being Green Bay and great, and you get beat up on powder puff teams all the time. Talk to me about the New England teams for 20 years who got to slaughter through the AFC East. It's a whole nother show when you got to go through this division and get it done here. And it should bring that much more respect if you get it done. I don't think it will, but it should. All right, I'm going to bounce over here soon now into the chat. I will say, watching this Indianapolis game here just as a final thoughts on this. I went back and watched the game, watched a lot of these plays, spoke a little bit about what you saw with Watt and Chandler Jones. We're not going to necessarily replicate that, but there's holes to attack this offensive line, no doubt. I think this game comes down to 2 players for me on the Tennessee Titans side of the football, because when you look in recent years at Tennessee, they've had kind of a bleeding of really good talent coming out of the door there. Go to 2019. 9-7 team goes to the playoffs, thanks to Tannehill kind of taking over there. And you've got guys like Adoree Jackson, Jarrell Casey, Jack Conklin, Logan Ryan. There's a variety of these guys that they've Corey Davis that they just lost this offseason, Jonnu Smith. None of these guys necessarily are all-pro, Pro Bowl levels, but they're those guys that are maybe just a smidge below. And when you lose a collection of those guys, and then you look to the other side and you go, okay, from 2019, having lost those guys, what talent have you brought in to overcome that? Because you had A.J. Brown at that time. You had Jeffrey Simmons at that time. And they don't really have anybody you can really point to. Well, you got Julio Jones. He wasn't on that team, so he's here now. But they haven't really re-injected the team with the talent somewhat lost here. That's my wonder on this. And so with the talent they have, with the upper-level guys they have, they need them to perform. And when you look at 2 guys from the Tennessee Titans that jump out to me in this respect, number 1 is left tackle Taylor Lewan, and the other one is going to be outside linebacker Bud Dupree. When you look at Taylor Lewan, you've got a guy here who's coming off a torn ACL, Bud Dupree, torn ACL. And when you look at this particular game and watching the footage, Lewan got beat a couple times by Chandler Jones. Hell, he got ragdolled by Budda Baker. Budda Baker came up off a pass rush, put an arm in his throat, and put him on his butt. And I can't help but wonder if maybe Taylor Lewan's not quite fully recovered from that torn ACL. He was off the field, then back on the field, off the field, then back on the field. I only think the reason that they kept trotting him back on the field was that his backup was just that much worse. But he was everything you normally see in Taylor Lewan, which is a technically proficient player, great base, great kick step, everything is clean, but he just didn't have that mobility. He looked stuck in mud a little bit. It looked like those feet weren't still, back to where they were when he was a Pro Bowler. He's got to be better, because when you look along across that line across the board, I mentioned Jack Conklin having gone to Cleveland in a free agent deal. They then went out and drafted Isaiah Wilson out of Georgia with the number 1 overall pick. And yeah, that we all know how that kind of went, right? He did a Malik McDowell, basically. Then they let their kind of guy who had been playing solid for them go here as the interim guy there. He's gone in free agency this offseason. They draft Dylan Radins. He's come in and been very raw for them and not ready. So there your right tackles are looking a little suspect. Roger Saffold, who is a very good run blocker, has always been a guy you got to have some questions on as far as his pass protection goes. So there are some ways to get into this pass protection. We all know where the key begins, though. Where is it? Stopping Derrick Henry. And the specific point of stopping Derrick Henry is he's got to get up to speed to be at his best. He needs those holes. He is very reliant on a good offensive line. It's one of the things that I think folks don't kind of always put in perspective with this Titans line that they had built and put together when he walked in and arrived was how good they were as a run blocking unit. They aren't necessarily as good in pass protection, but as a run blocking unit coming downhill at you, they're great. And they provide him nice big holes to let him get up to speed. He's like a guy that takes a little bit of time from going first to second, but then he goes from second to 4. And his 4 to 5 is almost as fast in that blink. And if you let him get to that point where he's to 4, it's like now you're in trouble. Good luck tackling somebody that big going that fast. And when you look at this Cardinal game, as I spoke about a few moments ago, penetration, getting into the backfield before he can get up to speed, before he can get to that second gear. And the Cardinals did a fantastic job about it. It'll be interesting because the Seahawks like to run a little more of that gap control, a little less of the attacking and getting knifing into the backfield, a little more of holding the gaps, basically creating a wall of man, not allowing any holes. And so it'll be interesting to see how that sort of plays out with those two different ways of kind of going about it. But that is the key with him, stopping the run, because once you do that, you make them one-dimensional like the Cardinals did in this game. Cardinals jumped out on them instantaneously in this game and never let them have a chance to come back. Once you do that, they've got to put the running game away at that point. This is what's made people look at the box score and think that the Titans weren't trying to run the ball. It's just they got down by so many points they had to throw. You can't run once you get down by 2, 3, 4 scores. You got to start throwing the football. So you do that, you replicate that in Lumen Field with the 12s back in effect. That's how you win this football game. It's really where the condition comes. But that's the key for me on this game, almost more than what we do offensively, but that defensively is, how do you stop Derrick Henry with not necessarily being that type of team that wants to get back there and stop him before he even gets started, when that's really the key way to get to him? Finally, and sorry I'm being very long-winded in this, but my last point on this with the Titan game is going to be offensively, of course. I mentioned Bud Dupree also coming out of the ACL, looking very similar to Taylor Lewan. Just didn't look like he had a lot of explosion in this game. There's one play where Kyler Murray does this Russell Wilson magic play where he starts out going to his right. He's weaving in and around defensive ends. He weaves around Bud Dupree, sort of stops, comes back around over to the left side of the field, weaving his way over, kind of goes over there and watches, and he's running a little bit. Bud Dupree's coming right with him. He comes to a stop. Bud Dupree runs past him 5 steps like he's trying to stop, but he's on ice. And I wonder again, same thing with Bud Dupree. I wonder with Lewan, maybe not all the way back. And when you look at this Titan pass rush, kind of struggled to kind of get into Kyler Murray much in this game. You have Jeffrey Simmons, you got Harold Landry, and you don't have a lot else. So this could allow for Russell Wilson to have a lot more time in the pocket if Dupree's not that third wheel. And the thing Dupree did a great job of is you'd have with him and TJ Watt, TJ in Pittsburgh would come off, generate that quick, freaky pressure. The quarterback would come up into the pocket, and Dupree would be there as a good cleanup guy. He's like the Jaron Reed of outside 3-4 linebackers. So you don't have him able to do that, perform that role. Up comes Jeffrey Simmons to provide the first rush. You step in the pocket. There's no Bud to provide the second form of it. Russell can kind of flourish a little bit in this game. And that secondary had itself a really tough game. Kyler Murray absolutely abused those folks. Everybody sort of had a hand in it. Janoris Jenkins looks like he's getting kind of older. They haven't gotten Caleb Farley, their high-pick guy, yet back on the field from back surgery this offseason. He still looked really rough. Elijah Molden, their third-round pick, he also got beat up. I know he's a popular kid because he comes out of UW, but the film don't lie. He got himself a tough day as well. So there's holes in the secondary as well. We can get to it. We can attack it. I've yapped enough. Let's go over here and talk to you guys over in the stream. Thank you for joining me today. And if you do like what you're listening to, please do hit that like button. Please do hit that subscribe button, notification bell, all that good stuff. It does help this channel grow. And don't you guys forget, going to manscaped.com, 20% off. Jim G, yeah, boy. Yeah, boy, Jim G. Bricks Mox Daily. What's up, dude? What's up, Brick Mox? Jim G, thanks. Thumbs up, everybody. Thumbs up, everybody. Sean B, hi. How you doing, Sean? Benelli, this defense can find an identity real quick. They keep this up. You are right, they can. Ethan Tech World, we live. Let's go. We are live. Ahmad, how you doing? We live. You better believe it. Eat the Tech World. I'm pretty good at Pigeon. I'm sorry. Paul Third, Hawks 28, Titans 6. The Tennessee O-line is way too weak. I won't disagree with you as far as the offensive line, Paul. I've got it a little bit closer this week, and my main reason on this is going to come around to this. There have been 7 times Mike Vrabel, as a head coach of the Tennessee Titans, has lost a game by double digits in his era and his time there in Tennessee. 7 times. Do you guys want to know what his record was on the corresponding game after those 7 occurrences? 7 wins. He is going to be going into that locker room in practice and pulling every lever, pushing every button, screaming at everybody in their face, challenging everybody's manhood. You are going to get the best punch of the Tennessee Titans across the board in this particular game. So you gotta, to me, weather that a little bit. That means they're going to put some points up. That means it's going to be a little bit closer, in my opinion, because of that. But with that said, Paul, you're pretty much right where I got as far as the Hawks. I had us 27-21, but 28-6 sounds, that sounds good too. I'll take that. Whammy Bard, Hawks are great against the run. I'm confident they can contain Henry. Who else on the Titans offense should we be worried about? Well, A.J. Brown is ridiculous. A.J. Brown is absolutely ridiculous. There's no doubt about it. Robert Jimenez, thank you for being a Pro Bowler. Appreciate it. And Robert's coming in with some dono game. Robert hits me with a $2 donation. Robert, you are awesome. I appreciate it, sir. Really appreciate it. And hey, we got you live. I know. I see you always in the comments. You're always so kind. And I'm like, man, I hope we get him on live here at some point. So thank you for being a member. I do appreciate it. And welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We do stop the run, but I think, and Monsoon Tevin, thank you for subscribing. Monsoon. Let me pronounce your name right. You're subscribing. The least I can do is pronounce it right. You are awesome, and I appreciate you. We do stop the run. Grayson Smith subscribing. Little subscription train here. Thank you, Grayson. I salute you as well, sir. You're very kind, and I appreciate it. We do stop the run really well. A.J. Brown and Julio Jones are still problematic. Julio didn't do a lot in this last game. He didn't look necessarily burnt or cooked to me. A.J. Brown did some things in this game and looked his typical A.J. Brown self, including catching an early touchdown pass. So both of those guys are going to be problems. And for folks out there that are worried about our corner room, you're going to have this proven out this week. Those that have been banging on, we've got to find another corner. We've got to figure out who we can go get to upgrade this situation. This is really, as much as any problem on this team, a team that has few problems, the biggest problem we have that we need to deal with. And this week we'll put that on display, because those guys are going to get left out on an island at times. You're going to have to bring the safety down the box, Jamal Adams, to help out in the running game. That leaves one-on-one opportunities out there. And when you have 2 guys, you can't double them both. So you're going to have to look at, really, to me, the wide receiver position as much as anything. They are going to get Josh Reynolds back this week, which they didn't have in last week's game. At least gives them a somewhat of a third option, because that's not a deep wide receiver room. But the key on the run, Miami, is going to be, can they stay in their gap control? If you guys are looking for something close this week game, it'll be nice when we get tackle for losses and our guys can get penetration in the backfield. But on the normal running plays, what you're really going to want to be looking for in this particular game is guys maintaining their gap and holding the line, holding their position. Obviously, you don't want a defensive lineman to get pushed backwards. But in this case, what you want to do is have these guys stacked up, shoulder to shoulder, holding their gap. Meaning, if the running back comes down this way, you can disengage the guy and go that way. If he comes this way, you can disengage the guy and make the tackle that way. You're also then at that point, more often than not, keeping your linebackers clean at the second level and letting them roam a little bit, which is a nice thing too. Pigeon, at the Hawks Nest, how many sacks do you think we'll get off of the Titans' offensive line? I think the Titans are going to try to go very conservative in this game, Pigeon, and keep it close, which is going to limit the times that they drop back with Tannehill. This is a team that has no problem saying we're going to throw the ball 20 times in a particular football game. I would be surprised to see Tannehill get past 25 attempts in this particular game. I think they're going to kind of limit him down in that respect a little bit, because of the reason you said, because the reason that Paul said. The offensive line's not in a good shape for Tennessee Titans right now. That's not just a week 1 take. It's just a legitimate take. Taylor Lewan may round into shape, but he is the linchpin of that offensive line. He is their Dwayne Brown. And if you can imagine Dwayne Brown looking like he's out there at about 60%, that's what Taylor Lewan looks at like right now. They just don't have a lot of good play like they've had in the past there, especially the tackles, because that's just a place they've been so good at recently there for a while. I would say if I'm going to give you a number, I'm going to go with you get 3 sacks in this particular game, but you would give it's efficient 3 sacks because you're only doing it on the 25 attempts, and there's still a lot of pressures in with those particular 3 sacks. Batman Fan 20 says there's still no update on Geno Atkins. Very true, Batman Fan. We expected if it was a situation where they were waiting on Geno to sign him post the first week of the year, where his whole contract wouldn't be guaranteed if you signed him, as opposed to it would if he was on the roster after week 1. You would expect the signing to have come down, but indeed our Seahawks continued to stand pat, continued to sort of sit there calmly and waiting, holding for what we don't know, waiting for what I'm not sure. But there's something. There's something they're looking for here. Adam says, can you put a percentage chance of Josh Gordon eventually playing for the Hawks this year? Living on a prayer here. Living on a prayer. My heart wants to say Josh would come back here. If I'm Josh Gordon right now, and I know that this clock has ticked down in my career, I am getting older. I'm looking at 30 years old, and I'm looking at this upcoming season. I would think that he would want to put at the forefront going to where he's going to get an opportunity. And I would have to think about the other teams out there that would be looking at him, who would give him that opportunity. And by opportunity, I mean a chance to get catches, put up yards, go get a contract this offseason. And the clock's ticking on this year of how much time he has to kind of show out in that way. He knows the team. He has familiarity here, so on the surface of it, he can come here and hit the ground running if he were to come to the team. But they are also stacked up ahead of him a little bit with the wide receiver room. Not only do you have Tyler and DK, but you also do have Eskridge here as well. So that means he's got to looking at his snaps, going, how many times am I going to get out on routes to get an opportunity here to really get into the mix here? That would be the only thing to me that holds it back, is him saying, I'd sign with Seattle, but you've got, one too many guys for me to have to wait on to get a chance to do anything. That'll be the thing that I think probably holds him back from coming here to Seattle, unfortunately. Ethan Tech World, I think we can get a lead early, at least by the half. Then our pass rush can can pin their ears back and rush Tannehill. I also think last week against Jonathan Taylor is a good step for playing Henry. He is. Henry's a little bit better matchup for the Seahawks to stop taking away who's the better running back and who's this and who's that. Just Taylor's a guy who's a little bit more sudden and quick to the hole, which actually kind of works to the Seahawks' favor because they don't overrun holes, and they like I said, they want to stay in gap control. So it's sort of like Taylor's running into their arms a little bit with that because they're all so disciplined defensively like that. Whereas, with Henry, he's a little bit more, takes a little more time to get it up and going there a little bit. It's going to take him a second to get to that line of scrimmage, which gives those offensive linemen sometimes, if they're good offensive linemen, that much more time to clear you out of that hole. But all the same, it's a good step in the direction when you stop a guy last week who averaged 5 yards a carry in his rookie year. Seems like the next of that breed that's going to go up and be one of those McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Kimura types. He's going to join his place in. He can't catch the ball, unfortunately, so he won't have that multiplicity to him. But at least as a guy that can carry the rock, he's that next guy going up into it, the Nick Chubb types as well. But it's a good indication, at least, that we do have at least some markers here that we might be a really good run-stuffing team as far as even against these really upper-level backs. And look, Carlos Dunlap is a good run-stuffing defensive end and then a good pass rusher as well. Kerry Hyder was the third-best edge-rushing run defender in football. One of the reasons I said early in this broadcast, you don't really want to take him off the football field if you think they're going to be running the football. I bet Kerry Hyder gets quite a bit of snaps in this particular football game. So, yeah. I do have some confidence here, but like I said, the fact that we're going to get this team that's hungry, fighting mad, coach is going to be just red-faced the whole game, questioning everybody's manhood. Are you a man? Are you a man? Yeah, coach, I'm a man. Whammy Bar, long-term prediction. Russell Wilson will eventually break the consecutive games played record. Wow. It's a great prediction. I love it. It's bold. It's a bold take. I think he is still quite a bit of ways, if I remember correctly. I mean, he's still something like, I think, 7-8 seasons away, right, to get there. But look, the guy's tough as nails. He never gets any credit for it. Really, he doesn't. People will talk about the fact he's played every game and that's amazing, but they never then follow that up with, he must be really tough. It's almost like somebody sprinkled magic fairy dust on Russell Wilson's head to keep him from getting injured or something. But no, it's he's gotten injured. He's gotten the high ankle sprain. He's gotten God knows how many injuries that we don't even know about, and he's played through them. So he has that ability to do that. The one thing that makes me hesitant on that prediction is just the amount of hits that he has taken, and that as you get older, those hits that you can overcome when you're younger and bounce right back from, and it's like, shake it off and I'm fine. Just put some ice on it. I'll be great. Not the same once you get to 36, 37, 38 years old. Those hits take their toll a little bit. That's the one part I'd wonder. But if he continues to play like he did this last week, operating in the pocket, playing on time, embracing both the short and intermediate football game part of this, he could pull it off. Why do I? As well as Seattle played, the two biggest concerns are still the two biggest concerns: quarterback and interior pass protection. I'm just thinking through on your answer on that why do I, so I'm just giving it the proper contemplation. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'll go with that why do I. I'm with you on that. Paul Third. Oh, sorry. Ethan says, this will be a big test for the secondary. That's why I really want to get ahead so we can focus on pass defense a lot more. It's going to be a tough test, that's for sure. And look, you get up on the Titans, that's how you beat them. This is not a team that's built to play from behind. I was trying to think about it. I could only come up with really two off the top of my head. But there are really only two teams in the NFL, and they're really good football teams. They are. But I would offer that there's two teams in the NFL that are not built to play from behind at all. The second you get them into that position, you get them sort of scuffling, and they get desperate really quick. The Tennessee Titans would be one, and the Baltimore Ravens would be the other team that I would put in that category. Two really good teams. I'm not knocking the teams at all, but just that they are built to play either where it's a close game or they're a little ahead, where they can really kind of wear you down and lean on that running game. And when you get them down by points, especially 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, like I was saying earlier, you have to, as a football team, move away from the running game because you can, end up running out a clock and running out any of your time to go actually mount any kind of comeback. Leland Kimball says 12s are going to make this game unmanageable for the Titans. Oh, you better believe it. You imagine we've been locked in a cellar for a year and a half, 2 years, held back from that field, from that stadium, from the allure of the noise, and now just sitting there, just eyes red, shaking. They better rock into that stadium. I want to hear that thing as loud as I've heard it in my life. I want to see the top blown off, even though there's no top. I want to see the metaphysical top blown off. That's what I want to see. I want to see those fans ready and back at it. That team needs you this year. If you're in that stadium, you're listening now, you already maybe know this, but know it again. Relearn it, understand it, let it set deep. Your job is to be loud walking in that stadium. I don't care whether it's your first game, your 10th game, or your 200th game. When you go in there, you better be losing your voice when you leave there. Like I lose my voice when I do one of these broadcasts twice a week. If I can do that twice a week, you can do it once a week. Whammy Bard, this pass rush can be elite. Front office, add another piece. Look, Geno Atkins is sitting there, Whammy, and the thing that's missing in this game, the thing you see on the scroller below is the lowest ranked defender by Pro Football Focus in this particular game was Poona Ford. Poona Ford was moved from the one tech where he has, by Pro Football Focus's rankings, been a very good upper level / elite player operating from that position over the last couple of years. When you moved him over in this game to the 3 tech, worst rated player. That's not a place that he's been at any given time over the course of his 3-year history here in Seattle, 3-year plus history here in Seattle. Now, some of that has to do with the fact that you're playing against a Hall of Fame best left guard in the game, Quentin Nelson, who is going to make a lot of different 3 techs in this league, even elite 3 techs, look silly. But all that being said, it's not wrong to question and wonder if not maybe a Geno Atkins could come in and have a little bit more success at that position while rounding out the defensive tackle depth. Avery Allred says, hey, sorry if you've already talked about this, but I was wondering, how do you think we will be able to contain Julio, AJ, and Henry? We normally have a good run D, but it's Henry. Thanks. You're right to be a little bit worried, Avery, because he's a different kind of beast. He's not, different. There are running backs in this point. To me, Christian McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara, though they have different styles in the way they run, they do basically similar things within an offense as a running back. This guy is an old school battering ram type who's also got the speed and elusiveness that you would never normally see in a guy with this kind of size. He is hard to bring down. We're in an era right now where tackling is really tough to practice. You barely can wear any you can barely have your pads on in training camp, much less actually do tackle drills. And you certainly can't do any of that in the off season. So these players have to come in and find a way to be good at tackling without having practice it. I don't have to tell you guys that oftentimes leads to holes in tackling. I am expecting the Titans to put on a better show this week. This is why I've got them with 21 points in this game to 27, is that I see them able a couple times to hit us. Maybe they hit a couple throws to Julio or AJ or a combination of the like. Maybe Henry gets a couple of those runs where he's able to shake free and get loose. You don't take a guy like that who's been a sub 2,000-yard rusher over the course of the last couple of years and shut him down usually in back-to-back weeks. So I am expecting to get their best punch in with that, them to put some points on the board, Avery. But I do think we can overcome it. And like I was saying a little bit earlier with it, it's really coming down to stopping him as far as in the past with Henry. You've got to get penetration into the backfield. You need a Jamal Adams to be living in the backfield, stopping the run game in this game. And you need Quandre Diggs to then keep things clean as the single high safety. They played a lot of cover 2 in this last game against the Colts. They did. They really slid more into that than the cover 3. It makes me wonder if a little bit of the cover 3 days are starting to go away for Carroll, where he's starting to move back to his old school cover 2 designs. But this is a game where you would really like to bring up Jamal and have him come up in that backfield, just like he did that play I was talking about where he dislocated his finger and 2 plays later came back and knifed into the backfield. That kind of plays would be perfect for a guy like Henry, because the second you get him stopping his momentum, he's dead. He's dead. He's not a guy you can stop his momentum, turn, go back another way, and go. He would be a guy who, I don't know if he ran a 3-cone coming out, but I'm gonna guess he probably didn't run a 3-cone. Maybe he did. But he's not a guy who wants to stop and start and turn and go a different direction. He wants to pick a direction, go that direction, and get up to speed. So stop that part of his game, you stop Henry. And it's an easier said than done proposition, no doubt about it. Landon Edwards, yo, what's up, Brandon? Did you see the news on Josh Gordon? I hope Roger Goodell cooperates with this situation. We'll need to sign him along with Geno Atkins. Well, I would sign off on getting both of those two guys. The combination of the two probably costs somewhere in the neighborhood of about $5 million of about the $13+ million in cap space you're probably sitting on right now. So you would still even have more room to go out there and find other guys even beyond this. But the question will really come down, Landon. I was looking for some indicators of this on Twitter or somewhere else. We had a couple of the googly eyes, which players will, of course, do to indicate somebody's coming to a team that's from another team. We've seen that before. So you had Quandre doing that. A couple guys on the team did that. When they got the news of Josh Gordon, they retweeted it and requote tweeted it. So I don't know if that indicates anything either. But my wonder on it is really coming down to whether or not he thinks he's going to be able to get enough touches in this offense, if that's the important thing to him, or if he's just so embedded in Seattle he wants to be here in the now and in the long term, that he loves it that much. And he's that kind of unusual kind of cat where I could see that being the case as well. Unfortunately, I dug a little bit on this before the broadcast. I just couldn't get any real certain information one way or another, not even any good rumors. He does still need Goodell to sign off, though. That is the final part that still is required here. Heat Cranks, what's up, Mike? How you doing, my guy? Good to see you on in here. Said about to pull up to JD's crib this morning. Oh, hell yeah. Well, tell Jadavian I said, what's up, man? Tell him I said, what's up? Tell him, don't worry about that loss to KC. You guys he'll bounce back. I know they will. So tell him I said, hey. Tell him give me a shout out too on his Twitter or Instagram so people know I'm not talking stuff. But ask him if he'll do a midseason trade back to Seattle. Let the Browns eat that bonus money. It's good to see you though, Mike. We got to get some playing in, man. Drew Garcia says, I'm tired of the Seahawks effing hate. Well, it's going to be hard, Garcia, to get to sort of be the belle of the balls after this particular Sunday, where despite being dominant, despite playing a team that was in the playoffs last year, despite doing it on the road, despite doing it at 10 a.m., you were still sort of the caboose of the stories of the NFC West coming out of this week. Stafford is the Messiah. Kyler Murray tore Titans apart. Oh, the 49ers. They got up by so much they hit cruise control through the last quarter and a half. Sucks. But again, I've always said the one thing you take away from this, Mr. Garcia, is this. We operate well as the underdogs. Keep sleeping on us. Keep forgetting about us. Oh, yeah, there's that team in Seattle. Yeah, they won in Indianapolis. Oh, they beat the Colts too. Oh, man, they won Minnesota. Yeah, that's 3 wins. What is that? Why Bart's at the NFC West, a murderer's row. You better believe it. Daniel Pollock. I'm so curious to see what we will look like facing great quarterbacks. Wentz just doesn't have it to me. He only plays well with a lot of time. Last year, we made bad quarterbacks look great, so we've improved already. It's not the biggest challenge going against Wentz, and the jury is out on whether he can reclaim the MVP contention level of play that he had a couple of years ago. I have long suspected that he can get somewhat back to that state if you give him an offensive line and pass protection. When he's hit, every bit is the most times he was hit all last season in a season where he was supposedly hit way too often. Granted, he's a guy that does hold on to the ball a little too long, which causes some of that. But in this game, you could look at it, third string left tackle, Quinn Nelson coming off foot surgery and back spasms in this game. Maybe that line wasn't at its necessarily best challenge against us. But there's going to be tougher tests coming down the board, Daniel. When you look at the schedule and you look at the quarterbacks we're going to be playing here, and I would even say Tannehill is going to be obviously a better quarterback than Wentz, a guy that will make you pay, an accurate guy, a guy that can beat you with his legs. He's more mobile, I think, than even Wentz. He doesn't get enough credit for how mobile he is, and he's a very smart decision maker. So test is going to be tougher this week. TJ, what's up, TJ? Good to see you on in here. I was trying to make you a mod here before the broadcast, having an issue with it. It wasn't letting me do my stuff the way I wanted to. And if you're new on the chat here listening in, I do answer all the questions. So if you see me behind the chat and you're like, God, what is he responding to? I go all the way back to the questions and try to respond to everybody. So if you bear with me, this is why we go so long here in the live stream, is we try to get everybody's questions and comments in. So if you do put a question or comment, I will probably get to it and try to respond. Bear with me. Leland Gimbal says, bold take. Carson eclipses Henry's production, putting up over 150 total yards and 2 touchdowns. Henry is held under 100 and 1 touchdown on a short end goal. Ooh, I love the bold take, Leland. I'm going to give you props if it comes through. You'll get those props from me, man. I will remember. I have a hard time on this one, though, because when you watch the Cardinal-Titan game, when you look at it, the Cardinals may just be that bad in run blocking, as good as they were in pass blocking, but there were no yards to be found. James Conner is obviously not an upper-level back. I think it's a step backwards from them from Kenyon Drake, and I don't even think that highly of Kenyon Drake. But there was so much penetration by the Tennessee Titans defense in the run game, and there were no holes being opened up. It was the one place throughout first quarter, second quarter, third quarter where the Titans were legitimate throughout in that realm of things. They were getting gashed all over the place in the secondary, but they were stopping the run really, really well. Titans crushing number 1 says, we are coming for you guys on Sunday. We're coming, Seattle. Oh, yeah, we're coming. And you're going to get it. Bring it. Bring it, Titans. Young One AZ says, Isaiah Simmons. Young One AZ, thank you. I appreciate it. See, you get old, Young One. Here's what happens. When you hear too many last names and you hear too many first names applied to a similar last name, like a Smith or Simmons, they all start to run together after a while, especially when you've had an Anthony Simmons in Seattle who was an outside linebacker, but then there's the Isaiah Simmons that the Arizona Cardinals drafted. It's just a horrific problem of getting older. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. Matt Schleiper says, headed to the game Sunday, lower level, Hawks Nest, 150. Let's go. Oh, Daniel, do it. Matt, do it, not Daniel. Matt, get it, buddy. You better get it down there. You're going to be close to the action. You get loud down there. You don't let nobody around you not be loud. I want my army out there representing. I want my people out there representing. I want that stadium shaking. I want the announcers to be like, dear God, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hear again after this game. I want it that bad. That bad. Daniel W., why sell low on the 49ers? They just beat the Lions, one of the worst teams last year, to who is this year's lost their 2 best players, Matthew Stafford and Kenny Golladay. That was a credible win. Hashtag major sarcasm. I was getting your sarcasm there, Daniel, and yeah, I think you're right to point that out. You look at this Lions team, and They do look like they're, again, I'm sorry, my Lions, I don't think we have a lot of Lions fans that probably watch the show, but if you are a Lions fan out there, I feel bad for you, my sympathies, but you do look like you're on another trek this year to be that team that's going to be competing for the worst record in the NFL potentially. The only thing working in their favor, maybe that division just isn't as tough, or one of the weaker divisions in football is the better way to put it, I guess. But yeah, the Niners, look, they came out and beat them when it counted, but that's not a stacked line team. And to your point, they lost their two best players this offseason. A Lions team over the last couple of years, that Marvin Jones, another guy you can add into that mix a bit. They've been a little talent deprived here for a while. They've got a lot of work to do to kind of upgrade that. Jeff Okudah, the first round pick from a couple of years ago, who I told you guys, this guy should not be picked in the top 5. It's not his fault he tore his Achilles, but now he's tore his Achilles in this game. Yeah, I just, with the Niners on that particular win, I don't, but the national media certainly will. They certainly will with it. Daniel, it sucks to see Penny and Eskridge hurt, but any game we don't lose starters is such a W. Lots of teams losing guys already. I pray for health this season. Daniel, it's a fair and a fantastic point, because we've seen the last couple of years, health has directly contributed to the entire kind of complete success of what we could attain. The Packer game in the playoffs, you're throwing the ball to Malik Turner on a key third down as you're trying to drive up the field to win that football game. You're ending up in that circumstance because your wide receiver core is not deep enough because it's sustained injuries. And likewise in that game, you couldn't open up any games in the run game because you were down to backup linemen. A guy like Phil Haynes playing left guard who did pretty good in pass protection in that game, but couldn't create any holes, couldn't create any run blocking holes. I believe that you had either it was a beaten up Britt or even a Joey Hun that particular game as well at center. So health has impacted Seahawks seasons in recent past history, and big time at that. If we can maintain the same kind of health coming out of that, and even with the injuries you look at with this, the calf strain with Penny and the concussion with Eskridge, these are things that they can recover from. It's always a matter of, is this an injury that we're going to see this guy out for the full totality of the season? Is IR all the way? Those are the worst of the kind. So at least they're going to come back, and you're right. It's great to see that they're at least starting out relatively healthy coming out the first game. Whammy Bard says, as for Stafford, let's see how he looks late in the season if he stays healthy. He's never proven he can get it done in crunch time in big games. I'm skeptical. Yeah, we can't take too much away from the Bears win as well. The Bears, I'll give them credit. It's a quality win. I can understand why the pundits are talking about it, because it confirms what they've been saying this whole offseason. So you're going to get a little bit of that confirmation bias when they see a performance like that. But the Bears, to me, are a team that has stepped back a bit. Kyle Fuller, a really good cornerback for them, is not there anymore. Akeem Hicks is getting really kind of older there. Khalil Mack still is pretty good, but he's kind of all they seem to really have on the pass rush. Roquan Smith, a great young developing linebacker, but he's not going to impact the pass rush, and he can't do much for the corners on the outside. They've got one good safety. They're just kind of a team. They're that team in that horrible place of being caught a little bit in between. Some guys on the rise, some guys on the fall, not very good in general. They kind of caught fire last year at the right time, but I think they'll come back and look at that Bear win, and you'll go, okay, Rams, you beat a 5-12 Bear team. I think even if you put that rookie quarterback in there, I don't think that turns their destiny around past a game or two at best. DBH, hi there, DBH. Welcome on the chat. Mark Habercorn says, finally got my jersey today. Yeah, and it looks nice, kind of small for a 3X, but yeah, hit like and sub button. I love it. Which jersey did you get, Mark? What's the number you got? You got at least to include that, buddy. I want to know which one you got. But thank you for mentioning that. If you do like what you're listening to, if you do like this channel, please do hit that like button for me. I know it seems like a silly, small thing that doesn't have any effect, but what it actually does is it tells YouTube to post me to other Seahawks fans and says, hey, watch this guy. Chris Harstad, thank you for subscribing. You, sir, are awesome. Grayson Smith, Monsoon, 9551, Tevin, Chris Harstad. Thank you guys for subscribing. I appreciate it. We are on the road here to 5,000. You guys are taking us another step closer. We're just starting our rise here, YDY says, yes, 100% have Robinson and Taylor take more snaps than Mayowa and Hyder. Those two kids could be stars. Let's see it. You can talk me in YDY. You can definitely talk me into having Robinson take over Mayowa, because you can say that he's being more efficient, and I would get that. Taking Hyder's snap, though, again, keeping in mind that we run our defensive line packages with a run-based defensive line package and then a pass-based defensive line package, right? The 2 1-techs on early down, cheetah package, on nickel and dime situations. So Kerry Hyder's not going to be a cheetah package guy unless he's rushing from the inside in the defensive tackle position, which wouldn't affect the rotations. You would be only taking the snaps for him as a defensive end. And I think what you would find if you were to put Darrell Taylor up as an early down defensive end is a lot of the things that you found with Bruce Irvin when you put him as an early down defensive end in his career. And that is that teams will attack him in the run game and they will go right at him and they will challenge him to be strong and stout enough at the point of attack to hold up, which I don't know that Taylor will be quite yet at this point, especially when I have a guy in Hyder, as I was saying before, who was the third rated edge defender in all of football at stopping the run last year. In a division of Seattle Seahawks, in a division of Los Angeles Rams, he was the third overall edge defender stopping the run. You don't want to take a plus run defender off the field for a minus or a net loss run defender, which I think you would be doing if you took Kerry Hyder off the field. But I'm with you on the if you want to do the Robinson Mayo, okay. Young One AZ says exactly, man. NFC West division is the real test. It is, Young One. It's frankly kind of annoys me a little bit. I have a lot of little pet theories I like to work on here on the channel. One of my theories is the feast factor theory, and that theory builds upon the fact that you look at recent Super Bowl winning history. Most of those teams, you'd like to think, oh, they've come out where iron's grinded on iron, iron sharpened iron, and they had to go through as someone else spoke in the chat, a murderer's row of teams. Yeah, it doesn't always work it out. Really, that's not how it goes. You know, the Patriots have won more championships than anybody over the last 25 years, and they've done it by having little baby brothers in their division throughout that whole period of time. They basically had a 6-0 record just walking whenever they wanted to look. So that theory doesn't really hold weight. What actually holds weight and what makes more sense logically is if every team in this division is really stout and really tough and every game is going to be just a war, won't that mean every team kind of beats up on the other team? Yeah, kind of. Well, then doesn't that mean that they're going to be a little weaker then henceforth for those playoffs? Yeah, kind of. It's unfortunate, but it is sort of the, bit of the case here. AI says, I think whoever goes 4-2 in conference wins it. 3-3 will be second. Solid point, AI. I don't think anybody's going 6-0. I don't think anybody's going 5-1. I agree. Hard to see. As you say. It's brutal. In a brutal division like this, to see somebody going 5-1, that would be quite that team's probably going to the Super Bowl. Daniel Pollock, if Brooks or Wagner goes down, do you think Barton can take the step forward and fill in? All right, I absolutely do. My proof of this would be when you look at Barton in the preseason, Seattle actually had Barton playing a lot of middle linebacker, which he hadn't before, because when you needed a middle linebacker before, you would have gone to Ben Burke-Irvin as the main backup. I'm bringing up some of my phone I want to reference here. But when you saw him in this preseason, and he's getting all those sacks, and he's making plays at the line of scrimmage, and he's looking rangy and good in coverage, Barton was doing that from the mic. He was doing that from the middle linebacker position, not the Will and not the Sam, which he's not looked as good in when he's been put in those situations. And when you look at this particular game against the Colts, he actually had some snaps in there where, as much as people are still loving on the Jordan Brooks folks that are just waiting to pop off about how good he is in coverage, the one little part that they're ignoring in this particular game is that Cody Barton was still coming on the football field to take snaps from Jordan Brooks in coverage situations. Now, where I'm going with this is, once again, Cody Brooks didn't really grade out very well taking over those will coverage linebacker snaps. Again, when you look at this game, your bottom three defenders in this particular game are Cody Barton, Marquise Blair, and Poona Ford. Pro Football Focus, those are of the guys that played substantial snaps in this game, those are your bottom three defenders. And as I was saying a moment ago, what is it that all three of those defenders have in common? Poona Ford's a one tech who's playing a three tech. Marquise Blair is a strong safety playing a slot corner role. Cody Barton would appear to be a guy who should be a middle linebacker playing the will. Football positions are different and separate. And then just because you can do one that is technically you're a linebacker or technically you're a tackle or technically, but what is your actual position that you might be at your best at? And I do think Cody, if he got slid in there, would be good. In fact, I think even though Jordan Brooks will eventually take over for Bobby Wagner in the middle. I think if Bobby were to go down into an injury in a particular game, you would see Cody Barton come on the field and Jordan Brooks stay at the will. John Paul Bacon, how you doing, John? It's good to see you. Dangerous says, is it really going to be a blowout? I don't see a blowout. Hard, like I said, let me just reference that stat again. Coach Vrabel, who's coached for about 3-4 years there now, with 4 years there in Tennessee, has been beat double digits 7 times in his career. And in those games, he is 7-0 coming off of those losses. So that to me tells me he is a guy who can motivate when his blood's up. You know, when he's challenging his players after that kind of putrid loss, which tells me we're going to get the best stroke, unless they're just short-manned. So they're just talent deprived this year. The Jonnu Smith, the Corey Davis loss, the Adoree Jackson, that stuff just becomes enough of a loss on the downward side of it that they're just not strong enough to be as competitive as they've been recently, even with the Julio Jones addition. I don't think so quite yet, but that's a possibility. AI, I think drafting a starting center would have helped the team far more than a 4th wide receiver option. I agree, AI. I agree. It's just one of those things going to bother me, I'm sure, throughout the season, especially as we don't seem to have any clear answer to finding an alternative at the center position at this point. Not at least something that's going to be an improvement. Titans gaming, the Titans play action game is going to kill us. Well, it'll hurt. It'll hurt. It's one of the reasons I think they're going to get us a couple of times is because you have a defense that plays the run first and foremost. And in playing the run first and foremost, that means that if you have a play action, they're going to want to bite based on the principles that they're taught. The worst guy at this and the guy to watch in this game is going to be Jordan Brooks. That's part of where his struggles do come in coverage. He'll take one extra too many false steps towards the line of scrimmage off of play action. This goes back to college with him. And then he doesn't have the size and the length on the recovery, even though he has the speed. And then you can kind of clip him over the top on seam routes. He's going to have to be really clean about this in this game. Look at a lot of his pre-snap indicators. Hopefully Bobby's next to him every time going, pass, run, pass, run. Just letting him know what it is pre-snap so he just doesn't have to guess. Landon Edwards says, besides YouTube, what is your everyday job? Good question, Landon. I do internet marketing right now, so I basically help small businesses grow online, and just I do that privately, actually, because I don't want to be no office no more. But hopefully I'll be doing this as my full-time job every day at some point in the somewhat future here coming, maybe not soon, but in the future. But that's what I do right now. I work by word of mouth, so I don't. It's a good gig. Lets me work from home. Daniel says, I'm more excited about the Everett and Disley combo than anything on this team right now. Oh, you should be. 2 different guys that provide you 2 different skill sets, right? You love watching Everett work in the screen game or as somewhat of a de facto slot receiver as he came off on that touchdown, kind of a drag route underneath or a sort of a slow slot, a slow roll slot. A slow roll slant, if I can say it right. That's a lot of S's. But a slow roll slant is what he's kind of running there, where that was, by the way, again, just the flood concepts of Waldron are amazing. You've got Lockett and I believe another wide receiver going into out routes, which drag the two zone defenders towards the outside, the pylon, and into the end zone. And then you bring Everett underneath after you've drug him out of the zone. That's what a flood concept is. That's what's been an offensive strategy that has decimated the Seahawks. McVay has lived on killing the Seahawks offensively in the pass game with the flood zone concepts. I'm going to send one guy into your zone. Your zone defender is going to bite on him. He's going to run with him. He's going to leave his zone. Another player is going to come behind into that zone, and he's going to be wide open. And your fans are going to be stomping up and down saying, why is this guy wide open? How did he get that wide open? And it's because the coach has diagrammed beautiful flood zone concepts like we saw from Waldron really all game. But you should be excited. Disley looks like he's got a little bit of that bounce back to his step. And Everett is a former second-round tight end. This is a guy with talent. This is a guy with ability. I'm not saying that he's a Pro Bowler waiting to happen, but just we're talking about having a multitude of weapons here on this offense. Chris Carson, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Will Disley, Gerald Everett, potentially Rashad Penny if he can really ever get up to speed. We're not relying on just 1 or 2 things, but to kind of mix things all across the board. And those guys provide nice little mixes in the little skill sets they both provide. Another place ever gets a little bit of not as much credit for that he probably should is he's actually a pretty capable blocker, especially for being an H-back. Those guys tend to be really guys that just hold on for dear life in the blocking game, but he blocks with a purpose. Remember last year, I believe, he was a guy that actually knocked out one of Jamal Adams' shoulders when Jamal Adams was trying to blitz. He brings it. Whammy Bard, or Ethan Techworld says, Bobby Wagner, especially Jordan Brooks, are going to need to have a hell of a game against Henry. 100%. Whammy Bard says, Packers are the surest bet this week. They must win. Can you imagine if Aaron and company lost to the Lions at home? The Cheeseheads would have a meltdown. There would be, your meltdown is the good way to put it. I think you would see a meltdown in that fan base if they lost the Lions. I mean, this is a team that I talked about the feast factor a little bit. That's been one of their feast factor teams where Rodgers has just owned the Lions, just like he's basically owned the Bears. It's just two teams that he just, the Vikings can give him a little bit of trouble from time to time, but those two teams, he's got no issue with them. And the Lions right now, I know they came back in this last game against the 49ers, but it's going to just be an uphill struggle for them. I can't see them losing. And I agree, that's going to be a sure bet. Not just a sure bet. They're going to pound the Lions into sand, dust and bones. That's what they're going to be doing that game, just because they're so mad coming off the other game and all the stuff they're hearing in the media this week. Mark Capricorn says we need a center. Period. John needs to use his magic somehow. Maybe that movie star will be a better. Maybe that movie star will be better that we pick up. I just don't know, but our line needs help. Movie star? I'm missing the movie star on that one, Mark. I'm with you on it with the center. I don't disagree with you. I have scoured the NFL teams, scoured the teams that would be willing and in a position right now to make any kind of trade. There's nobody that I really see that's going to give you that substantial upgrade that you may be wanting. I'm with you in wanting it. I hope it eventually comes to some kind of, like it's dark clouds covering our vision right now, and eventually we get to week 5 and it's like, oh, this team's 1-5 and they're willing to let go of this guy that didn't look available 4 weeks ago. I hope it's the case. And Jason Kelce was going to be that guy, but then the Eagles had to go out there and win and be good. Well, maybe not good, but they had to play the Falcons, of course, to start things off. Why couldn't they get like a real tough schedule to start things? Just start losing out the gate and give us Kelce. Throw in Fletcher Cox too. We'll toss you an extra third. Wheeler, there's a 0% chance the Seahawks lose at home in the first game with our fans back. Ooh, I love the confidence, Wheeler. Yes, I'm feeling it, Wheeler. I'm feeling that confidence. I'm predicting a win. I am. I just don't predict a blowout, which is a little of the talk and chirping I've heard through sort of Twitter and online a bit here over the last couple of days. We got to tap our brakes just a tiny bit on that one. But I do agree with you. I think there's going to be an electricity in that stadium, a feeling of like, man, to have this back is so awesome. And I would expect the fans to be, really in it because of that. I hope they are. I hope that it's not just a quiet stadium. Everybody's just sort of sitting there watching. Just watching kindly. Bloody good game, yes. Yes. Little golf claps, that type of thing. Manuel Hain, one of my patrons. I need to thank my members and patrons as well. Manuel says, my Seahawks friend thinks Henry will go for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. I think he gets 80 yards and maybe 1 touchdown, 32-20. I think this defensive line is legit. I think you've built up a bunch of guys that can stack up against the run, and that's what you have to do first and foremost to stop the run. It also helps when your scheme is built first and foremost to stop the run. People get angry about it at times with Coach Carroll. Man, everything's about stopping the run. The run is no more important anymore. He needs to be more worried about stopping the pass and giving up so much yardage through the air. Yeah, we can get mad about that, but he does still put an onus on stopping that run first and turning an offense into a one-dimensional attack, as we saw just not last week. So you took a guy in Jonathan Taylor, was at 5 yards a carry last year. You got him all the way down to 3.2 yards per carry in this game on 17 carries. That is fantastic effort on their part. I mentioned Kerry Hyder, Dunlap. You basically right now have 3 one-techs on your roster at any given time. So whenever you have 2 defensive tackles out on the football field, with Poona Ford and Al Woods, or Poona Ford and Brian Monet, you always have basically 2 one-techs on the inside. So you're not going to get a lot of work done theoretically in the running game because of that. People do knock, for instance, Trey Flowers a little bit as far as his coverage ability. The place that people will not knock him on is his ability as a tackler. And he is a guy who comes up and is aggressive as a tackler in the running game. I bet he makes a couple of plays in that respect in this particular game. I know you want corners making plays in the back end, but that is another part of his game. Say nothing of, again, having a guy like Jamal Adams to just add you another layer of that, along with Jordan Brooks and Bobby Wagner. You have a team built in many ways, defensively, first and foremost, as deep as the defensive line is, as good as the pass rushers are. First and foremost, it has been built to stop the run. Stop the run. So I would expect them. I like your prediction a little bit more, Emmanuel. I do think he'll get a couple of chunks of yards here and there where he'll break free. He's just too good to hold down for that long. But I think we're going to keep him under 100. I'm with you on us keeping him under 100. Though he might end up like 32 carries in this game that gets him over 100. But he'll be at like a 3.7 yard clip if that's the case. And I do want to thank my members here on the channel here. I forgot to do it at the top of the show, but thank you to all the members of the channel: Thomas Cox, Robin Hayhurst, Robert, my brother Pennington, Leland Kimball, Go Hawks 2021, Roxanne Roll, hello Roxanne, Phil Freeman, Ryan B, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, Barry Soy Toro, Spencer Smith, Tim Schumi, Joy Mendez, Preston Mora, the two-time. I call him the two-time because he is a double member on this channel. V Tiger, and the most special member, Seahawks Brendan Nelson, who I will be going on, I believe, his channel tomorrow at 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, as we will be doing a little bit of a back-and-forth preview of this team. As well, Emmanuel Mendahane, Carmen D. Costanzo, and Devin Martzall. Thank you for your patronage over the Patreon channel. Truth as I know it, our front seven is stout in the middle and athletic on the edges. We're built to fight in the trenches. Seattle will lose only if we lose the turnover battle of Panty Hill gets into a rhythm with AJ and Julio. Well, I like Panty Hill over Tannehill. First off, that's nice. Yeah, can't let him get into a rhythm, and the way to keep him out of that rhythm is to generate a quick pass rush. Just generate quick back rush. Keep him feeling like he's not comfortable back there at any given time. Because Tannehill, if you let him do that back there, he will slay you. Normally, a lot of their pass protection is built upon teams buying into the running game, and it's sort of causing them to always be a step late in their pass rush because they're first waiting on that run before they start their pass rush. But look, watching the Cardinals last week, the second they got to pin their ears back against that offensive line, it was over with. It was ugly, real ugly. John Paul Bacon's got the Hawks 35, the Titans 7. Ooh, I like it, John. I like it. Sam Dog the Favors, hey, can we do another preview on Thursday for the Seahawks versus the Titans, same time, 4 p.m.? Sam Dog, I'm going to be going on Brendan's tomorrow at 3. If I've got any kind of juice left after going on his show, I will try to see if I can get on with you, just see if I got the energy left after that point, because we're going to be doing a long one tonight, so my voice is going to be scratchy soon. Robert says, do you think we should go after Geno Atkins? Yeah, Robert. I think the Puna forward to the 3-tech is a fine transition on a rotational basis. Would I like to have a little more of a lethal 3-tech there than we've got? Yeah. I'm a little worried with Geno when I look at a guy like Gerald McCoy, two guys who came into the league kind of somewhat around the similar time. Gerald McCoy last year at the Cowboys was signed on to be that guy who would be that veteran 3-tech pass rusher for them, a lot like we're talking about with Geno Atkins. He then has this practice drill where an offensive line touches him and his knee dislocates. And then again, now this year, he seems to, with the Raiders, after them signing him to do the same thing with them, again goes down to injury. Now, that's a guy with a little more of an injury history, I think, than even Geno Atkins has dealt with in his career. But that is just maybe the one worry with bringing him aboard. As a player, as a good addition to the team, as a guy that would help you out and make you better at the given position, he would do that, especially because you could control his snaps. Not make him play 70, 80% of the snaps, but actually play 20, 30, 40% of the snaps. Now he's able to be that much more effective. Devin Martzall, damn, you got me pumped up, man. Let's go. It feels as if this team is going to be exciting to watch. Go Hawks. Devin, you should be pumped up, man. All of you should be pumped up. You should be hyped. You know how hard it is to have a winner? You know how many organizations out there sit there and wish on a winner? Wish I may, wish I might. You know how many teams have a winner that then has the elements in it, has the items built to it to be a Super Bowl contender? Granted, things have to come together. Granted, it's one game. But we could have the first game of the season come out and Russell Wilson fell completely on his face. He couldn't do anything in this new offense. Coach Carroll had all of his same reins all over this offense, no up-tempo, a defense that wasn't able to generate any pass rush. We could have seen that week of 1 against a quality opponent. That could have been our reality. And the dark reality it would have been. But that ain't it. The sun's out. Birds are chirping. It's fall. Colors are changing on the leaves. The Seahawks are about to go on a run, baby. We're about to go on a run, baby. Let's go. Better get hyped, Devin. Ethan says, I don't think Tennessee scores over 21. Maybe not. Maybe not. My prediction does completely come out of that history of Vrabel and those losses, those double-digit losses mainly. When I look at it from a roster standpoint, when I just look at the Tennessee Titans from I'm not going to consider anything coming into this prior year and only look at this Cardinal game. If this was a team that we were going up against, I'd say, well, they're not going to be able to pass protect long enough to hit Julio or AJ deep enough because they can't hold up for the 7-step drops on that stuff. The offensive line's not as good at creating the holes they need to create for Derrick Henry. You're going to hem those holes up. I mean, there's a part of me that does lean to that, but then I fall back into no. Like I was talking a little bit about on the Sunday live stream. You've got a feral animal in a basement corner, and it's frothing at the mouth, and it's hissing at you. And you got to pick that thing up and throw it outside. And you're bigger than it, and you can pick it up, and you can throw it outside, but you got to keep yourself from getting the rabies and getting bit. And that's a wild ass animal you're dealing with right now. And he's gonna throw the kitchen sink at you. I mean, hell, they're doing flea flickers in this game when they start getting down by 3 touchdowns. God only knows what Vrabel will start doing. I think they did a fake punt. You're just gonna get a crazy game from every different angle. Expect the unexpected type situation. So that's really where I draw back to going, yeah, I don't know. I think you're going to get a good hit. And I don't think that they hold us under 24 points. Not at all. Not the way that defense is constructed right now. But you might be right, Ethan. Jadon London. How you doing, Jadon? Trade for Frank Ragnow at the deadline when the Lions' record is terrible. Top 5 center entering his prime. Makes $4 million next 2 seasons. Won't have to address the position until 2027. Jadon, that is what an awesome comment. Fantastic comment, Jadon. Fantastic suggestion. I should have thought of it. It's so smart. But yes, Frank Ragnow is absolutely, if not, I would go even further than that, Jadon. I'd say Frank Ragnow is probably a top 3 center in this league, even beyond top 5. Absolutely fantastic player coming into his own. Would the Detroit Lions at this point be willing to move on him? Boy, you're going to have to give up something good to do so, because like you said, if he's making that amount of money, which I'll double check on, that's interesting, at only $4 million the next 2 years, I would imagine he's going to want to raise. But yeah, I would still go out there and do it. I'd still go out there and end up paying him if I need to. That'd be great to have a guy in there that you can build around on the offensive line now going into the future, as we're looking at Dwayne Brown being a free agent after this year. So if it cost me in this year a first-round pick in 2000 and, of course, 23, because we don't have the first-round pick in 2022 to get Frank, I think I'm going to pull that deal. I will pull that trigger for the Lions. I will pull that trigger. So great suggestion, Jadon. I love that. That was awesome. Daniel, do you ever see Norton trying to work Blair into the rotation outside of nickel? He doesn't look like a great fit there. Maybe he can help give Diggs and Adams some more rest. Hard to see, Daniel. Hard to see. Those are 2 proud guys in the back end. They're not going to want to leave the football field. Hey, Adams, you want to blow of rest here for a sec? We'll bring him out there and have him run this drive. No. How about not? So I don't think you're going to be able to talk either Diggs, who's in a contract year right now, right, Daniel? So he's trying to earn his next contract. He's certainly not going to want to miss snaps where he's completely healthy and could be on the field. That could have been an interception or 2 that pushes what he makes in this offseason that much more up a little bit further. So it's a great idea. Unfortunately not. The thing that I've always thought that would have been interesting with this, Daniel, a little bit more is one of 2 things. Either start to embrace the 3 safety looks, which aren't super readily visible throughout football. They're used a little bit here and there. Or let Marquise Blair operate a little bit more from the will linebacker in coverage situations, when you could move Jordan Brooks off the field and move somebody else maybe who's a little bit better of a cover guy in that spot. It's not going to be a rundown. But Seattle in that situation in this game, even when that occurred, brought in Cody Barton instead. These are all indications to me that they're not really going to find a pathway to Blair finding the field outside of his mixing in at the slot, unfortunately. GT, woo, go Hawks, GT. Plagueis, what's up with Geno Atkins? Hard to say. There's not a lot of information online regarding this story. So I think Seattle is created a lot of different cap space in a lot of different ways. We saw what recently, I think it was even the Quandre Diggs, they converted something to base and saved $2.5 million in addition to that. They've created a lot of different cap space here that they're sitting on, but they're not necessarily doing anything with it yet. I would be gobsmacked if this ends up being a situation where they don't use this cap and they end up rolling it over at the end of the year. I would be surprised almost beyond all measure if they were to do that. I expect them to use this at some point, but I'm a little uncertain as to why we haven't seen Geno at this point. And being now that we got past the week 1 situation, the one thing I'm going to speculate on with Geno is that they did a personal workout with him. And the reports are he looked good in the workout. But if a player is going to look bad in the workout, is the team going to throw him under the bus in that situation? Are they going to say, he wasn't very sudden, he looks a little bit slow, looks like he's still kind of recovering? No, they're going to say, you came out and did a visit with us. You flew all the way out here for us to look at you in person and pick you apart and see how you look. We'll give you a good report on your way out of here, but we're not going to sign you. That also could be the case here, where there's just maybe not anything left in the tank with Geno after that surgery. Mariah C. says, Josh Gordon's going to be gone less than a week. He can't stay off the weed. I don't know if he's going to get still tested for that, Mariah. They don't test for it in the new CBA. So I don't know if he would be tested because he's in the program. But I don't think that they test for it anymore. GT says, tell Titans to bring it. Mike Williams, thank you for subscribing, Mike Williams. I do appreciate it, and you are awesome, sir. I salute you. James Tomlinson, I was excited about Dunlap's run stopping last week. I'm thinking huge game from Dunlap and Jamal taking advantage of the crazy loud Lumen Field. I see lots of base 4-3 and Jamal doing Jamal things. I see a lot of base 4-3 as well. It'll make a lot of people happy looking to get Darrell Taylor on the field a little bit more. You're going to see him up there in Sam because that's going to give you a de facto 5 defensive linemen down front now on early downs. One extra guy, as I was saying, gap control, right? Create a wall, man. Well, if you have one extra man down there on that line to create that wall a little bit longer, right? It goes from being just like a nice wall to the great wall. You know, it's just that much further that Henry has to get wider on his runs, especially on the edge runs, to get around that edge. And what those defenders are doing at that point, because you have those extra defenders, is the outside guys have got to set the edge and set the leverage on the edge to force Henry back inside. I agree. I think you're going to see a lot of that 4-3 under stuff in this game, and I'm with you on that. Jamal's got to be the guy to come up and be that extra defender where he's going to be clean, unblocked, unaccounted for. Come up, read the play, use your film study instincts, and hit it. You know, and come up there and attack, because that's really where I want to get Henry, is be able to get him in the backfield where you can just stop him dead in his tracks in the backfield before he even gets going. A couple people liking Jadon's trade idea. Love it. Scott Tubiloi. I'm going to say Scott. I'm just going to say Scott. Scott says Tannehill's back. He can't handle the 12s. He can't handle the 12s. You want the Tannehill? You want the Tannehill? You can't handle the truth. Tannehill, you can't handle the 12s. It's going to be interesting to see how he does, man. He got himself beat to hell last week. That Cardinal defense beat the ever-loving hell out of him, I'll tell you. Daniel, watching the game back, did you notice anything about DK and not getting first-half targets, or was it simply Lockett was just getting more open? It was more of what happened on that deep ball at the end of the half, you know, where you throw the 69-yard bomb to Lockett on that play. And when you see that they're playing Thomas TRU Minglong, you guys are challenging me with these names, but I still appreciate you subscribing, Thomas. You were awesome. I appreciate it. I got a lot of new subscribers today, man. This is great. What I saw in the first half tape was what I saw in that play, where it would appear the Colts are playing cover 2 in that situation. And so you have one defender going to Lockett's side. He should be dealing with Lockett. And then you have another defender who should be to the other side of the field. So Lockett goes to the outside and then goes up, and he ends up in the middle of the field where theoretically there should be that other safety lurking back there. But the safety's edging up because he's thinking about DK, almost like the coaching staff has said, you're gonna stay, we're gonna keep the corner up in front of him, and you're gonna be on the backside for DK, and we're gonna have you bracket this guy. I saw a lot of that to a degree of what I could see. Now I've got to say this, they've taken away the all-22 tape here on the replay, so I can't see the overhead shots. Everybody leaves screen, and I can sometimes only guesstimate on what's going on a little bit on the screen. But to my eyes, when you see, again, go back to the touchdown play, even to lock it down near the end zone, where he's running on a cover 0, basically, cover 0 blitz, and he's wide open then in the back of that end zone. Again, somebody else is at that point. If it's not a blitz, somebody else is getting attention there for a guy to be that wide open on that play. There was another spot late in the third quarter where Lockett goes up the field on the left side, and Russell could have almost hit him on another bomb where he was open again on a little bit of a wheel route, where, again, you just wonder on that kind of play, how is he getting that wide open there? And Russell couldn't hit him because DeForest Buckner hit him before he could step into it. But you still wonder and go, why is there no safety help here? And this is, to me, when you see that over and over again in the course of the game, knowing there's a DK Metcalf on the football field, this would lead me to believe that more and more teams are going to start to do this doubling of him. And I think it's going to be odd for us because we really haven't had a player that's drawn that in recent history here in Seattle. I think you would legitimately have to go all the way back. Oh my God. I'm making sure that I'm right on this. But I think you would have to go all the way back to probably a Joey Galloway to find a Seahawks receiver who is doubled as frequently as we're going to see DK Metcalf doubled. And again, what that's going to allow for the offense to do on the other side of things, because this is now an adjustment-based offense. This is now an offense that says, oh, you want to take away the deep shot? We'll hit the short stuff. You want to take away the short stuff? We'll hit you deep. Oh, you can take both those away? We'll hit you intermediate. You want to be blitz heavy? We'll hit you with the screen game. We'll offset whatever you do. So, you want to double one of our players? We'll go here to the other side, which is just what we did in this football game. Exactly what we did in this football game with Tyler. Empower Code. Hey, Hawks Nest, thanks for having these streams. Oh, I love it, Empower. You guys show up. I'm going to do it. You know that. I'm a bit concerned about Dwayne Eskridge at the moment, but his dynamic speed on those jet sweeps has got me excited. Injuries are a part of one of the things that had me worried with him coming out. A guy that changed his jersey number in college, literally because he was having such an injury history with the prior jersey number that he postulated that maybe if he changed jersey's number, it wouldn't bring his bad juju juice to it of the old jersey number. I don't know. Players get superstitious on certain things. But the point is, he's had some injury history coming into this game, into this team. Now he gets the concussion. So it is worrisome. I'm not going to say any time I ever say, well, luckily it's a concussion. Luckily it's a concussion in the respect of you can recover from that. You do tend to come back from it. There are guys that have concussion problems where they get a multitude of them and it can knock you out. But we probably need to see a little bit more. And I think as much on that kind of play, it becomes a teaching moment where you say, okay, you got the 7 yards, get out of bounds. Don't allow yourself to get mollywopped upside your head with a forearm to get the extra 1.5 yards. That ain't worth it. So it's probably going to be a teaching tool tape, hopefully, but it's valid to have concerns with him as far as his injuries go. Michael Simon, do you see Robinson getting more snaps this week? Well, it becomes hard for the coaching staff to keep him off the field when he's getting like a 93 rating on Pro Football Focus. I watched him on the tape. Again, he hit the quarterback a couple of times. He was good in the run game. How do you keep him off the football field? But again, with Mayowa, he had a couple of pressures as well, including a sack. And we're not talking about, by the way, the number 1 or number 2 rusher. We're kind of not even, in some way, we're sort of talking about the 4th rusher at this point, because Darrell Taylor is sort of your number 3. So we're actually kind of talking about your number 4, who's only in there on pass rush situations. It's like there's so already limited snaps for the Mayowa role guy, but it is more snaps than what Robinson got in this game. I'm going to make a prediction to say that probably you're not going to see him get more snaps this particular week, but as we move forward, you'll see him get more snaps. The problem with this week is a little bit of why you have a problem with it on this first game with the Colts. You have 2 teams that want to run the football. That takes the clock and just squeezes it like a lemon. It just squeezes it like a lemon, so you end up with like 2 teams that each have 5 possessions over the course of the game or something silly like that. And it just means that that's less opportunities for the defensive players to get on the field, less snaps, less plays, etc. You'll run into that again this week where I think the Titans, coming off a week where they couldn't run, are going to try to double back down on that triple time. So that's going to lead to, I think, a little bit of a shortened game. Don't be surprised if we start at 1 o'clock and we end at like 2:45 if the football game goes that quick. It won't be that quick, but you guys get the point. Michael, I went back and took a good look at Rasheem Green's sack. His hand usage was smooth and effortless. I'm starting to believe this Rasheem Green hype thing is real. Agreed, Michael. I saw the same type of thing. What you see in his development of his game right now is a usage of being more of a technician. He's got not freak show elements to his game, but upper level traits to his game. Upper level size, upper level length. For the way he moves for a guy his size is very unusual, but the using his hands has never been something that's been a big part of his game. If you look at a guy like Alton Robinson, we talked about, he's always been a good technician going back to college with his hands. But that's been a part of Rasheem's game that's kind of slowly kind of come along. A fun fact for you guys, as far as to just kind of put this in perspective with Rasheem Green and understanding why we would have this patience on his development, why it's understandable that the development's been slow and now just maybe coming into bloom. He is actually younger than D. Eskridge. Rasheem Green is. That is how young this guy is. I believe he's also younger than Marquise Blair. He was a really young player coming onto this team. It's going to take him some time to get along, figure his stuff out. He's now kind of hitting it. If you get a guy who gives you good run defense and he's got a 10-sack season in him this year with Dunlap, with all you have around it, that's a team that's now pushing into the 50-sack zone, if not further than that. That's an elite defense at that point. That's probably actually probably even top 5 defense if you're pushing into 50 sacks. You are probably a top 5 defense. And he might be the guy that pushes you over that mark where you'd be a 40-sack team otherwise, but he comes in somehow with 10 to push you just over that line. Shervin says AJ and Julio will be a good test for our defensive backs. They will. They will. It should be to both a guy like Trey Flowers, a guy like AJ, or a guy like Julio out on him. As we talked about this last week when you had no T.Y. Hilton. There is no T.Y. Hilton type guy here that's just a horrible matchup for a bigger, longer corner like Trey Flowers. Now, DJ Reed, there's a different story, all right? He's going to be giving up about 4 inches and probably 25 pounds to both those guys, if not a little bit more. But Trey Flowers, a guy that's often beat up a little bit here on my channel at least, is a guy who should be well built to deal with these two guys on the outside. We'll see how he does. It'll be interesting. Nitro Hawk, what game are you most worried about outside of the NFC West games? It's a good question, man. Let me give a quick reminder on the full schedule here. I'll tell you off the top of my head, of course, I'm going to still point to the Lambeau game. I'm not buying in this hype necessarily at this point that, I don't know if it's hype, but it's just some of the talk of the town out there being that it goes out that Aaron Rodgers is now kind of done. He's trying to get out of town. They're not going to play as well. I don't buy into that. I think if I'm looking at the schedule here, Minnesota always seems to play us tough, and that's on the road. The New Orleans game, even though it's at home, they beat us at home not 2 years ago with a backup quarterback, and Jameis Winston might be able to be better for them than what they had at Teddy Bridgewater when they beat us. The Pittsburgh game is becoming a little bit scarier when you see what they did this past week. And of course the Green Bay game. The fun part about this is that outside of what you have to deal with in your own division, when you get to the back half of the schedule, that's when everything gets kind of easy, right? When you're starting to deal into the games of Houston, Chicago, Detroit on the back end of the schedule. But those 3 teams would be 3 that I'm a little bit I'm concerned with, and I throw this game into it too. These are all games that got me a little bit worried in that respect. Those are going to be quality opponents. They're going to be tough wins. And when you talk about being on the road, going into Pittsburgh, all the way out in the East, it is a primetime game, which we do well on. But Pittsburgh seems like maybe they've got a couple signs that they might be rebounding here a little bit this year. Again, I was really impressed by that Buffalo win. Maxwell just got week 5 Rams tickets in Seattle. Don't worry. I'll make sure we'll blow the top off that place, even if there isn't one. Love it, dude. Love it. I love it, Maxwell. Congrats, dude. That's an awesome game to go see. Go Hawks. So, way to go. The Young Guns are our top-rated defenders. They are indeed. Fun fact, too, for you guys on this one. If you look in the NFL and you look with those defenders who had a minimum of 15 snaps in week 1, the number 1 pass rusher is Chandler Jones with a 93.1 grade. The number 2 pass rusher is Joey Bosa with a 91 grade. You guys want to know who the number 3 pass rusher is? Darrell Taylor with a 90.5 grade. So, what is going on here? Not bad. Taylor coming in pretty solid on the open. That's pretty good company to find yourself with after the first couple of weeks of the season. Kool-Aid says, can't overlook the Titans. No, I don't think we can either. Aaron Hockey, go Seattle. Go Seattle, Aaron Hockey. Good to see you. Sherman says, Russell Wilson having 79 PFF grade. PFF is smoking crack. They don't get every one of them right. It's a basically good barometer, but It's not perfect yet. It's getting refined. Jared Carrick says, I have Tennessee covering the 5.5 point spread, although I still see Russ doing Russ things to win the home opener. I've got it at 27-21. So your 5.5 would be a losing bet for me, but just barely, Jared, by a half a point. So we're pretty much on the same point. That's about where I'm at, when we really break it down there. But I agree with Jared. They're going to be ready. They're going to be ready, no doubt about it. GT says, bring it, Titans. Go Hawks. Love it, GT. Whitey Wide, Henry had over 370 rushes last year. The curse of 370 is a real thing. Is it like the 27 club? Whitey Wide? Is it like that? Most running backs have a tough year the season after getting 370 attempts. Agreed. And then you talk about it, when most running backs, when they lead the league in rushing, tend to have a tough second year off of that. And he's, I think, now led the league in rushing a couple years in a row as that bell cow with all of those attempts, with all of those touches. You would think that some of that would start to mount up and wear down. With the recent history with us has taught us that running backs don't sustain up at that level and that same place when they're used up on a given season, overused up on a given season. Even the Titans, look, a couple years ago, they brought a guy, DeMarco Murray from the Cowboys, and the Cowboys had Murray going into a free agent year. They didn't want to pay him. So what they did that year is they basically just fed him every game as much as they possibly could, and it wore him down. He wasn't really, in my opinion, the same guy after that from that kind of one given season. So it's a solid point, and it certainly has proven to be that in recent history. Paul Third says, do you have concerns for Chris Carson's workload after week 1? 19 runs. Dallas and Penny combined for 3 total. Any insight if they are planning to balance this out? Team isn't the same without Carson. I would hope that they would take advantage and utilize Alex Collins a little bit more. They probably didn't have him as much in the game plan this week, and so once Penny went down, they just said, we'll lean back onto Carson on this. I don't know if I want Dallas getting a substantial number of runs. I'm okay with giving him a handful here and there, but I think your better bet is to go to an Alex Collins at this point and offload it. Yeah, we've got to manage his workload, Paul. He's been injured in every year of his NFL career to some degree. It's going to happen with his running style. That's the price of doing business with a guy like Chris Carson, but you can also mitigate a little bit of that by not stacking too much on him. And I think that they've got to be a little more wary of that as they go through. There's an extra game this season. I think it'll get better as we go forward, and I'll expect that there's going to be a little bit more as we go forward, probably passing, whereas in this game, they really came out, it seemed like through the first 2 quarters, you were at like a 2-to-1 run-to-pass ratio of things, which I don't think that that's going to be the same thing as we go forward, especially not this week. I hope not this week. Jose Rodriguez, what's up, my mod? How you doing? Good to see you, buddy. MSR Rook, I know people are freaking out about how Stafford looks with McVay, but we got the same type of offense with Russ, who is miles ahead of Stafford. I think the rest of the league should be very, very scared. I agree with you, MSR Rook. And if you look across the board at it, frankly, we've got a better offensive line. You could make an argument we got better tight ends. Higbee's good, but what do you got outside of Higbee? You look at wide receivers. Look, Cooper Kupp, Van Jefferson, Robert Woods. They've got Darrell Jackson, Poo Atwell. They got a collection of guys, but we might be right there in competition too with them as far as, they might be a little bit better in totality of receivers, but we might have better upper end guys. But it's going to be a fight, Rook. It's going to be a fight. Lorraine Jensen, Wentz will win this week. Who do the, forget who they play. Forget who the Colts play this week. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bounce back. Truth is, I know it. Seattle's defense almost dominated in cruise control. We could have blitzed and ratcheted up the pressure with different looks. We stayed vanilla and kept them in check while maintaining a big lead. Yeah, we didn't have to do a lot of exotic things in this game, truth as I know it. I think some of that is an offshoot of having a good pass rush where you don't have to pass, where you don't have to blitz. Because in blitzing, you put yourself susceptible into the back end of big plays. And so there wasn't really a need to do it because you have stuff up front that you haven't had in recent years. I think that also drove some of it. But yeah, they definitely saved also some of those items in the playbook that are of the more exotic variety that's going to be a little bit catching other teams by surprise as they go forward, no doubt about it. Money says, I'm worried about our cornerbacks. Our front end looks great so far. Trey Flowers scares me. You're not alone, Money. It's a common sentiment on this channel. I see a lot of people in the chat who speak onto it. I'll say this. There's a lot of folks out there that really were banging the drum to bring back Shaquille Griffin this year and pay the $10 million. And, oh, Flowers is so much worse than Griffin. Well, if you look at their Pro Football Focus scores after week one, both of them are basically the exact same thing, exactly the same. Flowers had to go up against Carson Wentz, whereas Shaquille Griffin went against Tyrod Taylor. I think Flowers is never going to be exceptional. My only hope for money is that he can be league average. That's my hope. He wasn't exactly that quite yet in this last game, but he wasn't far from that either. A 63 grade is very close to a league average place of things. So still not horrible in this game, but both him and DJ Reed had some moments here where they could definitely clean it up. DJ a little bit more so than him off this past game. You're about to be a little bit concerned by money, but the other part, let me give you a little bit of consolation on, is that unlike the center position that we've talked about, there would be players that you could go out there in the cornerback market to probably find to bring in who could be an improvement. So that's at least the one little silver lining to that particular problem. Tom Eaton says, what happened to the Titans last week? They were shockingly bad from what I saw. I hope the Hawks take them seriously. It's more likely they come back with an attitude this week. Yep, Tommy, the stat that I continue to reference is that Mike Vrabel, in games where he's been beaten by double digits in Tennessee, there's been 7 times it's happened in the Vrabel era there in Tennessee, and every game the next week he's won. He is 7-0 coming off of double-digit defeats like this last week's game against the Arizona Cardinals. So that does not bode well for our Seahawks. The Titans have lost some talent this last couple of years, I think. And you drain talent across the board, you got to bring talent back on. We saw this with our Legion of Boom era. You lose a Cam Chancellor, you lose a Cliff Averill, you lose a Michael Bennett, you lose a Marshawn Lynch, and you don't have anything to kind of necessarily fill back in, and the team starts to dial back a little bit. That's what you're, I think, kind of seeing a little bit with Tennessee as it stands. They've got a couple of guys that they are relying on in Bud Dupree and Taylor Lewan that have torn ACLs that they're still not fully back from. But the Cardinals jumped on top of them, stopped the run, turned them into a one-dimensional attack, and then went out there and hunted in the pass rush. Exactly the blueprint we would like to apply to this particular game. Wheeler says, I think Chase Edmonds is the Cardinals starter, not James Conner. Could be wrong, though. Don't know which guy was necessarily the starter, Wheeler, but in the tape footage that I saw, James Conner was getting more carries. Chase got a few touches. They were more utilizing him as a pass threat out of the backfield, which, honestly, Chase Edmonds should be the starter. But they were giving a lot of touches to James Conner. I was not shocked, but he wasn't doing a lot with him. Daniel Pollock, any thoughts on the really low DJ Reed PFF score? And I didn't think he looked too bad, but I haven't watched a replay yet. When I watched the first time with both of our corners, I was like, it wasn't bad. They kept things cleaned over the top. It was, they didn't make a lot of great plays, but it wasn't, god awful. But going back and watching a little bit again on second replay for me, Daniel, it did look like, especially DJ, he struggled mightily out there. He looked a little bit, nothing like the player we saw at the end of last season. Again, not a horrific effort. Let's put this all in, perspective and not overstate it, but just not a good effort. Not an elite, like I say, not a league average effort. He was struggling out there. So I thought the PFF grade was probably pretty appropriate. D Nugget says, everyone like this chat and help Brandon out. Oh, thank you, D Nugget. Please do hit that like button if you like what you're hearing. It helps me out quite a bit. Andrew Lunsford, go Seahawks, beat the Tennessee Titans. Andrew, go Seahawks. Let's do it. Let's go 2-0. Let's start this Super Bowl run off right. Let's start this hunt for the first seed in the first round bye and all that stuff and home field advance throughout the playoffs. Let's go now and get that. Let's start looking at it now. Why wait? Why wait? Let's just keep racking these W's up. Keep stacking them up. Stack up the W's on these tough games and start the year out. Guess what happens in the back end? Gets a little easier. It's a little bit simpler. Seahawks Rain says, let's go Seahawks. Let's go Seahawks. Seahawks Rain. Whitey Wide says, think of how battle-tested the NFC West champ will be. It will be like the 80s and early 90s. The winner of the NFC East would be the NFC champs if San Francisco wasn't. That could be the case with this division. Very well could. It could be. As I was speaking about just prior, a little bit of what I've seen in recent history has been more of that feast factor, being that you do need a couple of teams in your division you can beat up on. You don't need the whole division to be the AFC East for the last 20 years with the Patriots there, but you need to be a little bit like what the Buccaneers got to establish last year. Look at the Bucs. New Orleans was a pretty good team, but then below New Orleans, you had Carolina, you had Atlanta, who were not good teams. So the feast factor was in effect last year for Tampa Bay, and they got to take advantage. Even the Saints were not as strong as they've been in recent years, and that allowed Tampa Bay to kind of take advantage. So I think it's, at least recent history to me, is proving out more. You need to have a little bit of that ability to take it, have a few teams you can beat up on, a few opponents that just aren't quite strong in that respect. Jonathan Dela Cruz, thank you for the $2 donation. Jonathan Dela Cruz, you are awesome. I appreciate it, sir. You are always very kind. Says, I'm going to the game. Woo! Let's go. Woo! Give your Ric Flair. Woo! Get it, Jonathan. Get it. We got a lot of the Hawks Nest crew going into this house. I'm expecting a loud stadium from you guys. I know you guys are represent. Represent, man. Thank you, Jonathan, though. You are awesome, and I appreciate it, sir. Very kind of you. Randall, as always, coming in with the $20 fat donation, the big stacker, the big chip layer. I appreciate it, Randall. You as well always are awesome. That goes without saying, buddy. Thank you so much. Randall says, as the season evolves and the offense builds, what should we be looking for? I remember a play where the wide receiver went in motion and then circled back into the backfield. We handed to Carson. Was thinking that'll be a wheel route pass down the road. I mean, I'm going to go with kind of a generalized answer with you on this one, Randall. But you're going to kind of see the kitchen sink here with the offense. And the reason you're going to see that as we go on through the course of the year specifically is because of the fact that this offense is meant to be simple at the forefront. We're not going to run a lot of different wide variants of formations, but within the small amount of formations that we're going to trot out onto the football field, we're going to be able to run everything off of it. And specifically, we're going to want to run everything off of it so that if a defense is playing, we run the first thing, and then we continually run that, and the defense starts to play to it so that we can then transition and attack to the other side of it. The offense is so much more based. This is a key difference to last year's offense. It's based upon now, you defensively are doing this, we're going to do that. It's going from being, let's say you were being a striker, as far as MMA goes, right? You're a guy that's you can strike and kick. You're not good on the ground. That you got this glaring weakness, but you're going to come out there and just try to throw hands with everybody, right? But there's times that gets overtaken. But this year now you're going to more of a jiu-jitsu attack. They put their arm here, we put our arm there. They flip us over this way, we go back around this way. They loop us here, I underhook you there. You pull me up through here, we do this. The offense now is more built to make the adjustment, which was the Achilles heel of Schottenheimer. Literally the worst thing about Schottenheimer is his inability to adjust. He cannot, he has a good plan A, no plan B. But now it's plan B, C, D, E, F, G, and it's all built within the designs of the offense to operate into going after those different ways of attacking and setting teams up in that kind of way. So it's, when you look at like the wrinkles you'll see with this, when you look at the wrinkles that you'll see really with this, I think you saw a lot of what you're going to see, Randall, as we go forward with this. You're going to see more of a little bit of the same. You'll see different offshoots of those same plays, like you were talking about, where the guy going in motion goes out on just a halfback swing route, but now that swing route turns into a de facto wheel route going back up the field instead. You're going to be able to run every little nuanced design off of these plays. You might come out in a game and say, we're going to run 30% in 11 personnel, and we're going to run 40% in 12 personnel, and then a variety of things in the other stuff. Well, within that 11 and 12 personnel, which makes up the 70% of your offensive snaps, everything will be run from that. The fly sweep game, the screen game to tight end, screen game to running backs, bubble screens. You're just mainly, I think, the thing to look for, Randall, is again the continuing and the embracing of the short and intermediate pass game and the consistency of that throughout the 4 quarters of football. Not we do it one week like last year in the first Arizona game where we suddenly went from going deep shot city to everything's going to be a short pass, and it's only going to be short passes now throughout the whole course of the game, where it had to be this all or nothing to now it's short or nothing. No, now it's going to be a sprinkling of short, sprinkling of intermediate, sprinkling of depth. And I think that that's what makes you unpredictable as well, because now the defense can't key into anything. But thank you for the donation, Randall. You always are awesome, and I always appreciate it. You know that. Shervins says, Frank Clark with a quicker first step than Darrell Taylor? No. Frank Clark wasn't a quick first step guy. He had a good first step, but he's not a lightning fast, quick first step guy like Taylor. Taylor's on par with his first step quickness of a guy like Von Miller. Not in he has all Von Miller's ability to, I mean, he's got good dip and bend. Von Miller has some of the best dip and bend in NFL history. He's not on Von Miller's talent level in that respect, but if we're just talking explosiveness out of the snap, he's more aligned to him than he is akin to a Frank Clark. Clark was more of your typical coming out of college, more of your bigger defensive end type who the Seahawks leaned down a little bit to like 259 or something to get him a little bit quicker and a little bit faster. But that's not his game necessarily first and foremost. Cale Gibson says, I think Taylor will be a special player for sure. He might have the makings of it. I'll tell you that. Daniel says, to think the Hawks could finish fourth and still make the playoffs, and that's not even a completely crazy prediction. No, it's not. It's not at all. Not with this division as good as it is. Not when you look across the board at the rest of the NFC. And, I mean, goodness, the Cowboys certainly aren't getting to the playoffs at this point. Well, Collins suspended. DeMarcus Lawrence just went down with a broken foot here in practice. They've had the vid stuff flying through their whole team right and left. Other injuries they're also sustaining at this point in time, already coming off of an opening week loss. You look through the other divisions as well. In NFC North here after this last week, I mean, the Vikings lose to the Bengals. The Bears can't do anything against the Rams. We talked about the Brady's division there, the NFC South. I mean, obviously the New Orleans Saints look good, but still, I think it's going to take some time for the Panthers. Falcons aren't anything, so it could happen. You need a great division, and then you need the rest of the divisions within the conference to suck. And that's kind of what's going on. Daniel, sorry, Daniel, I just read that one. Brian Roberts says, will we lose Pete to USC? No, we will not. Pete's 70 years old. He does not want to go back on the road and travel all over the place and recruit again and do all that. I guarantee you that he's got a lot of energy, but he doesn't got that kind of energy anymore to go back and do that. So, no, Pete remains in Seattle. Pete does remain in Seattle. Yair says, start Sidney Jones. It would look like Sidney Jones is fighting through some injury stuff right now, Yair. He came up on the injury report, pulled groin, I believe. So I don't know if Sidney's right now running at 100% to go out there at this moment. Maybe you mean start Blesson Austin? Maybe that one instead. Shervin says, what do you think of Jordan Brooks' performance? His coverage seems solid. He obviously had one play up the field where he was right there with the tight end. He got his hand in the last second. There's two plays that stand out to me with it. That play, which he's going to get a great grade by Pro Football Focus for that play. The announcer is going to laud him for that play, but it was right on the line to being pass interference and face guarding. I mean, it's right on the line there. I'm not going to knock him. Didn't get called, so it's a great play. Now, the touchdown that's being given to Quandre Diggs, and he's being basically assessed as giving that touchdown up on the first touchdown. If you go back and watch that play, to me, it looks a little bit like Brooks needs to get a little more depth in the end zone. If you watch Diggs, he's looking right at Brooks right after the catch. Like, come on, man. That's you and your zone. Because if you look at it, they've got a stack three to the strong side of the formation, three wide receivers down there. And so Diggs has got to be the back end guy for all three of those receivers to that side, whereas Brooks has got to keep things clean to the middle, in my opinion, on that. I don't know for sure, because this is one of those moments when I don't know what the playbook said Brooks was supposed to do, and only the coaches would be able to tell us. But that was one moment where I was like, that's not great. But aside from that, he looked good. He was in the right place. He made the tackle. There was one play the guy made a catch on a crosser over the middle for like 2 yards. He was right on it, got the guy right down, no forward momentum. The one thing about Brooks that always stands out to me is whenever he comes up to make a tackle, the ball carrier, the running back is never going forward. He comes up, and when he arrives, he's always just sending the guy backwards every single time. It's just the thing that stands out to you over and over when you watch him. So I'm very encouraged. I thought he took a step forward. It's a step forward that we saw in the first preseason game, where he almost picked off a pass this year in the first preseason game. So hopefully he can continue to take some step forwards in that realm. We need it. I will say they did still at times take him off the field for Cody Barton in select moments as well. Mark says that 85, the year I graduated, and Havercorn Mark for the name. Same day, I want to find a Cam and Baldwin that I can afford. There was one site that has $31 per jersey, but my Gov card won't work on that site. Nice. Yair says we should trade Rashad Penny in a third rounder for a corner. Which corner, Yair? That's the key on that one is who's it's always about we gotta be specific on which corner who is available because not all teams are in a trading market of their good corners. And you look at a team like right now the Tennessee Titans, for instance, they're cornerback deprived. There's a lot of teams out there got some issues at corners right now. YDY says, yes, Hyder is our dominant run stuffer. I think Taylor and Robinson have also shown they can get run stubs. Taylor had 2 tackle for losses in his few snaps. Finding snaps for those 2 is a nice problem to have. Very nice. I agree, YDY. It's a good problem to find yourself in. It is a very good problem. So, I think Alden would do fine if you asked him to do those duties as well. I agree with you that Alden has shown a very good ability to be good against the run as well. Michael says, I agree, guys. Jamal will have to manage AYS to get to Ryan or very ankle or hip shoulder shots along with the boom. Well, indeed, it's going to have to go low. Go low on Derrick Henry, man. Got to go for those ankles. Go Oxo 5. I watched Gabe Jackson one-on-one with Buckner on the 69-yarder to Tyler. Oh, my goodness. That's textbook. It's one thing Gabe does above all else is he is a great pass protector. And you line him out there and you put a guy like the Buckner up there, he can hold his own. He can hold his own out there. He has that skill set to him. He does probably a little bit of lacking in the run game a little bit, but I'm going to have to go back and watch that play now a little bit. Michael says that'd be something to lose the Lions. It would be something to lose the Lions. Jason Tudor, the movie star is Shepley, who had a bit part in Deadpool. Oh, my sorry, Jason. I forgot about that. That's right. Shepley did get to play a mutant with superpowers that you didn't get to see in the movie, but Adi got that role, and he might be out there playing. He's now the backup. Bosick looks like he's going to be on IR for a few weeks here. YDY, you can't talk up enough how good the defensive line was. Colts one of the best offensive lines, even without Fisher, and Seattle ran through and around them. Taylor bullied over the right tackle that did not give up a sack last year. Yeah, I agree. Why do I? I mean, it's they played fantastic, and it's something that it's to me not going to be a one-off. It's a quality opponent. You look at last year in a game where you got the same amount of hits on the quarterback you got in this game. You had to go all the way to the Washington football game, what week 13 or something, to get this kind of production from your pass rush. So to get it out of week 1, to get it on a team that went to the playoffs last year on the road, 10 a.m. against a team that's biggest strength is their offensive line, is saying something. I will say, though, as well, you've got to be in all fairness to the Colts in that offensive line situation. You mentioned Fisher, which is correct. Fisher's taking over for Anthony Costanzo, who retired this offseason, who was one of their pillars on that offensive line. Now, they were to Sam Tevy, who they signed as essentially that backup left tackle. He goes down to a torn ACL. So not only were they to their backup, but they were to their third-string left tackle in this game. There does appear to be an injury that the right tackle sustained in this game that's on their injury report, and he's dealing with right now. You've got the foot surgery for Quentin Nelson coming into this game, along with the back spasms Nelson was dealing with coming into this game. You had the center who was out of practice for 10 days, not 5 days before the football game with the vidprodes. Same thing with Carson Wentz. So there's a little bit of them dealing with a little bit of weakness in that element. But again, I'm not trying to take too much away from it. It's still a great performance. Edison says, we can't let the Derrick Henry be a factor. We have to get a lead on them and early and force them to abandon the run. Go Hawks. Agreed, Edison. Agreed 100%. If you can do that, this is the ultimate team to put them into a one-dimensional mode, and you take that away from them. You're taking away their offense's greatest asset, and that's on a team that has Julio Jones and A.J. Brown. It is absolutely going to hamstring them if you can do it, and I don't think they can play that way. They proved it last week. I mean, the second they got down by 2 touchdowns in that second quarter, and they had to start throwing that football all over the football field. Pass protection didn't hold up. Receivers weren't getting open. It was rough, and that's on a Cardinals secondary, frankly, that's really not that good. You know, that those receivers should have been eating up that Cardinals secondary like nothing. Outside of like Budda Baker, it's kind of weak. JoJo says the 12s are going to go methamphetamine mode at home on Sunday. JoJo, I love it. I hope so, man. I hope they're amped up. Just like, God, we've been waiting a year. Over a year. Tommy Eden, Lions will play Green Bay hard. Ankle biting and everything. I wouldn't be shocked if it was closer than they think. Not sold on the Green Bay offensive line. I think they are overrated just for having AR. Could be. Solid point, Tommy. Green Bay's definitely been bleed. I talked a little bit about the Titans bleeding out of talent, and especially if you look at the offensive line and the way it's kind of got a little older and bled out, a little more injured. Same thing's true with the Green Bay offensive line. You lose Brian Bulaga. You bring in a guy from the Lions who was solid for you at right tackle last year, then you let him go. Bakhtiari's got the problems he's been dealing with injured-wise, staying out. You let your star center go as well, Corey Linsley in free agency. It's hard. You sustain losses to quality football players on your team. This has been a little the point that we've harped on with the Rams. When you lose quality football players, I'm not talking Pro Bowlers or stars or all pros, but good quality football players. It's one thing to lose one or two. When the number starts getting into a baker's dozen, you've got to then add that on the back end. You've got to reload that up, and it does open that up to need that to come to fruition. And if it doesn't, now you've taken a step back and you're not strong in an element, and it can be a place that people sort of overlook and don't pay as close attention to on things because it's, it's like the offensive line. It's boring. It's not fun to talk about, but I could see that, Tommy. Eric Esplund says, Titans fan here. You guys are going to destroy us. I'm scared. Well, welcome on in, Eric. Thanks for being awesome and cool. We'll see, man. I think you guys are going to play strong. And Eric, just to give you maybe some optimism, as I was saying before on this, I think it's the stat, if I'm the Titan fan right now, that I feel most optimistic about, being that you got 4 years that I think Vrabel's been there as a head coach. He's been beat by double digits 7 times. 7 times he's come off those losses and won the next game. That speaks to his motivation ability. That speaks to, his ability to challenge guys when they really go wrong. As JoJo says, we're just as scared. I agree with JoJo. Seahawks Rain says we can't lose to the Titans. We just can't. Can't do it. It's you hope at home you can take care of business on this one. You feel a little bit better with it being at home, don't you? Tommy says, hard to say. We have lost our home and field advantage, unfortunately. IMO. Yeah, it was going down a little bit downhill even before last year and not having any fans in the stadium. It just was. I've pointed this a little bit to, and something that doesn't get off talked about, in my opinion, enough, is the fans being a little bit quieter. You go from 2017 on, going into that stadium, and I went in a couple times, it was not as loud as it was in 2012 and 2013. It'd be nice if we can start to kind of turn that back around again, because it's such a huge home field advantage when you have those guys raucous, loud, into it, all that. Terrace Brown says Tennessee is going to play desperate football. Agreed, Terrace. You're getting a crazed, feral, rabid animal that knows it's up against it right now, who's got a coach who's challenging every man's manhood in that locker room one by one this week. And when you got a coach like that who's spitting the fire and brimstone at the players, you can tend to get them to at least turn the light bulb on for 1 week. Can it sustain for 7, 8, 9 weeks? It's a little bit harder at that point. But can you get it to go for 1 week? Can you kind of kickstart something for a week? Yeah, you can as a coach if you're that kind of guy. And he's that kind of coach to do it. Seahawks Gaming says Bobby Wagner was everywhere. I predict another 99-yard pick 6 this season. He was playing very instinctively. You saw him on a couple of those plays just blow it up by what he was seeing pre-snap, recognizing his indicators, jumping the snap, and just blowing the whole play up. He is so smart at this point. He has seen everything that you could throw at him from a defensive standpoint. It's very hard to confuse Bobby and get him out of position. Not necessarily as quick as he once was or fast as he once was, but his brain and his ability to process stuff on the football field means that he doesn't have to be either. I love what I saw. He looked good. Bobby looked really good. Tommy says Titans come out throwing to open up the run. I don't see it. No, I don't see it, man. I think... To me, when you come off last week and not running the ball enough and you got stuck throwing the ball, you come out starting throwing the ball, you get down by points, you may never get back around to running the ball in this particular game. And they're not going to trust their pass protection, Tommy. I mean, that pass protection was awful. Luan was getting beat on one side, the tackle on the other side was getting beat, the guard got beat, the center got beat. I mean, everybody was like, there was no strength on that line in the pass protection in that game. I don't know if I can see it. Ryan Snags, too. Hi, how you doing, Ryan? Good to see you. Seahawks Rain, our offense is more versatile than the Titans. We throw bombs downfield. Nice. Ramon DeCurta. I hear that Flash may be reinstated again. If so, the Seahawks better sign him again, or one of the other NFC West teams will. Ramon, I'm on board with it. I think the Seahawks would be open to it. I think that the big key on this particular signing is whether or not Josh feels like he's going to get enough touches here in Seattle with already having Lockett and Metcalf here, and then also adding into the mix on top of that, D. Eskridge. When he came here last time, Metcalf was still kind of getting established. You had Lockett. Maybe there was a little bit of an opening from his standpoint to think like, oh, this will be a good landing spot. I'll get touches. I'll be here with Russell Wilson, etc. He may not look at it in the same way here, especially if he's looking at this as like, I've got my opportunities have gone from limited to non-existent as I'm going and moving towards being 30 years old plus. So I got to get back on the football field with the team, and so I can go get paid this offseason. Get the catches and production this year to get paid this offseason. But I'm open to it, Ramon. I'm good with it. Bash, Bobby and Henry meet in the hole. Who you got both going full force? Oh, sorry, Bash, I misread that. So Bobby and Henry meet in the hole. Who you got going full force? Bobby tackles him, but Henry leans forward for an extra 2 yards. He's huge. He's like a defensive end. He's a defensive end at the running back position. I mean, a big defensive end at that. Washi, what's up, Brendan? What's up, Washi? Going on with Brendan tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Oh, I forgot to, by the way, folks. This show is sponsored by Manscaped. Use the code NES at manscaped.com today. Your balls will thank you. Save 20% off. Free shipping. Support the show. Stop buying those CVS trimmers. Get the real deal. Stop nicking yourself in the shower. Bleeding all over the tub. Get the thing that will never get you nicked. Get the thing that always keeps the Johnson good. Seahawks Rain says, ain't no way the corners can stop DK Metcalf. DK Lockett. You turned him into two there. I see what you did, Seahawks Rain. They're going to have a hard time with DK. A real hard time with DK. You look at Janoris Jenkins, he's a little bit smaller. You get Elijah Molden on DK out of the slot. Could you guys imagine that? Elijah's like 5'9" on DK. You're going to have to double him. Seattle can draw a lot of mismatches in this game simply with where they put DK on the football field. It'd be different if they had Caleb Farley, the guy that they picked high in this last draft, but I just don't think Caleb's ready, and I don't think that he's a guy that they can bring out there. We'll see if they do. That would be a guy who's at least got the size to deal with DK, the speed to deal with DK, but he seems to be in a real raw state based on the reports out of Titans training camp. But yeah, the Cardinals, it was Christian Kirk, it was AJ Green, DeAndre Hopkins, a variety of guys cut that secondary up. It wasn't just one. Christian Fulton did play okay. He had some up and down to his performance. Former second-round pick from 2 years ago with the Titans. Jojo, Tommy, Terrace, I hope we can make Tannehill look like a Pro Bowler. I hope we don't make Tannehill look like a Pro Bowler. Sorry. Terrace, I agree. I hope not as well. This guy has beaten a Coach Carroll defense in his past with Miami. So he would seem to have a little bit of the patience that you need to have as a quarterback to beat a Coach Carroll team. He's accurate. To me, he's a little unheralded in his ability. I don't think he's a upper level quarterback, but I think he just gets he's a little underrated to me. And he's got that mobility just enough to be really kind of a problem back there and getting out of pass rusher's grip and moving around back there a little bit. He's not the improviser, but he can get some yards up the field real quick. Tommy Eden, I have heard from people the crowd isn't as loud for the whole game. Sad, really. It's true. I've been in there and I've seen it myself, Tommy. It's just not quite as loud as it once was. I don't know if that's winning the Super Bowl's placated some people and, they're satiated and they don't feel like they got to yell anymore. I don't know if it's a matter of they've raised the ticket prices and instead of drawing in a little bit of the hard hat, blue collar people in there to go watch the game. We're going to be a little more loud and into it. They've gotten in a little bit more of the wine and cheese crowd now, and the wine and cheese crowd doesn't feel like they should have to work during the football game, but should just get to sit there and watch. But I hope we can reclaim it this week. It's time to reclaim it. Tim DB11 says no Geno, 11 plus in cap. What gives? Hard to say at this point, Tim. I'm wondering if it's not maybe that Geno didn't look as good in his workout as was first reported in the background of the scene. I don't know if it's a matter of we're not willing to come up to his asking price. Nobody else in the NFL's yet signed him now after the first week of the season, which was the last thing I thought would be holding it up, because a veteran player's contract is guaranteed if you have them on the roster after week 1. If you wait till after week 1, then you can sign them on week 2, and the whole contract's not guaranteed throughout the course of the year on a 1-year deal. But no teams yet signed him. So I'm not sure what to take from that, Tim, other than he just didn't look super great in the workout, or Seattle just wants to continue to wait and monitor what they have within in-house. Seahawks Rain says, watch, we make Tannehill an MVP candidate. Don't speak that into existence, Seahawks Rain. Don't speak that into existence. G Bynes, Henry is easy to bring down before he gets going. The guy has long legs, and it takes him steps to get going full steam. We have to get to him quick to bring him down. He's not like Lynch. No, he's the opposite of a Lynch type back, and that's what I've been saying to G Bynes. He's a guy that's slow from 0 to 1 to 2, but then he skips from 2 to 4. His gears skip, and gear 4 to 5 is almost as fast as gear 2 to 4. But you've got to get to him early, and that'll be the key on this particular game, G Bynes. The one part of this is that you don't really have those guys that, in the way you teach your defense, to penetrate into the backfield. You've got more of a, maintain your gap. Let's create a wall of guys. Let's just not give him a hole to run through, and he'll just run into a pile of bodies, and we'll stop him. So they're a little different from the way the Cardinals play, who are a little more downhill, and they're going to try to penetrate in the backfield. And that's what the Cardinals did in that game. They always got a guy into the backfield to knock him up and take him down. So it'd be great. Maybe we could bring a lot of Jamal Adams downhill in this game, just specifically for that run stuffing ability he could provide against Henry. No doubt. Seahawks Gaming says Tannehill is pretty slow for a former wide receiver. I don't know. He looked pretty good in the game I watched against Cardinals. He had a couple of scrambles. He got out in space and ate up a few yards. Titan Anderson, how would you like to collab before game day? I'm a Titans YouTuber. I'm open to it, Titan Anderson. If you can do me a favor, just hit me up on Twitter if you're okay with that. And we can try to see if we can coordinate something. But I'm open to it. Definitely open to it. I'm at SeahawksNester on Twitter. At SeahawksNester. Seahawks Rain, so happy we got Rams offensive coordinator. Yeah, me too. You better believe I am too. That's why I called him, folks. I told you guys that beyond any of the player acquisitions we made this offseason, Gerald Everett, Gabe Jackson, Kerry Hyder, beyond any of these additions you made, the biggest addition this offseason was Waldron and what he was going to bring to this offensive scheme. I still truly believe that. I think we're going to look back at this season and say he was by far the biggest addition in what he brought to this offense and what he changed it into. And that's the part that you should get most excited about, in my opinion, after week 1. Terrace Brown, I watched the Cards game against the Titans again, and Tennessee made the Cards look better than what they are. Could be. I mean, Terrace, I think that the Cardinals are top heavy. They're going to rely on Denard Hopkins, AJ Green, JJ Watt, Chandler Jones, Isaiah Simmons, Budda Baker. That's their core to kind of run things through, and there's not the secondary players around them as much. But if those frontline guys are getting it done like they were this last week, they can be dominant in that fashion. I mean, those guys are good upper-level guys, and a guy like DeAndre Hopkins, you're talking about a top 3 wide receiver, if not higher than that in the sport. AJ Green looked actually pretty good in this game. He made some solid catches. Simmons is on the rise as a star, and J.J. Watt and Chandler Jones, I don't know if they can hold up all year, but if they're on the football field and you're pairing those two guys together, it's like it's like the Pro Bowl game almost. You're just like, this doesn't seem like this should be illegal. It didn't. There were times in watching that game that I felt like that. Titan Anderson, yeah, I've definitely reach out to me, Titan, on Twitter, and we can see if we can collab on something. Truth is, I know it says your logic is sound, but I'm not buying Taylor can't hold the edge against the run when we watched him use power to straight up flat back a right tackle with ease. Frank Clark was benched here too. Well, when you have our offensive tackle going backwards as opposed to going frontwards, truth is, I know it, that's two different things that an offensive line's doing. And an offensive tackle specifically might be better at one than the other. We haven't seen Darrell Taylor lined up, to your point, at defensive end in rundown situations. So we don't have anything to go off of as far as tape one way or another with this for me to point to and say, see with this. He may have that in his game to do it, but he has very similar physical characteristics to Bruce Irvin, where you're not necessarily the quintessential big, huge defensive end. You've got good size. You're not small, but you're not the big guy either. And at the point of attack, maybe you can get pushed back a little bit because of that. You're better in more of an attacking mode than you are having the offense coming at you. As opposed to having a guy like Kerry Hyder, who, for instance, is so stout at the point of attack. Like I was talking about with this defensive line and stopping Derrick Henry and how we do things. You can't have a guy on the defensive line that gets pushed backwards. When you're having everybody do gap control across the board and you're trying to create a wall of guys so that there is no holes, when one side's getting pushed back, it's going to be gaping at that point, and it's going to look horrible even though everybody else is doing their job. So fundamentally, I'm going to trust back on the coaching staff at this point, where if they've got Kerry Hyder out there on early rundowns to be that guy, they've seen enough in practice and believe Kerry Hyder to be that much better of a guy out there as that run stuffer, as opposed to having Darrell Taylor. The thing I'll always come back to again is with this is when you look at last 10 years here in Seattle, they've usually gotten the best pass rushers out on the football field. We haven't looked back in the last 10 years and said over a course of a season, man, they just didn't get this guy who was so good at rushing the passer enough attempts at it, enough bites at the apple. They always will find a way. It will round back around on this. And I think that with Taylor and Robinson, we're smart to let them kind of build up to this. Remember with Taylor, this is his very first year in the pros. He's coming off a major injury that took a long time to heal from. Maybe kind of managing some of his snaps with that smart, especially when you're already having him do a lot of the Sam linebacker stuff on early downs as well. YDY says, saw a stat, Titans play action percentage went way down week 1 with the old offensive coordinator. The Titans adjust or continue to expose their weak line to strong pass rush. So much rides on Seattle's coverage holding up. Well, what happens there, wide is that they fall down in the game by over 2 touchdowns. And you're not going to run play action at that point because the defense is already playing against the pass. Now, look, there is statistics that show that play action works whether or not you're running the ball or not. But with that said, the Cardinals were playing off coverage. They're playing heavy zone. They weren't attacking anywhere near as much as they normally attacked. So running the play action at that point was sort of like useless. You weren't going to accomplish anything by doing so. So it was understandable why the coordinator said, okay, we're just going to run a traditional passing attack here without any of it. It will go up this week because I can't imagine that we shut down Henry quite as well as the Cardinals did. Maybe we do. Maybe the Titans line is just not that good this year, but hard to see us doing it quite that well. So it will go up, but that's why the percentage went down, is that they tried to run the ball early on. They tried to do the play action stuff. Then they got down by a couple of touchdowns, and it just, they were trying to fight their way back into it from there forward. Tommy Eden, if we hold the Titans under 20, I think it's game over. Don't see us scoring less than 20 points anytime this season. I agree, Tommy. No way. If we hold them under 20 points, you got the win on that one. You can write that one down. Seattle's too good offensively at this point to me see any team this year. Maybe there's a team or two like a Washington football team or a Pittsburgh team on the road that can, maybe kind of hold us down for a given game. But this is not that team. They do not have that personnel. There is no more Jarrell Casey. There is no more Logan Ryan. There is no more Mr. Adoree Jackson there. You've got a weaker crew a little bit, unfortunately. Some guys have moved on. Daniel Pollock says, if I get a cat, should I name him DK Met Scratch or DK Meow Calf? Ooh. Met Scratch has a pretty cool flow to him. Meow Calf has a little bit of a I like the Meow Calf. It sounds like something a Viking would say. Let's go with DK Meow Calf. Mark Capricorn says Dakota Shepley was the guy. I guess he was in an Avengers movie or something. It was in Deadpool 2 or something like that. Played in the CFL and was on the 49ers roster till David was involved. Looks like he might be okay. He's a good mobile center. The 49ers, some of the fans were kind of lamenting when they let him go and didn't find a room for him on the active roster, especially when you have a guy in Alex Mack there who's getting old as their frontline center. But he seems interesting, and again, pure fit with the mobility standpoint, which is probably what drew Waldron to him and the front office to him. Plaga says, I really wanted Josh Gordon back. Metcalf and Lockett are the ones, but after them, it doesn't look good. I like Eskridge a lot, but I would feel a lot better with having Gordon over Swain or Hart. Plagas, I'm with you on this. What I would like about it, too, as well, is that you bring a guy in at very low cost. He's not going to make more than $1 million because of his suspension history. This means that you're going to have a door open at that point to be able to fit in other guys in other places, as opposed to if we wait along in this season and we look to make a trade deadline deal and we're bringing on a really talented receiver who also then costs a little bit more, we can't make those other associative deals. Whereas with him, he feels like he would kind of round out the wide receiver room a little bit if you added him into Freddie Swain. He'd provide that nice extra complement, the nice buffer up against injury at that point. I'm in favor of it. There's no downside to it. As I always say with these guys, that they're the problem childs of the NFL, be it that they do something off the field that's suspect or they've got the drug problem or whatever it is. I'll take a risk if I don't have to give up draft capital, if I don't have to spend a lot of money, if I don't have to spend multiple years, and if I can basically cut them at any time and no real loss to the team. And that, in this case, with Josh Gordon, he would hit all 4 of those marks. It's all upside with no downside is essentially my philosophy on it. Adam, Titans have a good offense and a terrible defense. No way around that. They will score at least 24 points. Fortunately, we're going to score 40. I love it, Adam. I love it. Titan Anderson says, you guys are sleeping on my squad. Titan, I'm not, man. I'm confident in this game. We're playing at home. We got our fans back. You guys are coming out on the West Coast, but it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game. Jay says, also the career paths I want to do in my life are playing sports or broadcasting, which are just about the 2 hardest things you could possibly choose to do as a human other than being a rocket scientist. They are tough to crack into, man. It's a very thin amount of folks to get in on that. Krispy Kreme, but best of luck, Jace. Chase your dreams on it, man. If it's your dream, it's your dream. Krispy Kreme, is Dwayne okay? I didn't see him come back on the field. Mr. Eskridge got himself concussed and actually concussed fairly solidly in this game, Krispy Kreme. He is not yet coming back and practicing at this point. He's remaining home, which means he will miss this upcoming game, and you will see Penny Hart take over for him. Sometimes these concussions can take a little bit of extra time to get over, which is unfortunate for him. Hopefully he can get back to being okay, but yeah, it's going to be another week on that one. Joe W. says, I'll be at this game. Hawks Nest, baby. Ooh, Joe W., I love it. Get it, Joe. Get it. You be up in the Hawks Nest. Be up in my home territory. Make sure they're keeping them seats clean. Make sure them folks are being loud, Joe. Make sure they're being loud. Joe W. says, how do you feel Flowers did? I'd like to see a little bit better performance-wise from him, Joe. I don't expect him to play ever at a point of being above league average as a player. I think he kind of is what he is at this point. Can we get by with league average play at corner with a ferocious pass rush? My contention, and one of the things to see if it proves out over the course of this year, is I believe you can. There's many fans that disagree with me in the chat, and they might be proven right on this when it all kind of comes out and shakes out in the wash. But he was rated I believe a 63 by Pro Football Focus, which is just a hair below average of what you'd see across the board in the league. But he wasn't bad. He didn't get beat over the top. He didn't get targeted a ton, Joe. He did fine, and he was good in the tackle. He was good as a run tackler in this game, in the run game. That's part that I did like seeing, because he was able to help out on Jonathan Taylor a couple times. GoHawks05 says, if Green were to give us A+ sacks, what would a contract look like for him? Yeah, that's a good question. You're probably looking at like a 3-year, $35 million deal. Between 3-year, $35 and $40 million would probably be my guess. Somewhere in that neighborhood. It's hard to say with the GoHawks because you have a guy that has been in the league for 4 years, but then has only given you one really good year of production, but then it is his final year with the team. So it's a little harder to gauge where that next contract would be at with him, if that makes any sense. Joe W. says, how do you feel Flowers did? Oh, did you worry about him this year? So yeah, I just answered on that one, Joe. I do worry a little bit about him, Joe, but I feel like the cornerback position's one that can be fixed going forward if something really needed to happen. Like, let's say DJ Reed and Trey Flowers completely fall on their face, or Flowers falls on his face, but DJ Reed does fine. Well, you could always bring Richard Sherman aboard at any one time. He's just sitting there in the open market, and maybe he's not prime Richard Sherman, but he would at least probably give you league average play over at the corner position. Well, if you want something better than Richard Sherman, how about Stephon Gilmore, who comes back after week 7? So you make do with your corner room until Stephon Gilmore comes back, and then you make a trade with the New England Patriots at that point to bring him aboard, because it doesn't look like the Patriots are going to be in contention this year with Mac Jones based off of kind of what you saw against them with Miami. So if that's the case and you can do something like that, that'd be kind of another way you could go about it to fix it. And that's not even thinking of other corners who eventually will be made available on a team that is sitting contending now, but won't be contending when we round around to week 4, 5, 6. So I think there's other ways to fix the corner room. I think you're in sort of a wait-and-see approach at this point. Let's take some more information in. Let's see how Flowers does here in a contract year with him. DJ Reed the same over on the other side. Let's see what they can kind of put together, both of them, over a course of a couple games, and then make the adjustment from there. I don't think they're going to sink our ship in any one of these given games. They might give up some completions. They might not look at their best, but I don't think they'll be the factor that causes us to lose over the next course of the next couple of games. Adam says Tannehill did an interview for an article when he was back in Miami about how hard it was to play in Seattle. He knows what's up. Oh, yeah. Get ready to step on in the gauntlet. Step on into Thunderdome, Tannehill. Come on in. Come on. John Paul Bacon says, can't overlook any team. No, I don't think we're overlooking the Titans. No, overlooking these Titans. Seahawks Gaming, I hope Darrell Taylor averages Lena a sack a game. In Nichols, shout out to Hawks Nest, Brandon. Go 12s. Go 12s in Nichols. Thanks for the shout out. Daniel Pollock, for as great as Pittsburgh's D will be, you got to think Big Ben is too washed up to make a real run. Question mark? Well, if we had 312 here in the chat, I'm sure he would be jumping up and down at this moment, Daniel. Yeah, I mean, Ben's in the state right now where we need to take a little bit more of a look at him. He didn't look super great in this last game. That punt block against the Buffalo Bills was really a big part of that win against Buffalo for Pittsburgh. They did play fantastically defensively. Does Ben need to play at vintage Ben level for them to be successful and win the division? No. I mean, they won the division last year and he wasn't at that level. Does he need to be better than last year, paired then with a really good defense to maybe give them a better team than what they were last year, to be a team that can actually compete in the AFC? Yeah, he does. He will be a key to that. But I still do kind of come back to the fact that at the end of the day, what's going to kind of whelm him at the end of the day, and what's going to get to Ben at the end of the day on this is the fact that offensive line is not what it's been in recent years, and that you're in a transitional year as far as that offensive line. At the same time, you're in a make or break season with Ben Roethlisberger, and I don't like that combination for the future success of this year if I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Jason Tudor, what do you think this particular 2021 defense does to help the corners versus these big, tough wide receivers? I don't think there's anything necessarily specific, Jason, to this 2021 defense that we play, because there's not a lot different, I think, from what we've done in the past. We're doing a little more cover 2 in this game. We've embraced doing more cover 2 in recent last couple of years, where cover 3 was really the claim to fame. So what are you doing in a cover 2 versus cover 1? Well, cover 1, you have a single high safety whose basic job at that point is to keep everything clear on the back end, all on him deep. It falls a lot on his shoulders. It's part of what made Earl Thomas great. You couldn't see Earl Thomas and doing the great things he was doing because the quarterbacks just wouldn't be testing him because he was taking everything away deep. Well, when you get to a cover 2 point, what you're doing at that point is you're splitting the safety into twos. And you got one safety taking one side, the other safety taking the other side, and they're taking it specifically deep. So this makes that safety's job a little bit easier. It makes it a little easier now to double up on those bigger receivers, to bring a guy coming downhill on those bigger receivers and really lay a hit on them at that point. So it can help you out, I think, a little bit more there. It gives you an extra hand on deck versus some of those bigger guys down the football field. But there's nothing necessarily particular that's done within the defense to help the corners out against the bigger receivers. Maybe you play a little more off coverage, a little less press, because you don't want to get pressed into the grass, fertilized, and then have him running by you 3 yards. You want to be able to maybe react a little bit more on off coverage and zone, but that stuff's always been kind of the case with Seattle and how they play defense. Seahawks Rain, I thought this year Penny was going to explode. So far, he's letting me down. You and me both, Seahawks Rain. I'd had high hopes this year, and he's making me look pretty foolish right now. So come on, Penny, get back on that football field. Seahawks Rain says, we need to sweep the Rams. I hate those fools. I would go a long way to win in the division if you could sweep the Rams, Seahawks Rain. It certainly would. You'd have the tiebreaker, and yeah, you probably win the division if you could sweep them. D-Nugget coming in with a $2 donation. Thank you, D-Nugget. You are always awesome with the donos. I appreciate it. I do. Truth as I know, it says, you called it on Eskridge being made of gingerbread. Dude not only was concussed, but was also knocked out. I'm ready to cut bait when it's feasible. It's not going to be feasible for a while. In the front office, look, you're still sitting with LJ Collier on the roster, who was inactive this week, specifically at this point only because of his first-round status and only because it would cost more money to get rid of him. Likewise, with Eskridge, you're just not going to see necessarily a move on. I was encouraged, truth as I know it, by what I saw from Eskridge in the little bit of time that I saw him. But to your point, the injury thing was a thing that I pointed to when he was drafted. It's a thing that I pointed to a couple times already because this showed up in college with him. And when it shows up in college, there's a good chance it's probably going to show up in the pros as well. And already we've gotten him bit with the toe, not good. And now the concussion as well, not good. It's something we got to monitor further. I'm not putting him into an injury-prone state as far as the labeling goes as of yet. But it's going to be an interesting thing to monitor with him. Oh, Lorraine Jensen says, Wentz plays the Rams. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. Well, yeah, he's okay. So the Rams got to go in there. I think they're going to give him a tough game. They're giving him a tough game because the Colts are going to take away, I think, a lot of the big play stuff because they're not going to double up on a guy on the Rams receiver core like they did with DK in this game. They'll stick to their cover two principles a little bit more, and they're going to ask, I think, Stafford to be a little bit more patient in this particular game. That'd be my guess. John Paul Bacon says the Colts are going to hate playing the NFC West after this season. It'll be interesting to see if the AFC North, John, ends up going 0 and basically 0 for 4 across the board, right? They all basically add 4 losses to their final record that specifically comes from the NFC West. It'll be interesting to see if we end up coming out to. So you got 4 games in there against each 4 times, so 16 games total. So my bold prediction is that the NFC West ends up going 15-1. No, we'll go. That's 2. That's overstated. We'll go 13-3 against the AFC North this year. That's my bold prediction for you guys. 13-3. Write it down. Randall McDaniel says, "How do you think Blair played? Was it all at nickel cornerback? Did we do anything exotic?" Wasn't blown away by how Blair played. I think he did give up a completion in this game. Didn't play a ton. Ugogo got, I think, a few more snaps than him. Didn't do anything to really show out at the position, Randall. He was one of our lowest rated defenders in this game. The kind of common point I've gone to a couple times on this telecast with this is that as it's scrolling down right below my face here for you guys to see is if you look at the 3 lowest rated defenders in this football game for us, it's Cody Barton, Marquise Blair, and Poona Ford. And is it any coincidence that your 3 lowest rated players, probably all 3 of them were playing out of what would be their strongest position? I think Cody Barton's best position is middle linebacker. I think Poona Ford's best position is probably going to be 1 tech, and Marquise Blair's best position is going to be strong safety. So they just didn't do anything exotic with him either, Randall. Nope. Watched the game twice, and there was no exotic Blair usage. Tony Gallagher says, today's my birthday. Go Hawks. Tony, happy birthday to you. It's a good birthday week for you when it's a winning week, and then is that at that. So happy birthday, and hope you have a really good one, man. Thank you for checking out my channel on your birthday. You're awesome, brother. Chase, do the Titans have a good pass rush this year? No. They've got some dangerous guys. Jeffrey Simmons is a guy that I thought was a steal a couple of years ago that they were able to get, who tore his ACL in college at the end of the last year in college, but was a real freaky kind of guy. She was a first-round talent they got in the second round, and he's really come along for them. He's a good player for them from the defensive tackle position. Harold Landry's a guy who's been fighting some injury problems off and on the field over the last couple of years, but he got a sack this last week on Kyler. He's a guy that can also give you some of that same. He's a very similar player actually to a Darrell Taylor. They've got some very similar elements in both of their 2 games. So he's a guy a little bit like that. Bud Dupree's a guy that was their big free agent signing this offseason, as they've tried the last couple of years to really reinvigorate that pass rush around Simmons and Landry. He was the guy being brought in to do that. He gave them no pass rush in last week's game against the Cardinals. I mean, it was nothing. There was nothing he gave them. Not even a one pressure. So if you can stop Jeffrey Simmons and if you can stop Harold Landry, you've pretty much stopped the totality of the Tennessee Titans pass rush. Michael Simon, so is Pete Tony. Yeah, Tony, are you Pete? We got Pete Carroll in the house? Randall says, with DK gathering so much attention, do you anticipate us moving him around and building in touches? Well, yeah, Randall, take a look at the touchdown catch that he made. On the touchdown catch at the end of the game, he's lined up in the slot on that play. He's lined up in the slot. So you've moved him at that point in the slot, which is, if you're going to try to double a slot defender or a slot receiver, I would actually argue, Randall, it's harder to double team slot guys than it is to double guys on the outside, where you can, it's a little easier to bracket to the outside. Whereas when you got him to the inside, they got so many of those two-way go routes. There's not a sideline for a cornerback to kind of force the receiver to, in his leverage. You can't do that with the slot guys. So you have to play a little more legitimate man coverage over the top. And he just ate him up on that post route. Beautiful throw by Russ. I mean, he threw that in with that thing was whistling smoke. But a great catch by DK to catch it out away from his body as well. A guy that gets dinged a little bit for his hands. But yeah, Randall, they're going to absolutely do more, I think, of that type of stuff. Wheeler, okay, Brandon, here's the stats. Edmonds played 40 snaps. Connor played 34. Both had 16 touches. All right, let's look at this. But my contention on it was not that. So my contention on this was that Connor got more carries. That was what I was saying. So they did use Chase Edmonds in the pass game, but this was all in reference to how well they ran the ball in this particular game. So if we look at the stats as far as who got the more rushes, so Chase got 12 for 63 yards, and James Conner got 16 for 53. And Chase did a little bit more with his rush yardage, which was a little bit later on in the game when the Tennessee Titans defense was starting to roll over and show their belly. Conner got those carries early on when the Titans defense was still fighting, but they were trying to work Conner a little bit more, in my opinion. Now, Edmonds is a guy they use out of the backfield, though, a lot, so that's true as well. Sherman's, no, what I meant was that Taylor could be on the level of Frank Clark, but with a quick first step. I'm sorry, Sherman's, I misunderstood on that. Yeah, he could be. He absolutely could be. Frank Clark, let's kind of be a little honest with this to a degree on this, with Frank Clark. Frank Clark was a volume rusher to get his snaps. He wasn't necessarily an efficient rusher, and he would be a guy that would feast on the lesser competition and then be a little more inconsistent over the course of games. He gave us a final great year here. He was pretty productive overall as a pass rusher, but I do think that Taylor's got a higher upside as a pass rusher than Frank did, and frankly, a higher upside even as a run defender, where Frank was a guy who was a good, really upper-level run defender in college at Michigan, but then when he lost that weight, lost a lot of his ability to then set the edge in the run game, and oftentimes would be targeted by offenses in that respect, and has been targeted quite often with Kansas City since he signed with them. Sebastian Heineman says, we need cornerback help. Sebastian, you're not alone. There are many out there that believe so as well, and as I was speaking about just moments ago, you got your Shermans, you've got your Gilmores, you've got your potential for other guys to be available further downwind if you need to go and take a look at guys. We're going to be competing with the 49ers, chances are. So there's some teams that'll be a little more cornerback needed as well, maybe in on this. But I'd expect we're going to be able to find a solution if this proves as bad as some of you guys are believing this is going to be. Chase Assam says, DK or Lockett against Titans and thoughts on Swain. I think DK probably ends up having a pretty big game against the Titans. I don't know if they do as much doubling as the Colts did with Lockett gouging the Colts like he did. That doesn't look like a ready-made solution for teams necessarily, I would think, given that. So I'll make a bold prediction to say DK gets a little bit more. Freddie Swain's a guy that I think there's those in the fan base who really, really like him. I'm kind of meh on the guy. To me, he's just another guy at the wide receiver position. I don't think he gives you a whole hell of a lot. I haven't seen a whole hell of a lot out of him. We've got him for 17 games now, and it's he's got a handful of catches and not a lot else. He doesn't look very dynamic as a punt returner. He looks like a guy who's like, well, we know he'll catch it. It looks like about what we can see from him as far as a punt returner goes. So, Chase, it's one of the reasons I would like to upgrade the wide receiver position. It's why I'm not comfortable with what we've got as far as our depth there. I think we need another talent beyond what Freddie Swain gives you. I'm okay with him as a 5th wide receiver on this roster. I'm not okay with him as a 4th wide receiver on this roster. Tom Eden says, do you think Sidney Jones is just a depth guy, or is he actually capable of competing for starts? Tom Eden, he's capable of competing for starts. He's dealing with a groin injury right now on the injury report this week. That's going to probably be indicative of something that's going to take a little bit of time for him to recover from. So he will compete once he's able to recover. He is learning a new scheme here on the fly. He's learning this team on the fly. That's going to take a little bit of time before you're going to be ready to get up on the football field. But I would think at some point this season he does push Flowers and or Reed. Seahawks Gaming says, what's up with Seattle and the Raiders stealing each other's players? They take KJ, we take their linebacker, then they take Jordan Simmons. It's a great question, Seahawks Gaming. What you've got right now with the Oakland Raiders this offseason is that they've transitioned to the Seattle Seahawks defense with Gus Bradley. Now, Gus does run the defense a little bit differently, but he does use basically mostly he is the ways of the coaching carol. He's the wilding way of the carol. So he's going to use that. Bringing KJ in and his veteran presence on that linebacker core is going to be something that appeals to Gus with his familiarity with KJ Wright. When you look at their linebacker as well, this works on the flip side as well, right, Seahawks Gaming? So if they have a linebacker on their roster right now, it's probably a linebacker who fits to our defense. And so he made available, that's going to appeal to us, especially when our linebacker core is pretty thin right now. When you look at Jordan Simmons, this is a little of a different connection. This is actually related to Tom Cable. Tom Cable is currently the offensive line coach with the Las Vegas Raiders, and so he has familiarity with Jordan Simmons going back from his time when he was here with Seattle. So he probably told Gruden that this kid can get it done if we need to bring him in and give him some snaps. Miller Light says, tighten up, Miller Light. I would say best of luck to you guys, but I can't say that. Seahawks Gaming, I want to see how the Rams stop their own offense when we play them. It will be weird to watch them. It's like fighting themselves. It's like fighting a clone of themselves. We finally have overcome McVay. We nearly needed to clone him, but now the plan is complete. Yes. Cowboys are number 1. 2 really tough games to start the season for Seattle. I've been very excited about Indy and Tennessee going into the season. Good luck, y'all. I think Dallas goes 0-2 versus Bolts at the Hawks Nest. Cowboys are number 1. I got to say, man, I feel bad for you. I always feel bad for a team that can see its season collapsing for things that are outside their control. It's one thing when you make a mistake personnel-wise, or when you don't do enough in an offseason, or when you don't have a team that you've put up well enough to go out there and compete. It's quite another when you start to suffer injuries across the board, or you have the vid situation, which is specifically for some reason struck your team specifically a little harder than anybody else this season. I don't know why. But the DeMarcus Lawrence broken foot thing is just a killer. You needed him. He is really where your defense sort of begins from, and everything operates out of that point, in my opinion. And to lose that now for a substantial amount of time, with La'el Collins on the suspension, with Martin kind of being out a little bit here, I think it's going to be a rough one for you guys this week. Michael Gallup's, I think, on the IR for 4 weeks with an issue. Might be tough. The good news is with your division, at least there's no real like front runner that's going to just get out of front. Washington lost this opening week. Philadelphia, I think, is going to come down to earth eventually, and the Giants are that's the worst in the division is the Giants. Miller Light, hashtag tighten up. Miller Light says, O-line looked like S this past week. Taylor Lewan was falling every drive. Tannehill seemed like he wasn't in the game. Everyone was just off. Not this week, though. Fresh start this week. I love the confidence, Miller Light. And a stat that I've been commonly referencing here during this live stream for you Titan fans to give you guys some hope in this one is that in the era of Mike Vrabel as your head coach, you guys have had double-digit losses 7 times. And in those 7 times, the very next week, every single time you've won. So hopefully it will now be 7-1, but maybe that gives you a little bit of hope. And Miller Lite, I think Taylor Lewan is not fully back from his torn ACL. I think he's back in the respect he can play on the football field, but he does not have that explosiveness. He was never a real athletic guy at the left tackle position. He was always going to be the technician in how he got it done, but he relied on at least a little bit of a base level of athleticism there that seems to be robbed from him a little bit right now. But yeah, the offensive line didn't look good last week. That is for sure. And I don't blame Tannehill as much on that Miller Lite when you have a quarterback under that much duress. He did what he could. He had a couple times early in the game where the receivers dropped a few passes. I don't push as much of that back on Tannehill in that game. You don't establish a running game, your receivers are dropping passes, and your offensive line can't pass protect. It's very hard to look good in that type of situation. Randall, if Detroit beats Green Bay, all hell will break loose. Stop getting me excited, Randall. Stop getting me excited. Randall McDowell says, Mike Vrabel versus Dan Campbell in a brawl. Who you got? Oh. Ooh. Vrabes has just got that edge to it. And Campbell's got the tough guy stuff to him, but some of Campbell's stuff feels puffing up a bit. Where Vrabel seems like the tough as nails former linebacker, who just he's going to get the job done if he has to do it with his teeth. And where Campbell's not far off on the grittiness scale of things, but I'm probably going to give it to Vrabel because he'll cheat, he'll kick Campbell in the balls. I could see him doing something like that. Lance Graham says, hi, how you doing, Lance? Good to see you on in here. Tom Eden says, I think Vrabel would be a better fighter, but I think Campbell would play dirty, like taking knees out and some real low blows, scrappy, hard to knock out. He is, and I think he'd have a little bit of a size advantage, at least over the top of Vrabel. But Vrabel's just built like a brick, house. I think he would he'd take him to the ground and maybe jiu-jitsu him eventually, just wrestle him down and just start landing blows from the top. I don't know why I thought Vrabel would be the guy more likely to do the dirty thing, but you're probably right. Campbell with his chewing kneecaps is probably the more likely of the dirtier guy. Nas, why don't we ever see DK use a shock release where he just pushes a guy on his hind end off the line? Because not too many teams, to usually do a shock release, you need a guy who's going to be trying to press you. If you have a guy who's going to be back on his heels and already going into his back pedal or will be our kick step for us, then doing a shock release isn't going to do much because you're just pushing him faster into giving him momentum to get up to speed. You want a guy who's going to try to be pressing you right at that line of scrimmage to do that shock release. David Casey, Portland tapped in. Good to have Portland in the house, David. Good to see you. A lot of great new faces in here. I'm loving it. Tommy says, congrats to John Radigan. Cool story. He had a really nice tackle on special teams, I think it was last week. He did indeed. Made a nice play, came flying up, made a nice little hit. And props to John Radigan. I did not see this guy getting on the active roster when I saw his college tape as an undrafted rookie free agent here coming out of Army. But he really showed out in that final preseason game. I mean, he was, I think, the highest rated player by Pro Football Focus in our final preseason game. Looked just phenomenal. And he's going to get a chance out there on special teams to fly around and do some things. So good on him. Lance says, I like how the announcers were talking about the Super Bowl one weekend. Yeah, nice. Yeah, they like their hot takes. Very true. Very true, Lance. Randall says, I remember Vrabel on Hard Knocks with Houston. He was a lively guy, to say the least. Yeah, he's got that fire to him, man. I don't know. He's got that bit of that extra edge to him. I think that would give him the edge over the Campbell. But they'd be both bloody and broken by the end of it, no doubt about it. Randall says, our game is on CBS. I think we're getting Romo. We should. That'd be awesome if we did. I like Romo. I don't love him, but he's all right. I like him. D Nugget is in favor of the DK Meowcalf. I love it, DK. I like it too. Meowcalf's got a nice ring to it. Lance Graham says, how many rushing yards does Derrick Henry get? 83 rushing yards in this game, Lance, on 22 carries. How do you like that? How do you like that for a specific prediction? Slapman305. You think there's a chance Eskridge will play this week? No chance, Slapman. The key is always on these guys. If they get to concussion protocol specifically, they got to get to the Wednesday practice. If they don't get to the Wednesday practice, then you better be a superstar level dude. You better be a DK level dude. You better be a Russell Wilson level dude. You better be a Bobby Wagner level dude. Eskridge is not established quite to that point. if I'm laying money down, it's 99% towards Penny Hart taking over for him this week, taking over those duties. Sean Harker says, no, we get Catalan and James Lofton. Oh. I didn't know James Lofton was even doing that. Why have I not heard any James Lofton games? Sean says, I don't think we've ever had a Romo game yet. Yeah, I don't think we have either. They never give us that Romo game. Maybe he just has so many bad memories with Seattle and the fumbles and the losses. And, that's just one team I can't do. I can't even look at him. Too much PTSD going on. Sean Harker, don't you think even if the defense isn't great, if Russell plays up to his potential the whole way, we should be in the Super Bowl? Well, Sean, I am one of those folks, and I got ribbed quite a bit for it, who in my prediction show put our Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl and having won the Super Bowl. So when you ask that kind of question, you've heard of preaching to the choir. Well, you're preaching to the Super Bowl predictor here. I've already laid down the gamut that I believe that this season is a Super Bowl prediction. I was asked a couple times in my comment section after making that prediction, was this just for the clicks? Is this just for the memes? Is just no, it's not. I didn't necessarily believe I made a Super Bowl prediction last year. I can't remember back 2 years ago, but I would doubt I made it 2 years ago. So I'm making it this year for a couple of different reasons. I'm making it because I don't think that the schedule is as tough as it's been in recent years when it all plays out this year. I'm making it because I think that there's a sense of urgency that hasn't existed with this ball club before that exists now like never before, specifically the Russell Wilson situation. I'm making it because you're, for the first time in 10 years, bringing on a new offense, and you're taking your offense out of 1987 and you're taking it to 2021. That's a big leap. That's a big-time leap. And I'm doing it for the final reason of that you've stacked the best football team that you've stacked in 5 and 6 years from a talent standpoint, from a productive level standpoint, than you've done in 5 or 6 years. And being that you've been a playoff team up until that point, that to me is an indicator that you can get beyond that with an even better football club. Especially a football club that isn't the most injured football club in the league like in 2019, or the 5th most like 2020. What if we could be just top 15 in injuries this year? How much even more better can you be on top of that? And it's very unlikely that you're going to have 3 years in a row of being a top 5 injured team in the NFL. Without looking at the stats and completely talking out my ass, that never happens in the NFL. D-Nugget says, NFL is any given Sunday. All teams are a threat. You better believe it, D-Nugget. You better believe it. The truth is, I know it says I was looking for a webcam girl website, and look who showed it up. Kismet. D-Nugget says, I donate because you always give shout-outs. You demand. You demand, D-Nugget. I appreciate it. Sean Harker, Bud Dupree owes most of his contract to TJ Watt. He's the reason Bud got paid. I agree, Sean. I've never been a big Bud Dupree guy, and that's why I was calling him earlier, Sean, the Jaron Reed of outside linebackers in the NFL. He's not going to generate any pressure on his own, but if you generate pressure and bring a quarterback into his his living room, he'll get the sack. That's basically been what he's been up until this point. But even this last week's game and watching the Titans, he couldn't do that. He just had a hard time of just like going from full speed to a stop. It was almost like that knee sort of like, I can't quite stop that fast yet. Can't quite stop that fast yet. It's kind of like you could feel his feet doing that every time he wanted to come to a stop or change direction. HB, do you think we'll have some secret plays for the playoffs, or will we reveal everything during the regular season? That's been our problem the last few years, showing everything during the season. Well, I don't know if it's... I'll agree with you on a general terms in that, yeah, you had nothing to show in the playoffs that was different than what you'd have during the regular season. I don't think that there's really any teams in the NFL that hold things off for the playoffs, especially. Like, we're going to get in the playoffs, we're going to be so dominant, we can hold these really effective plays in our back pocket, and we'll just wait to use them. I think that what really comes down to in the playoffs is an ability to adjust. And this is more of what I would harp on with this HB, is that you didn't have a big ability to adjust against teams. And you showed a methodology for attacking throughout the course of the season, throughout the course of the last few seasons, that has been very one note. We're going to run the ball. We're going to slam the ball up the middle. We're going to hammer up the middle. We're going to try to tire you out. We're going to wear you down. Meanwhile, we're also going to punt away possessions when we do that, because we're not trying to maximize every possession at the forefront. We're just sort of trying to tire you down and minimize our mistakes, shorten the football game, protect our defense. Well, then you would take your deep shots over the top. That was a very simplistic method for attacking, and one that it's not a surprise that teams were able to adjust to and find a fairly simple adjustment at that, being the cover two defense, which gave our offense last year all sorts of fits once teams started to do it. We didn't have an adjustment for that. Well, this year, as I've talked about on the stream, your offense is built for adjustments. It's built in its base offensive designs. Your old offense under the Schottenheimer mold or under the old Carroll mold of this last 10 years has been wear down defenses, and when those defenses come up to play the run, hit them over the top with big passes. Get those chunk plays. And it's really been simply just that, because at the end of the day, you have a defensive-minded head coach who's always going to be more enraptured by what he has going on the defensive side of the ball than what he has on the offensive side of the ball. And he's always going to want to lean towards, you guys just make do, don't muck it up, don't turn the ball over, let me have my defense and do what I need to do defensively. And so that's the change this year. That's the part to gravitate towards, is you have an offense now that if they take away the deep stuff, we'll hit them with the short stuff. You take away the short stuff, we'll hit you deep or intermediate. If you blitz heavy and you bring stacked fronts like we saw last year a lot, and we'd have no answer for the stacked fronts. Well, one of the biggest killers of a stacked front, a blitz heavy approach, is the screen game, which you saw a lot of in this, even just this last game against the Colts, who didn't even themselves bring necessarily a ton of blitzes. So you're going to be able to adjust to what the defense does, HB. That's the biggest thing here. It's built into this offense. You're not going to have 30 different formations you bring to a football game. You're going to bring like 7. But you're going to do them all really well, and you're going to be able to do every little wrinkle off every one of those 7 formations that you run out in a given football game. And that's what makes you harder to deal with in the playoffs, because defenses can't lean a certain direction. Every defense wants to lean a direction. The Seahawks and their defense want to lean in the direction of protecting against the deep ball. Well, what does that mean? You're going to give up short stuff, aren't you? You're going to give up maybe sometimes some intermediate stuff at that point, to make sure you're not giving up the deeper stuff. And that's what we see within our defense. Every defense has to choose a lane of where they're going to be weak on a given play. And so you just attack the weakness. It's smart football. It's smart offensive football. And it seems very straightforward, but it's not how every coordinator goes about it. It's not how every defense goes about it. Specifically us recently. Tommy says, got to sign off. Golf tournament this weekend, so I will miss the game. Go Hawks. Oh, well, go Hawks, Tommy. I will give you the full breakdown after it's over with. You better believe it. Green Kid, do you think we bring back Josh Gordon now that Eskridge is out? I certainly think Seattle's going to be on the phone to Josh Gordon, and they're going to be interested to bring him onto the team. He wouldn't cost a lot of money. That's going to appeal to Schneider. They don't have to give up any draft capital to get him. That will also appeal to our general manager. But does Josh Gordon want to come to a team that is stacked up with 3 wide receivers? Because while Eskridge is out, he's probably not going to be out 5, 6, 7 weeks with a concussion issue. It probably will be a 2-weeker injury. So does Josh want to go out and be the 4th man on the totem pole as far as the snap counts go on a team that wants to be a very balanced football team and somewhat limit the pass attempts as it is? I don't know that he's going to. But if he's open to it, then I'm sure the Seahawks would be open to bringing him back. And he certainly loves Seattle. He certainly has an affinity for the team. There does seem to be mutual interest. But in doing my research, Green Kid, for this show just prior to, I saw no stories or any background info indicating that he would be coming to Seattle. Signing with Seattle, I should say. He might be already here. Hunter, do you play fantasy football? Hunter, I don't play fantasy football, but that's just because I do the channel. So this channel is a 24/7 gig for me when the season comes up, as far as working on stuff in the background and just constantly on it. I just don't have the time to sit there and do the in-depth stuff you got to do with fantasy. I've literally run out of hours in every single one of my days. I'm literally like, man, I could use another 2 or 3 hours to get this done or that done. So I don't, but I've used to, and I certainly can give fantasy advice. So I'm aware of the players around the league. If you got a question, I'll be happy to answer it. TJ, there's some things our offense did good, but would have been better if they mixed the roles on some players. I'm going to make a video on it on my first video. It's a great video, TJ. That's a great video idea. And yeah, there's still a lot more meat on the bone that this offense left for the future. This was by no means a perfect offensive performance. I wouldn't have expected a perfect offensive performance, though. This is the first game with a new offensive coordinator who had never called plays prior to ever coming into this football game. Russell Wilson taking on the first real new offense of his entire career. Because even when Schottenheimer came in, Schottenheimer inherited 70% of his playbook from Coach Carroll. He can only keep 30% of what he wanted to bring into the flow on this. So there's never really truly been a new offensive scheme to learn. Yet they hit the ground pretty close to as fast as you can say running as you get. That's as close as you get to hitting the ground running with a brand new offense as I've ever seen. And it was a beautiful thing to see. Jay says, hit that like button and subscribe. Also, go check out Manscaped. Best thing I have ever owned. Oh, thank you for mentioning that. I'm going to run my ad here for you guys on that. Take care of your balls, folks. Come on, guys. Your women will thank you. Your balls will thank you. This thing right here, I've been using it. It's been awesome. Not this one. This is my television copy one. This is my showpiece here. But this is the Lawnmower 4.0. You got a light. You can look in depth here. Look at this thing. It's beautiful. You're not going to get cut. It's going to trim it up perfectly nice. You want to put a little shape in there, want to put a little Seahawks shape into your junk, you can do so. And if you use my code, NEST at manscaped.com, guess what? You get 20% off, and not just that, free shipping. So go on over there to manscaped.com and use that code NEST. And also, do hit the like button if you could for me. Even if you're listening to this on replay, it helps the channel out by you hitting the like button. It's a boon to this channel. It helps me show up on other Seahawks fans that are looking for good Seahawks content. Cowboy R, the number one. Thank you, sir. Great show at the Hawks Nest. Well, thank you, Cowboys RN. And I hope you guys get a good true chance at it this year. I want to see you guys have it. If you guys fail out, the Cowboys are going to fail out this year. Let them fail out because the new defense doesn't have enough bullets in the gun to get it done. Or because the offensive line's not rounding out fast enough to protect Dak enough to get the job done or run the ball consistently. I want to see those type of things. Not you guys are going down to injury time and time again. We're coming off a team that was, as I was saying in 2019, the most injured team in the NFL. And then last year we were the 5th most injured team in the NFL. It is frustrating to be down men like that, to know that you have a better team in theory that could be out there. Injuries always happen, but when they get to the point of being decimating, that's where it gets really frustrating as a fan and just completely outside of the control of the team, unfortunately. But I appreciate that, Cowboys. Thank you. Nathaniel, good to see you on in the chat. We're doing great in here. Barry Sotoro, my member on the channel, thank you for coming on in with a $5 donation as well. You are very kind, Barry, and I do appreciate it. Says, what's the difference between the Cheetah package and the NASCAR package? Go Hawks. Well, Barry, there does not appear to be any difference whatsoever between these two packages. I do not know why, but it does appear that the coaching staff has changed the NASCAR name, the NASCAR moniker, to the Cheetah package. Maybe the Cheetah sounds sexier, you know? It does bring to mind like leopard print, I guess, or something. Cheetah print, whatever. Yeah, that's the only reason that they've done. They both are meaning the same thing, which of course with the Cheetah package, the NASCAR package, whatever you want to call it. And for you folks out there that maybe my Titan fans out there or other fans that aren't aware of this, you have your early downs. If you're the Seattle Seahawks, we run out 2 big fat one techs on early downs to pair with 2 run stuffing defensive ends. If we think you're going to be running the ball, that's what you're going to get. Now, if we think you're going to be passing the ball, if you go to 3 wide receiver sets or 4 wide receiver sets, there's a good chance you're going to see our Cheetah package. And what we do is the big key there is we flip out our 2 big fat one techs, our 350-pound man-childs, and flip them on out, and we put in a 2-3 techs instead. 2 sub-300-pound guys who can pass rush and be quick and fast from that inside. Then what we do is we usually line them out a little wider too, by the way. So we'll usually take those 2 tackles and we'll kind of get them outside the shoulders there on the guards, especially over to the blind side where you'll sometimes see those 2. You'll see that defensive end and that defensive tackle, the 3 tech there, right next to each other's shoulders, so they can run an easier game on the slants and whatnot. But for all intents and purposes, Barry, there is no true difference between those 2 packages. They are entirely the same. Coach Carroll's just messing with us a little bit. Sean Harker, Pete is going to go down as one of the greatest football coaches ever. Top 15 ever. He drives me crazy, but we forget how lucky we have been to have him and Holmgren. So cool. Great point, Sean, and I'm really glad you said that because I defend Pete a lot here, as well as I beat on Pete. You know, it's both him and Russ. It's a place of with Russ and Pete. Their supporters and their ardent supporters are ones who say never question him. He's been this, he's been that. How dare you? How would you like the 1980s again? And same thing said with Russell. Would you want Dave Craig again? You want Jim Zorn again? You want Kelly Stauffer again? So it gets very hard to get to a nuanced discussion with these 2 guys in both appreciating their greatness and mentioning where, man, if we could see a little bit better over here, that'd be nicer. But with all that said, to your given point here, Coach Carroll is going to go down as a top 15 coach ever. The success that he had on the college level and dominating college football for a good few years there, and then to go into the NFL level and to be as good consistently as a winner as he's been, to get to a couple Super Bowls, say nothing of whatever he might attain in future success. I don't think there's a lot of coaches in the sport that have pulled that off and have been able to do something anywhere near close to what he's accomplished. A fantastic coach. And not only that, he's done it his own particular way. I was thinking about this a little bit today, Sean, and when you look at Pete, when he got kicked out of the NFL the first time, when he lost that job the second time, and he wasn't allowed to do it his way, he refined his process down. He really got down to a distilled point of, what am I about? Who do I want to be? How do I want to run my team? How do I want to put my team together? I don't think all the coaches get down to the detail of how he got down to the way he wanted to change to how he wanted to run it, to how he wanted to build a program in USC, and then from there, how he wanted to build a program in Seattle. He really got a distinct vision that he put into play that, frankly, looks all that much more impressive when you look at a guy like Urban Meyer feeling his way through the dark without a flashlight light right now, a guy with similar college success, or a guy like Nick Saban, who came to Miami and did a similar thing to what we're seeing with Urban Meyer there in Jacksonville right now. I got a lot of appreciation for Pete into how it could have gone wrong if he had been more in their lane of things. But he had really thought the process through, I think, and that's part of why he's had such great success here. He had a real plan that he mapped out ahead of time. And Holmgren, I love Holmgren. Great coach, a guy that established the winning culture here in the way that he did, and the winning culture in being a division contending team year in and year out. A guy who's he can construct an offense like nobody else. And there was a part of me that always wondered with this offseason a bit, Sean, of if there was any chance we could find a way to finagle Mike, who lives locally in the Seattle area, to come and become the offensive coordinator for Wilson, and what that might have done as well. It's just an interesting potential. But I love Waldron, so I'm perfectly happy with him too. Marcelo, how are you feeling about center? I thought Fuller did better than expected, but I still don't trust him. Plus, Posick won't help. Plus, Austin Ryder is on the market. Thanks for the great show. Thank you, Marcelo. I appreciate that. I agree with you. Fuller did do better than Posick by a large degree. Ryder is still on the market. I don't know that he provides you a really monstrous upgrade over what you have in Fuller right now. Marcelo, I'd prefer to go bigger. I prefer, if I'm going to enter the market, to not do a half measure, but to do a full measure. And Austin Ryder would be a half measure. We need an upgrade. And we may have to wait a little bit, I think, Marcelo, for that upgrade to come from somewhere else. I don't know exactly where, but I have to think that somewhere around the trade deadline, there will be a better option than Austin Ryder. I just have to think that. Usually there is. You might have to give up a lot of assets to get it done. Somebody was mentioning Frank Ragnow of the Detroit Lions with a great suggestion, Jadon. You're gonna have to take a big swing to get it done, but I'd rather a big swing there than some light, let's just lay some good contact on the ball and try to get a single in the hole. Truth as I know it says, if the NFL doesn't test for drugs Gordon can't stop taking, then we should definitely sign him. For sure, man. For sure. Wheeler says there are no turds on the Lions or the Titans. No, there aren't. Nathaniel went ahead and dropped a like. Thank you, Nathaniel, for dropping that like. Go Hawks says, I always predict us to win the Super Bowl. Well, go Hawks, look, I can't knock it. And I'll own the fact that probably in my Super Bowl prediction, there's some homer built in that. There's some bias built into that. I'll always own there's going to be some bias. It's a Seahawks channel. I'd be, it'd be dumb if I didn't have a little bit of bias from moment to moment. I try to be as level-headed as I can, but I had a lot of specific reason why I thought this year above all else. And I won't always on this channel be making the prediction of seeing the Seahawks in that Super Bowl level of things. I'm making it specifically for this year. And if I look right, it's going to be awesome on so many levels. Ethan Chamberlain is feeling super confident right now. I can feel the confidence with his comment. He says, we're about to smack these dudes. Okay? We're about to smack them upside their head. 38-10 Hawks. Choke it, Titans. That's confidence, Ethan. I love it. Boy, can you imagine in a 4 or 5 year span where we've had probably 4 or 5 real comfortable wins over a 4 or 5 year span, and now in back-to-back games to start the year out, we walk away with 2 comfortable wins. This chat's going to be riding so high, I don't think I'm going to be able to pull down expectations at all. There's not going to be a level-headed Brandon over here able to bring you guys down. I know you guys are going to be on cloud 9 And maybe rightfully so, for that reason alone, but I'll take a nice, good beat down. I'll tell you, it was nice. Fourth quarter, being comfortably in the lead for once, just sitting there, just relaxing on my couch, eating a little bit of food. I was okay with that. I'm okay with those kind of wins. I don't need the heart attack Hawks. Sean Harker says, we could get lit up this week. We played terrible wide receivers last week, different animal this week, and their offensive line will play better. This team is well coached and will bounce back. Should be a tight game. I am predicting a tight game, Sean. I've got it as 21-27, 24-27, something in that realm of things. I see it being a little bit tighter for the reasons that you said, them bouncing back, them not playing as bad, their receivers being a little bit of a tougher matchup. I will say that it wasn't like the Cardinals had a lot of corners out on the outside to deal with those receivers, but they did pretty well against them as well. Still, I agree with you. 100% I agree with you. Sean says our cornerback group could get exposed this week. This is going to be as big a test as they're going to get throughout this year, as far as having two really high-end quality guys on both sides of the field. You can't just lock in on one. So you're right. Ethan says their offensive line is trash. Our defensive line is going to eat. Did you see what Budda Baker did to Taylor Lewan? Budda weighs 190 pounds. That is the one part I'll say with you on Sean, is that the go without saying that the Titans' offensive line will bounce back is maybe a tiny bit of a stretch. And you have to look at it from the construction of the offensive line. Roger Saffold's a run blocker first. He gets into pass protection mode. He's kind of a negative as far as a pass protector goes. Ben Jones is a little bit in the similar vein at the center position. When you look at the tackles, they've lost a couple of right tackles over the last couple of years. They draft Dylan Radins. He's not ready to go yet as far as being a starter. They're kind of holding on to their right tackle at this moment. They don't have an uber talented guy over there. And Lewan, he's not back from that ACL. He is not back. He's technically there. He's technically able to get on the football field, but when you watch him as far as coming out of his stance and getting to a spot in pass protection, he could not handle Chandler Jones's speed. He could not meet him out on the edge at times. He was just getting smoked off the ball. And again, he was coming in and out of that game. He didn't just stay in the game. They had the backup come in a couple times. Hunter says, who should I start this week? Tannehill or Winston against Carolina? It's a good question. I'm thinking it through, Hunter, so I'm thinking it through, buddy. Carolina's got a. I'm gonna go with Winston on that, Hunter. I'm gonna go with Winston. I think too, New Orleans is playing at home in that game, so you got Tannehill going on the road, Winston playing at home, Winston coming off that hot start. Or no, not they are on the road, maybe a little bit there, but I'm gonna go with Winston. I think Winston gets you more points, even if he throws an interception or two. He's good for 350, whereas Tannehill could end up with 25 attempts in this game. Complete 16 of them, throw for 190 yards. They could still win at that point, but just not give you anything fantasy-wise. TJ says, every year we have at least one guy in the draft that balls out. Who is it this year? Well, usually, though, TJ, we have our full complement of picks coming out the draft. We only had 3 this year, and right now Trey Brown, one of them is injured with a knee injury. Eskridge, but that's just because I don't think that you're going to see a Stone Forsythe on the football field unless you have an injury to Dwayne Brown, which I'm not going to anticipate, whereas D. Eskridge is going to get some play. Does he play balls out? Maybe. I think he'll be good as that fly sweep guy, good as that bubble screen guy, good as that gadget receiver type guy. We'll have to see if he's got more to add. Nathaniel says injuries are not out of our control. Just got to fire Ivan. That's right, Nathaniel. Ivan, our trainer, who's caused injuries in recent years. He's in the crosshairs right now, Nathaniel. I'm watching him this year. I got a keen eye on him. It's 2 eyes right here on him. 2 eyes on you, Ivan. Yeah, I'm watching you. I know you're watching. Wheeler, Brandon, how am I supposed to make a Seahawks shape in my junk if it doesn't make nicks and cuts? You use coloring later on, man. That's the key. You color it in later on. Everyone knows that. You got to use post color after you do the Seahawks logo. If you're not using a little blue with an outline of some neon green around that, right at the top end of the junk, then, you're doing something wrong at that point, okay? You're doing something wrong. You could be exciting females a whole lot more. That's all I'm saying. Sean, quarterback is the difference. If we get good cornerback play, we will be tough to beat. Studs everywhere else. Agreed. I do think, Sean, though, as I've mentioned a few times with this, Sean, I do think a little bit of your cornerback play is going to be derived from how well your defensive line plays, specifically how well your line gets pressure. I don't think that the cornerbacks played necessarily out of their mind great for the Arizona Cardinals in this last game. I think that they generated such quick pressure so consistently, and they made Tannehill feel so uncomfortable in that pocket. He couldn't just sit back there and just lace the ball all around the football field wherever he wanted to. And that was really more of the key. And they overcome a little bit of their own averageness at corner play. They lost Patrick Peterson this offseason. They've got Malcolm Butler retiring on the 25th hour just before the start of the year. But with average cornerback play, they were able to dominate that offense because that front four was able to get the pressure. Marcel, if this uploaded somewhere else, I work in a warehouse as a side thing as a college student, and I would love to listen to the complete live stream at work at the Hawks Nest. I'm trying to get a different site to upload this. I do also upload the audio version of this, Marcel, on my Apple podcast. So if you guys aren't able to get onto YouTube and you're just looking, I'm also on the Apple podcast, down the line, Spotify, all those things. I post every episode that we do on the live stream of this over to there. So you can get also a copy on that side of things if you're looking for it. Do make sure if you guys do go into my Apple podcast though to leave a review. I need some more reviews over there. We got like 10 5-star reviews. I could use a few more over there though. Fill it out just a little bit more. Sean says he's incredible. Everyone should read his book. Really good life coach. Such a great guy. He may drive us crazy with X's and O's, but he is a leader of men. And Sean is talking about, of course, Coach Carroll and his book, which I agree. And it was a long time ago that I read it, Sean. I need to go back and reread it, but it does outline a lot. If you want to get a clearer version of Coach Carroll and why he does what he does and how he thinks and why he looks at football and the way that he looks at it, go read his book as to how he got to that point, because it's very eye-opening. And it's also something that will give you more of appreciation for maybe something that Carroll doesn't get as much credit for, is the intelligence for why he chooses to do the things he does. That not everything is being done from this sort of old school, I'm going to feel the inside of my gut, and I'm going to go from that inside of my gut and just write on that. Analytics may say this, but my gut says that. He's not necessarily as much that guy, I think, as the fan base might think. That there is a lot to him that has a little bit more of looking at this on a high level approach of things, and not just I'll just coach him up on it. But it's great. Agreed. Great book to look at. Great book to read. Probably can get it for a couple bucks on Amazon, and it'll round out your knowledge on Carroll and what you have as a head coach and what he tries to get done. Green Kid, I became a fan of the Seahawks because Pete Carroll. I only watched college football since USC was all we had for football. He became an icon here. I followed him to my first NFL team. I trust in Pete. I trust in Pete too at this point, Green Kid. I'm still a guy that has his back on things, as Sean mentioned above. He's never going to be an X's and O's guy. Really, though, the key and the question that comes down to it, that is that does a coach need to be a great X's and O's guy to be a great coach? And my contention on that has been, no, you do not. As long as you mitigate down through to the proper guys to get it done, that you trust in your coaches, you bring smart coaches in to get that job done. You don't have to be that guy in that way necessarily. And he's got so many other things that he brings to the coaching tree that a lot of people overlook and don't give enough credit for and don't see enough value in, that is actually very valuable as a head coach. And one of the things that I've presented forth, Green Kid, is that if you lose Coach Carroll, you'll lose these things. The motivator that he is. Look at how he's conquered 10 a.m. start times like no other coach in Seahawks history. I mean, he's absolutely dominated. Prime time games, when the lights are brightest, he's got his players playing their best. His ability to recruit and bring guys in and make this a place that's an attractive destination for players. Every single year he's voted in the Pro Bowl as the coach players would most like to go play for in the NFL. These are things that he brings to the game, along with how he keeps his team, built up over the course of the season, getting them playing their best ball at the end of the season. It's these little things that he doesn't get as much credit for, which I think he should. I think because people become It's harder things to appreciate because you can appreciate X's and O's. You can see the overhead shot on the game film where they're showing this great design play where the receiver went this way and then that receiver went up overthrew, and then they flooded in the running back in the back and he was wide open, and oh, look at how genius this offensive guy is. Or defensively, look at the blitz he drew up where he showed this and then they came out with that and they had the corner on this side playing that way and this. It's very easy to see that that's a good coach. That's a coach doing good coachy things. It's harder to see some of the smaller, subtle things that Coach Carroll does, and it's hard to appreciate it, but it doesn't mean it isn't there. Diehard Hawks fan, sup, champ? I got the feeling the defense will have a big day. Hopefully Collier doesn't suit up. I don't think Collier's suiting up. I think Collier is going to be, again, sitting up on that bench inactive once again. The Seahawks would be smart to keep him there. We got better players right now in this defensive line who should be taking snaps ahead of Collier. He should not be eating into Alton Robinson snaps. He should not be eating into Kerry Hyder's snaps. He should be sitting inactive just the way it is. TJ says, if Lincoln Riley came to the NFL to replace Pete, like, man, he is an offensive monster. Him and Russ, oh, man. He would be your dream scenario for if Pete moved on and you had Russ here. Lincoln Riley is as inventive and as an imaginative a head coach as you get as far as offensive mind goes. I was talking about the X's and O's guy that can draw up stuff that's just incredible. That's just, man, where'd this guy get this? He is that guy. And specifically, he's had a lot of recent success with working with shorter quarterbacks, having that not be a detriment to him and still having successful offenses. Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, one after another, and he's had a lot of very good success with all of those guys. Lincoln would be a very attractive name if Pete ever did move on. No doubt about it. And someday he is going to be coaching in the NFL, and he probably will get his choice of destinations, which if he's got a Hall of Fame, if he's got a Hall of Fame quarterback that he can come coach, that might be a fairly an attractive spot for him. Marcel says, just joined, and seriously, PFF must be smoking crack. Sometimes, what are some of these grades? Well, when it comes to the Russell Wilson grade, I anticipate there'd be a few folks that have a little bit of an issue with that one. The thing when you look at it with Russell is that Russell wasn't perfect in this game. Coach Carroll pointed this in his press conference, is that there were some things he could have done better. There were some things he missed. So that, he's going to get dinged on that with the Pro Football Focus scores, and he made a couple of really good throws and he played really well. And look, second best passer rating of his career. But the Pro Football Focus scores aren't going to be based on passer rating. They're based on play in and play out what you're doing. It's probably a little bit off from what he should probably be getting, but it's still, he was the highest rated, score here in this particular game for us offensively. So he was your top rated player by Pro Football Focus. And that does fit to what I think would be all of our bottom line observations of this game. If you had to take one, who was the best offensive player on the field for the Seahawks, you'd say Russell Wilson. So the stats do bear that out, but understandable if you'd want it to be maybe a little bit higher for Russ, being instead of being 79, up in the 90-ish range. Marcel, but welcome on in, Marcel. Nathaniel, Bobby or Derrick Henry will determine the tone, you think? Not necessarily. I think it's more the tone is determined by the line of scrimmage. I know this makes it general, but this is it. I mean, if you as a line of scrimmage can remain disciplined, keep your gap control, not get blown back off the ball by that Tennessee line. If you can weather that storm, that's really more of the determinant here rather than Henry being awesome. Henry needs his offensive line to be good so he can get up to speed. Once he starts to get up to speed, he's a runaway freight train. You are not stopping. But if you can keep him from getting up to speed, which is the key of what the Cardinals did last week, that's how you stop him. And so that to me goes more to the defensive line and getting that done. It was that way with the Cardinals last week. It'll be that way this week again with the Seattle Seahawks. I'm not too far behind, am I? I'm pretty good. Maybe I'm far. Michael Walker. Hey, Brandon, how are you? Michael, I am doing phenomenal. Hope you're doing well as well. If we can get a couple of touchdown lead. Sorry, got a little bit off on that, Michael. Says, if we can get a couple touchdown lead, then that should take Henry and the running game out of it a little bit. It will take it out. If you get a 2 touchdown lead, it did it to them this last week. You would at that point put him in a position to start having to throw the football. And if you get Tannehill into I got to throw all the time type gig, if you make that offensive line be put in a position of that defense knows they've got to pass protect, that they don't have to be as disciplined to stopping the run, they get to pin their ears back. This is not an offensive line that's built to be able to weather that. It's going to look like it looked against the Cardinals, where there's just going to be a little bit of holes all over the place, guys falling over, not getting, they built this team to be run first. I mean, they're as extreme in that version as any team in this league. They want to run the football, and everything in the passing game really wants to come off of play action. So to accomplish that, you got to run the football. You can't be one-dimensional. It's the key to stopping their offense for us. It was this key this last week against Carson Wentz, very similar to Indianapolis with Jonathan Taylor. And him being the guy, first and foremost, get him stopped, then work your way on down from there. Green Kid, enjoy these games because every division game we play is going to be a heart attack game. I expect some down to the wire and overtime games. I also sadly expect injuries. Those games due to the physicalness. Green Kid, I expect the very same you do. I think you're going to see those as hard-fought games, every one of them down the line, no easy battles. It's going to be tough this year. It's going to be tough in the division this year. There's no two ways around it. Seahawks Network, hey man, haven't been in the last couple of streams, been super busy with football. I played my first game in 2 years tomorrow, missed the last 2 games injured. It's been way too long. Anyone, CYA. Hey, well, thanks for hopping in Seahawks Network. I hope you're having a good football year, and go out there and crush it this year, man. Kill it. Good to see you. Brando, what's up with the talk on the Lions center Ragnow? Didn't he just get an extension? Laughing out loud, they wouldn't trade him. It's probably not likely they were trading him, Brando. It was brought up by one of the people in the chat here earlier on the stream, so I was referencing that as an option if you could shoot for the moon. I don't think he's got but a couple years remaining on the deal, though they signed the extension. I don't know how much dead money hit the Lions would have to sustain, but if you could provide the Lions enough draft capital to make the dead money hit worth sustaining, and they're looking at trying to build to the future at this point, as opposed to right now, it's maybe not a likely deal to happen, but we're just trying to be creative, Brando, and thinking outside the box of center options. There's not a lot of them that exist, so we're just trying to think of something that might work in that angle of it. But you might be right. They might not be willing to move on from him in the first place. Marcel says, thank you very much. Ready to download this episode? Awesome, Marcel. Well, as soon as my stream ends today, I'll get it all cut up and put on. You'll probably see it on just a little bit after the stream goes live tonight, because I got to take it and download it and get it all into audio form and add music and all that other stuff. Doyle Robertson, I love hearing all the talking heads trying to figure out why our defensive line did so well. Colts' offensive line was supposed to dominate us and run all over us. Newsflash. I love it, man. I love it, Doyle, and I agree. We knew this was going to come down where they weren't going to understand. Man, we thought this defense was going to be bad again. Like, why are they being good? Who, Darrell Taylor? Raheem Green? Is Raheem Green? Okay, Raheem Green. Alton Robinson, Darrell Taylor. Who are these guys? Who are these guys? It's going to be fun to shock them, Doyle, and do it throughout the year where they're just like, man, they throw one. Here's the next thing you'll hear, Doyle. Man, they throw one pass rusher at you after another. One talented guy after another. There's no breathing room. There's no moment you can take a breath. And they're damn right. Durka time. What happened when AJ and Julio both had 2 touchdowns each? What happens when AJ and Julio both have 2 touchdowns each? I don't know if I see that, Durka. I don't think the Titans are going to throw the ball enough. They're going to come into this game and they're going to hammer that ball as much as they can in the run game. They're going to limit their pass attempts as much as they can in this game. If just for any one reason of coming off of this past game where they weren't able to run the ball, that they were put to having to throw so much, I would be shocked to see them throw so much to the tune of having those guys catching 4 touchdowns collectively. Diehard Hawks fan says, which defensive lineman gets at least 2 sacks this week? Good question. There's a part of me, because the right tackle for them is playing so bad, to say Carlos Dunlap gets 2 this week from that side. But it's either Carlos Dunlap or Darrell Taylor in this game, in my opinion. Taylor is going to be a tough matchup for Luan, because Luan right now is struggling with his athleticism and quickness. And now you're getting this quick athletic freak show across from him. I think that's going to be a real tough draw for Luan in this game. That is not the type of player he wants to play, rounding back into shape off of that torn ACL. Man, this webcam's chat person is so committed to trying to get in here and You know, I'm going to do what I need to do right now on this one, actually. We're going to do what we need to be doing on this one right now. Because we don't need this no more. So. Yeah, you're gone now forever. There we go. Hopefully that got them out forever now. No more the poon. No more the poon. Durka time. A pissed off Vrabel team ain't going to go down easy, even at CenturyLink. No Durka time. I agree with you. The main stat that I've been referencing, Durka time, for you Titan fans that have been entering the chat. You guys have been very respectful, so I appreciate you guys coming in. We love talking with other opposing team fans, as long as we can, of course, keep it civil. But the one stat that I've been mentioning in Durka that I think is the real key stat for you guys to take a little bit of some confidence from is that you've been beat by double digits in the Vrabel era of 4 or 5 years here 7 times. And all 7 of those games, you've come back around on the other side of those affairs and gotten a win the very next week. So he's a guy that can motivate when times are at their toughest, when the team's at their lowest. I think that says something about Vrabel as a head coach, quite frankly, that he's able to get the kind of performance level after they basically show themselves out at their worst. So I agree with you, man. This is going to be a hard-fought game, Durka. I think it's going to come down to the end. We have some predicting a blowout. I'm not predicting that. So I think it's going to be a tough game. Is Henry the next beast mode? Durka Time says, nah, Henry's more of a unicorn than Marshawn. Yeah, probably. I will say this. As a running back, I'm a big believer in running backs being given an opportunity to be put on a team that's best for them and that driving a lot of their success. Ezekiel Elliott going to the Cowboys when he did as a rookie with that Cowboy line as they were matched up where they had basically like 4 Pro Bowlers on that line helped elevate his star. Derrick Henry coming to the Titans at the time he did, with the investments they had made into that offensive line at that time, has helped him to get the most out of his career. Is he a good player regardless? If he'd gone to a couple teams, would he have probably been an upper-level running back in this league? Yes, absolutely. Is he somewhat right now, if he can keep it up on a Hall of Fame trajectory? Yeah, he is. But if he had gone to the Bengals instead of the Titans, does Derrick Henry have a remarkably different career? Yes, he does. One of the reasons why I say you value your offensive line and building your offensive line first and foremost over the running back. One is more derivative of the success than the other as far as the talent standpoint goes. Leroy Estevan. How you doing, Leroy? Good to see you on in here. Truth as I know says, why does Derrick Henry have a giant peanut butter laden turd hanging out the back of his helmet? It's for luck, and he really does feel like if the guys get near him and they smell it, it's like it makes the tacklers a little more hesitant. Like you come up, you're already hesitant to meet the guy in the lane because he's gargantuan. Now you smell the poo butter coming off the back of his hair, and you're like, I'll leave it to the safety. Safety's got it. Safety's got it. Plus, if somebody tries to tackle him by his hair, which we now know is legal, you just slide through poo, right? So it also dissuades guys from tackling him by the hair. Fun fact. Leroy Estevan says, Josh Gordon. I'm open to it, Leroy. The one difference of now between signing Josh Gordon from a couple of years ago when you brought him over from New England is there was nobody else at the time that was really in play to look at Josh Gordon on any team except for us. DK wasn't quite as well established as he is now. You only had Tyler Lockett and DK at that point. It was paper thin behind them. We're still fairly thin right now, but at least you do have Dwayne Eskridge as a third guy. Does he look at them and go, yeah, they got the 2 frontline guys. You draft the guy in the second round. I'm going to be the 4th string dude on the depth chart. Is that going to be okay for Josh? Is that going to be good enough for Josh? I know he loves Seattle. I know he likes playing with Russell. I know, they supported him through this, including paying him last year when he didn't even play. But if I'm Josh Gordon right now, Leroy, I want to go out there and go and get some substantial targets. I want to go to a team that's going to throw the ball around a little bit and give me a chance to shine so that I can go then sign a contract this next offseason. Tim Schuby, the Hawks Nest, ha 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 ha. Nah, you caught up like a madman. Yeah, sometimes I'm quick about it. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm quick about it. Excluding the spam, you're only like 10 messages behind. Great job. Love the streams. Oh, thanks, Tim. Sometimes I'm good with my quickness. Sometimes I get a little bit back though. When I get real real wordy and just blathering, it's like, man, it takes me 10 minutes a question. I appreciate that, Tim, and thanks for your membership. You're awesome. Lance, if you had to pick the two teams to go to the Super Bowl, if it were next week, who would they be? Well, Lance, I don't want to be I'm not in 2 weeks going to switch off of my prediction from my particular team here, being the Seahawks. So I'm still going to put my Seahawks in the Super Bowl at this point, because that was my prediction two weeks ago, and that was my solid prediction. I wasn't being weak about it. I had the Cleveland Browns as my Super Bowl prediction 2 weeks ago as well. And when you look at the Cleveland Browns, they went into Arrowhead. They got up on the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead. I don't think that's going to happen very often this year to the Kansas City Chiefs. It's very hard, even though I did push for the Browns, to see them getting into there and getting over the top of the Chiefs at this point, because the Chiefs just do seem so strong. But I guess I probably shouldn't be I guess I probably shouldn't flip off of this now, and I should stay with my prediction on this one, and we'll just go with the Seahawks-Browns. But if not the Browns, I see the Chiefs, and if the Chiefs kind of continue to put out another performance like they did this last week and show that, I might lean towards them, though I have questions with them defensively if they've got enough. I know offensively they have enough, but do they defensively have enough? Can a team like the Browns go out there and run the ball in the playoffs if they can get a home playoff game? I mean, look at the AFC West right now. As tough as the Chiefs are, every team in that division, like our division, went 1-0. They're not going to beat up on those guys like they could in the past. If the Browns can go out there and get that number one seed, and you got to go into Cleveland rather than going into Kansas City, rather than going into Arrowhead, can Cleveland play keep away with the football, running Nick Chubb, and can their defense do enough with the pass rush with Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney, along with a very good secondary at that point, to get the job done? I think they could. So I'm going to stick with my initial Super Bowl prediction on this, Lance, though there is a part of me that wants to lean back over towards Kansas City on this one. TJ says the Cardinals beating the Titans is a little shocking, but nobody expected them to blow them out. No, TJ, I mean, the Cardinals have been one of those teams like us that when they go out to not like us, we've actually been really good on East Coast games, but the Cardinals have been one of those teams that have really struggled even when they've been good going out to the East Coast at 10 a.m. and trying to win. That was an impressive win on their part to go in there and give it to the Titans, and they gave it to the Titans. They absolutely handed it to them in that game. It was, look, I mean, I'm saying they handed it to them as well with, it wasn't like the Cardinals were running the ball really well. So they weren't handing it to them just out physically in there, but they were manhandling them on the defensive line against their offensive line, and they were just suffocating. It was a great win by the Cardinals. They opened up my eyes. I've got to increase them as far as what I thought they were going to be this year. And frankly, I thought they would be the fourth place team coming in this year. They might have me a little bit having to reevaluate where I see that team. I thought they played great, and especially Kyler Murray looked really composed, on point. When he was scrambling around, he was being smart about it. He sometimes takes just still too many whacks when he gets out in the open field for my taste at times, but he does look really, really good. Tim Schumi says Kyler did look a lot scarier than I was expecting. Yeah, he did. He did to me too. He looked really under control, composed. It looked like a guy going into year 3. It looked like a guy where, some of the rough edges now are starting to get kind of smoothed out of here a little bit, which sucks because he's had a good couple of opening years to his career. Diehard Hawks fan, I think it's time to threaten Penny. We should tell him if he gets hurt again, we'll treat him like a lame horse in the 1800s. Coach Carroll's going to take him in the back of the stadium and shoot him in the head with a musket. Is that what you're saying? Truth as I know it? That is cold. That would be cold. Or Die Hard. That would be cold, man. Yeah, I look, Penny's not, if Penny can't get this to go together here, I mean, he might not make it all through the season on the roster if he can't get on the football field. If the injury is just going to be that much, this is a guy with broken hand when he walked in first year, torn ACL, couldn't get over the torn ACL last year, calf injury. Now the calf injury is coming back again this year. Is this endemic a bit with him? Or are we going to see this all the time with him? He's got to show. This is a prove-it year for him. He can't be sitting on the bench riding the pine for a long period of time and expect that there's going to be a lot of teams banging on his door this offseason to bring him onto their football team. I don't care how much talent pedigree he's bringing as a former first-round pick. Truth as I know it says Rasheem Green is a different athlete from 2 years ago. He's been putting on the work and transformed his body. I agree with you on that, man. I noticed this in the preseason to him. He looks bigger. He looks, as well as being bigger, he looks more cut as a guy. I agree. I think and it's understandable. We were talking about he's younger than LJ Collier. He's younger than D. Eskridge. This guy when he was drafted was 20 years old on draft night. It's going to take you figure a guy 20 years old versus being 24 years old, and you give him that 4 years of development, you're going to get a lot different player as far as what the final body form comes to. And the key at the end of the day on that type of transformation is what kind of base talent that you have to work off of. And with Rasheem Green, what I always remember hearing back and going back to with the guy was that when he was drafted on draft night, he was a guy, and this wasn't the Seahawks scouts talking about this. This was him looked at nationally as a player. And that was that this is your quintessential guy. If he goes back to college, plays another year, comes out, it's probably a top 15 pick, but he's coming out raw. He's coming out rough. He's coming out really young. It's going to take a little bit of time here to really be able to scratch the surface on this one, to get the returns on this particular pass rusher. And it's been there in moments. We've seen it in flashes. But he is putting it all together now. He's putting it all together. And that's the exciting part. It's the building up the body for 4 years, truth as I know it, to go along with the building up of the technique. Because he's bringing both of those two elements to play, which is what's probably going to make him so tough this year to deal with as an offensive lineman. TJ says, I was excited for Green last year before he got hurt. He's just picking up where he left off. Me too. And he got hurt in the first game of the year. So I don't know if that necessarily kind of followed him up through the whole year where he's sort of dealing with it in a little bit. But it was disappointing last year where you just weren't able to get anything out of him. And you were sure hoping that it was going to be the, year where it's, year 3, here we go, But hey, we had to wait one more year. I don't care if we had to wait one more year, as long as we get one great year of production out of him, even if he goes and signs somewhere else at that point. You put 10 years, 10 sacks, and solid run stuffing from Rasheem Green this year, in addition to what you already have on this defense. Whoo, look out. Look the hell out. Ethan Chamberlain says, I could see Monet having a big game. I could too. The guards didn't play any better for the Titans than really the tackles did, maybe even marginally better. But Monet had a great day. 4 or 5 tackles from the defensive tackle position. He laid maybe one of the hardest hits of the game on Wentz outside of Darrell Taylor's smack. He's a guy that's they held on to last year. A lot of people were up in arms when they held on to him and they let go of Snacks Harrison, saying Snacks is so much better. Why did you guys let go of Brian Monet? But even at that time, Snacks Harrison mentioned about the fact this guy's good. He's got some talent to him. The coaching staff's trusted in a little bit of that talent that they've seen in Brian Monet, and he's earned it at this point. He's earned his spot in this rotation as a player, and a good run stuffer who can give you some pass rush. It's not a bad thing to have from the inside. Truth as I know it, now that I have my webcam, girl website needs met, now I have an online job that pays $80 an hour working from home. Nice, truth as I know it. Diehard Hawks fan, what's the chances that Alden Robinson has a breakthrough game with more snaps? Well, if you're the coaching staff this week, let's walk this through. And you bring Benson Mayo into the office and you say, hey, Benson. And Benson says, hey, coach, how's it going? Good, Benson. So, Benson, you didn't play a whole lot last week, did you? No, coach, I didn't. But that's okay. I know I'm in my rotation. I know I got a spot to fill. We talked about this offseason when I signed the deal. Totally get it. Totally cool. Understood. Look, even with what I did, right? I was getting pressures, right, coach? Well, yeah, you were getting pressures. I wasn't I? I mean, I wasn't out there a lot, but I was getting pressures. Opening part of the game, later on in the game, pressure. And then I even got a sack, didn't I, coach? Yeah, well, yeah, you did get a sack. You got a sack too. Yeah, I mean, I did. I got a sack too. And this is rotational, right? You know, I'm playing on rundowns. I'm like playing 30% of the snaps. So it's not bad production, right, coach? No, it is good production. On any other team, it would be good production. We wouldn't even have you talking right now. Why are we talking, coach? Oh, I thought you were hyping me up here. I thought this was positive Coach Carroll time. What's going on? No, it is. This is a positive. It really is a positive. But like with Alden Robinson, he's like a 5th round pick, right? Yeah, I know. Alden, we're good friends. He played pretty good too. But I mean, he didn't have a sack. Well, yeah, but he only played 12 snaps. Benson. He only played 12 snaps. And he was our best rated defender in those 12 snaps. He got pressure. You got the sack. You got pressures too. That was good. But he was maybe a little better in efficiency wise. That's a hard conversation to have with Ben Mayo right there, right? We're taking your snaps away. We're putting Alden Robinson. You're going to get 12 snaps a game now. Did Benson play the type of game against the Colts that should earn him a demotion? I don't know. I feel like that's hard to make that sell job. Maybe a game or two from now, if Benson doesn't give you much more, if yeah, but it's going to be hard for Alton to overtake that if he's getting a sack a game. It's going to be hard for Alton to get in there. And I agree with the folks who feel like they want to see more of him. It's just, it's going to be hard to do. It was hard to do this last week because of the level of play from the defensive line. It's also hard to do when you have an offense that's willing to run the ball and shorten the game when you know your offense is going to be running the ball and shortening the game. That just is going to limit the total number of snaps at the end of the day, which just limits the number of opportunities, especially for the guy who's on the back end of the rotation, which unfortunately Alton Robinson finds himself in, not from a lack of talent or from a lack of production, but just from a lack of the numbers game. Truth is, I know it says Alton is a year away from becoming ferocious. I think, well, he's a year away, in my opinion, truth is I know, from getting significant snaps. Last year, he got you 4 sacks. He had as good a rookie year as any pass rusher you've had here going back to Bruce Irvin. But still, yet here now in the second year, he's not getting anywhere near the same level of snaps that you gave to Bruce Irvin coming off of his rookie year. So it's a little like it is that numbers game he's up against, but I do think by next year, you'll see Seattle move more into Alton. At that point, LJ Collier's out of here, Rasheem Green's out of there. You've got Darrell Taylor, Alton, Carlos Dunlap's the year older. You're going to want to protect him a little bit more. You'll see more of Alton at that time. And he'll get his chances this year, I think. You'll get a couple injuries. He'll be moved into the lineup at points, but he's going to have to probably wait his turn with a pass rush this good up in front of him, unfortunately. Roxanne! How you doing, Roxanne? It's so good to see you. You have been so kind and awesome lately with the donations, as well as being a member on the channel. I salute you, madame. Salute you, madame. I appreciate it very much. You're very kind. Roxanne says, the Hawks Nest, positive vibes with honest analysis. Lawnmower 4.0 purchased. Use the Nest code. Titans come angry in save face mode. O-line may ruin the redemption song. Redemption song. Button, hypocrite. I love that. That's my favorite Bob Marley song is Redemption Song, right, Roxanne? And I love Bob Marley, by the way. So I can't sing it right now because I'm the liquor boot. They got the full fill to boot. I love that song. It's a great song. But I love it. Thank you, Roxanne. You were honest for not only donating and being a member, but you went to Manscaped. You got the 4.0 too with the Nest. Yes. Yes. You're going to help me, Roxanne. Those of you that go and use that code NEST at manscaped.com, you're going to help me nail down long-term this sponsor with Manscaped, and that means more money to the channel. More money to the channel doesn't mean Brandon gets richer. It means Brandon maybe gets enough money eventually here to do this full time. That's why I'm taking on this sponsorship and bringing him aboard, is because it's a bridge sponsorship to getting me over here to do this 24/7, 7 days a week, talking to you guys all the time. So thank you, Roxanne, for that $20 donation. I agree with you. I think the Titans are going to come into this game hopping mad. I think that I mentioned, I think Vrabel's going to be in their face all week long, challenging their manhood, challenging their professionalism, talking to them about how they got embarrassed this last week. And the stat that I've gone to, Roxanne, I know I mentioned it a few times on this channel, but on the show, but the stat that I go to, Roxanne, is 4 years with Vrabel there in Tennessee. He's been beat by double digits 7 times. And the very next week, out of every one of those 7 losses, he went back and won. He is a good motivator. He is a guy that can circle the wagons. So he's going to bring this team ready to play. And it's one of the reasons why there are some folks here, Roxanne, coming in saying, oh, it's going to be a blowout. It's going to be, I can't see that. I can't see with the team that's coming in right now who's going to be fighting angry as they are, who are going to be trying to wipe that embarrassment away, who are a team with a lot of pride, with a lot of good players on it. I would expect you to get the best punch they possibly have given, Roxanne. I'm expecting playoff level intensity, at least from the Titans stance, and it's going to be up to the Seahawks to match that level of intensity if we're going to go out there and win this football game. That will be probably the big key, beyond necessarily even stopping, Henry. But no redemption song this week, Roxanne. They're going to have to wait a week for their redemption song. They're going to have to wait a week there for their look, the line's not that bad. No, it's one more week of it being that bad. That effing bad. You better believe it. You better believe it, Roxanne. And you're right. Nothing but positive vibes, honest analysis. I think you just put my I think you just created my channel motto with that one, Roxanne. I think you got that's the perfect channel motto if I had to put one together. So I'm going to steal that one. I hope you don't mind, Roxanne. I didn't see you, you didn't copyright it. So I'm stealing that one whole hog. And thank you so much for the $20 donation. Thank you especially though for the Manscaped purchase. And just one more time, I'll post this up on. I just want to let you guys know, go to manscaped.com, use code NEST, get 20% off your order and free shipping. You support the channel. You help me look good for those folks, and you lock down that sponsorship long term, which I really do appreciate. But thank you again, Roxanne. You're awesome. And Andrew Eddy, you subscribed just now. Thank you for that, Andrew. I salute you, sir, and you are awesome for having done so. We've crossed the 5,000 mark, so now we're on the road to 10,000. We've crossed 5,000 fast. We're already up over 5,200 here. So we are moving now, moving fast, moving strong, on our way to 10,000. I can't wait. And I think we can get there. So thank you. Durka Times says, looking forward to the NWO show. If you know what's up, DK and AJ are both going to show out this game. Oh, solid point, Durka. Durka, I think, is referencing a little of that Ole Miss competitive stuff going on here, right? The first time DK and AJ, two really good friends. And Drew Brandley coming in with a subscription. Thank you, Drew Brandley. A little subscription stream here going, a little chain of subscribers going. I love it. Drew Brandley, you are awesome. I salute you as well, sir. Again, you two are helping me out to get on the road there to 10,000, so thank you very much for doing so on that. Andrew Eddy, Drew Brandley, you're gentlemen and scholars, all of you. Durka, yes, I think that in this game you're going to see these two college cohorts, these two college friends say, I'm going to outdo you on this game. I'm going to get you on this game. You're going to see him a little extra hungrier in this one to show out. A little extra juice, right? A little extra juice. I imagine these guys are pretty competitive with that. So it'll be fun to watch them going back and forth. And I think, Durka, there's going to be some moments in this game that a couple runs that Henry breaks out in this game that didn't break out this last week. I think there'll be a couple of pass catches deep down the field that are able to be hit with Julio Jones and A.J. Brown this week that weren't necessarily able to be hit as much with last week. So I'm expecting a good punch from your Titan offense in this particular game. TJ Wilburn says the hair thing sounds disgusting but funny at the same time. Also a channel motto. Also a low-key channel motto. TJ says, did you hear some rumors that Rodgers might be petty enough to throw the game, aka the next Paul Crew? That would be pretty insane to think that Rodgers would do that. But the thing I will say about Rodgers is at the end of the Mike McCarthy era, he went in the tank. You know, you had the rumors out there of him getting a play call in the huddle and then just changing the play call. There was this whole weird, like, passive-aggressive approach he had with McCarthy at the end where he would, you know, throw the ball away all the time if he didn't like the play. He'd roll out the pocket and just throw the ball away. There seemed a little bit like at the end of the Packer time with Mike McCarthy, like Aaron Rodgers was going through the motions a little bit. And then suddenly here comes Matt LaFleur, and suddenly he's really turned around as this quarterback. Now, LaFleur implemented this same type of offense in a lot of respects of like what we're implementing. It's the Shanahan tree, obviously, not the McVay tree, but the point still stands with it, where now suddenly he turns it back on. If Rodgers is doing the light switch game here where I'm tired of McCarthy, light switch off. Oh, McCarthy's gone. We got a new coach. The general manager tells me not to be part of the problem. I want to get a new contract, light switch back on. Oh, they draft Jordan Love in the first round. I don't like that. That makes me mad. Light switch back off after I get my MVP season last year, of course, which would be my one wonder on that is if he was going into the tank, you would have thought maybe he would have gone into the tank last year. But with that said, they wouldn't have been able to transition to Jordan Love last year. They could have in these next year or two. So maybe it makes more sense for him to pull that cord at this point. He certainly did not look good in this last game against New Orleans Saints. The Saints got a good defense, though. They played really well in that game. But we'll see. I could see it. Rodgers did everything he could to force his way out of town, and Green Bay basically clutched on and held on to him. I mean, they held him there when he did all the scorched earth stuff you could ask to get yourself out of town. I mean, he really did. He made what Russell looked like do patty caking in his little off-season tour, comparatively speaking. I mean, he had all of his friends coming out. He did a 45-minute press conference where he just did nothing but throw the front office underneath the bus. I mean, he's begged them, and they would not pull the trigger. So there is an element here, whereas I can't think that he would do that. There is a plausibility factor here in the respect of, yeah, but they also kind of gave him, you're gonna take it and like it kind of situation with this upcoming season, which maybe skewed Rodgers. I come back again and again going, the Jordan Love selection was absolutely ridiculous. It was so dumb. And then to go on the heels of that in the next round and take A.J. Dillon and compound that mistake with another one when you were screaming for guys on the outside for Rodgers to throw to. You don't go and get anybody in free agency. You're not in on the Julio Jones trade. That might put a guy in the tank like that. You don't give him a way out, and you keep giving him the high hat every turn. That can get a player that can burn some butts, Plagueis, is Frank Clark still playing for the Chiefs? I believe right now, currently, he is dealing with an injury situation, Plagueis, and then once he's done with his injury situation, he's going to probably be dealing with a suspension situation sooner or later at some point for having that Uzi in his Lamborghini that was unregistered. So at some point, the league will come down and provide some judgment on that. He'll probably get 4 to 6 games. But the one thing is sure with him, Frank Plagueis, is that with Frank Clark, he's not played really well for the Chiefs. The caveat I'll give is that if you look at him in the playoffs, he's been a different player as a pass rusher in the playoffs than what he's been in the regular season. But when you look at edge defenders over the last 2 years, he's been rated something like 72 out of 79 edge defenders in the sport. Not good as a pass rusher, horrible against the run. That deal by the Chiefs has not looked like a good deal in retrospect. It's been a fantastic haul by Seattle, including being able to get DK Metcalf on the heels of that deal. The Chiefs would have been much smarter by holding on to Justin Houston there rather than going with Frank Clark and utilizing their draft capital for maybe getting Mahomes another receiver or another offensive lineman. But yeah, he is still playing for them technically. Truth is, I know it really looks like a turd. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. No, I that's why I'm telling you, I've seen it. It looks like a turd. It looks like he had multiple dreads that all became one dread, and then he just said, "F it, I'll just mold it all together like it's clay or something, like a poo." Or like poo. Max and Chris, do you think Russ will finally be the MVP this year? Max and Chris, I don't think that Russ will be the MVP this year, but it's not because that Russ won't have an MVP-like level season. It's that I don't have any confidence in the East Coast voters giving Russell credit. I think Russell Wilson is always going to deal with a little bit of the shadow of the Legion of Boom era. He's always going to deal a little bit with the label of being a game manager, despite the fact that he hasn't been that for years. He's always gonna that shadow of those things still just always looms over him with certain voters, in my opinion. It's the only explanation I have for the fact that he's never even gotten one MVP vote. Not one MVP voter at any one point in time and looked at it and went, he really kind of carried that team this year, like 2017 or 2019. But no, not one even vote. So if a guy can't even get a vote in seasons where he probably had at least earned a couple of votes, how can he ever hope to even get the award when he plays out in Seattle, even if he puts up just that spectacular of a year? Russell would have to basically stack up like 48 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 4,700 yards, add 500 yards rushing, another 3 touchdowns rushing to pull something like that off. He'd have to play so perfectly, so cleanly that I can't see it. I can't see it happening. Wither says, just got done giving a 5-star on iTunes podcast. Easily my fave. Oh, thank you, Wheeler. I appreciate it, sir. You're awesome for doing that, man. You'll help my podcast grow out there on the other side. Just one of the other little avenues here that we're kind of growing up. Jose Rodriguez says, when are we going to do a collab again? Jose, let's, we can maybe shoot for next week. As long as you're okay with just doing it on your channel. I'm going to be posting a lot of content here on mine, so I'm being really restrictive on my end. But I'd probably be down to do something around next week. Probably get some time at some point. So hit me up on, I think you're on Twitter. If you're not on Twitter, we'll find a way. I'll connect with you. Yeah, you're on Twitter, I believe. So we'll coordinate something up. Tim Schumi says, God, this Carroll talk is so realistically awkward. Well, I can do that at times too. Truth is, I know it says, I don't see the logic in Rodgers throwing a game unless he wants to ruin his already smudged legacy. I don't think it's a likely thing to happen, truth as I know it, especially if he wants to continue to play on this after this year and he wants to have a little bit of his pick of the litter of where he gets to go, i.e. go to a good football team and not be just thrown to the one that's willing to offer the most draft capital to the Green Bay Packers in return for him. I think he wouldn't do it as well. I can't think in my history of a time really of ever a quarterback going into the tank and basically not performing at his best because he's pissed at the team for whatever reason. I can never think of that as ever happening. But I will say this, truth is I know it's legitimate with that McCarthy era at the end there, that there was definitely some bad blood there, and he was definitely not opposed to helping in the facilitation of getting a faster exit for McCarthy. He might have been right in doing that. McCarthy might have been not the best coach for him, but if you show the sign of doing that once before in a small degree, would you maybe consider doing it again, especially if you weren't as really caring as much necessarily on the legacy front? So where does he fall all time at the end of the day as far as the most talented quarterback in NFL history? There isn't really a place he's going to go from a legacy standpoint up or below at this point, maybe from his standpoint, where there's really no damage more to do or any benefit to do. Roxanne says, like button smashed. Everyone do it. Thank you, Roxanne, for mentioning that. Just if you do like what you're hearing now, either live or in replay, please hit that like button for me if you could. Subscribe too. Loves like Andrew Eddy did and like Drew Brandley did. That would help as well. Subscribe. Come on. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't cost you anything. All you got to do is just click that little button. Just click. Subscribe. Isn't that a little tiny thing? Promise I won't give you a bunch of clickbait videos. I don't do that. I don't do that here. Tim Schumi says Rodgers was definitely not throwing the game. Check out his interview the other day on the Pat McAfee show where he dives into it. Yeah, I'm contemplating it, Tim, and as I think it through it, I don't think he is doing that. I say that there's a quarterback in the league who would be possibly willing to do that if they're mad about he's in that position to be in a position to do that if he really was wanting to. I could see it. It wouldn't. I guess what I'm saying, Tim, is if I found out 8 weeks later that there's more indications of this, it wouldn't blow me away, right? As opposed if I heard that about Tom Brady, or I heard that about Josh Allen, or I heard that about Patrick Mahomes or Russell Wilson, it would blow me away. But it wouldn't in the case of Aaron Rodgers if we came to find that was the case. Don't think it means that's what's happening, just that I wouldn't be surprised. Deron Everest, nice. Hey, Deron, how you doing? Truth as I know it says, please donate to the channel. 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 Thank you, Truth as I know it. I appreciate that. Deron Everest says, hey, Brandon, have you gotten in contact with Norbcam? I think he would love to be on your show. I have not as of yet, Deron. I haven't, up until this point, much reached out to some of the other Seahawks YouTubers that are out there. And Harry Seymour, thank you for subscribing. You heard my call to the wilderness, Harry, that said, come subscribe. Come, my man, come here. And you answered that call. You threw me that lifeline. I appreciate that, Harry. You were awesome for doing so. And sir, I do salute you. But now on, what I've been trying to do is kind of establish myself. I don't want to be a person reaching out to folks that are, a lot bigger than me as a channel and basically jumping onto their back and sort of to elevate myself up a bit. I don't want to be that guy with it. So I would love to do Norb, but I think with Norb too, because he is sitting at like, I think 45, he's up 50,000 subs, something like that. He's a much bigger channel than me. So I don't want to intrude. I don't want to overstep my grounds. I don't want to be on, I don't want to be hitting out of my league or my ballpark, but I do like Norb. I love Norb's channel. He's got a good, I think all the Seahawks channels, the big channels that do their stuff here are all really good in what they do. So I think everybody does an awesome chance, but I would go on with anybody. And Norb included on that, Duran. So absolutely 100%. Props to Norb too. He got on a Seahawks commercial there with Lofa Tatupo. I don't know if you guys noticed on the game this week against the Colts. Pretty cool to see. Awesome on his part getting that commercial. Doyle Robertson says, just a thought. With a team like the Titans, give half of the nickel snaps to another defensive end and go and get Ryan T. Go Hawks. Who's Ryan? Remind me on Ryan T. And go get Ryan T. With a team like the Titans, give half of the nickel snaps to another defensive end. And go get Ryan T. I'm blanking on Ryan T, Doyle. It's 4 hours in the stream, though, so I sometimes start to blank a little bit. And once we get deep into this, but elaborate on the Ryan T one so I know what you mean on that. I feel like there's something there and I'm missing it. Green Kid, the truth is I know it. I don't think Rodgers is purposely throwing the game away. No, but I do, however, think he also doesn't have the same passion he does playing for Green Bay, and he's not going to stress a losing season. Well said, Green Kid. Well said. I think I would put that's a very nuanced way of putting it, and I think that that's a great way of putting it. I think that there's a little bit of the Green Bay Packers when they made that selection of Jordan Love. You know, that was like the equivalent of like the Packers, you know, being married to Rodgers, and then they went out on a drunken night and like, you know, banged a girl, and he was fully aware of it happening right after it happened. And the Packers have never really apologized for it. They just kind of shrug and they say, so what? So what? I did it. I'm a man. That's what I do. Stuff happens. Too bad. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. Yeah, she liked it. Now deal with it. And Aaron's like, she liked it? How dare you? I think it's a little bit like that going on. I feel that too. TJ, 24/7 days a week. Oh no, that's a throat problem. Laughing out loud. Warm up that throat. I don't know why that sounds wrong. Oh yeah. 24 days. I'd have to build up, TJ, but it'd be worth it. It would be worth it for a scraggly 24/7 throat because we'd be talking Seahawks all the time. And then I'm in heaven at that point. I'm bouncing on fluffy clouds with little wings, you know, little wings. Roxanne Roll says, you may use it all at will. Thank you, Roxanne. I appreciate it. I'm getting new, I've been looking this week. I'm going to go new cam. So we're going to get an upgraded webcam here soon. And then we're going to be getting better microphone. Those are my next two purchases here for the channel for improvement. Cause I know I'm not working on necessarily the best mics. I want to get you guys with that nice deep tones that can get across for you guys, you know, get real deep in there. Get that very wide deep, baby. Yeah. Green Kid says, this is my first stream, but I enjoyed it. You probably have been asked this before, but who is your all-time favorite Seahawks player now and all time? Well, Green Kid, I love having the new folks in here, love seeing the new faces, and you're a thoughtful guy. I do say this often. You'll hear me say this a lot, but folks like yourself prove this true every time. I feel like I got the smartest community here of any NFL fans out there of any of the channels. I see other people come in and talk on the channels and the chats on the other channels. There's so much thought going on and people thinking outside the box and people contemplating potential moves, and just there's a depth of thought that just gets me so excited about this channel. It's one of the reasons I do these for 5, 6, 7 hour streams, is because I'm constantly flowing off of this intelligence on the other side of things. It's what makes, I think, this show whatever it can be at its best. There was a second part on that I wanted to touch on with that. Your other question on that. My favorite all-time player for me, Green Kid, I'm a bit of a kid of the 80s, just to show you my age a little bit, show you a little bit of how old this guy is. So my guy is Steve Largent. That's my favorite all-time Seahawks player. He looked a lot like my uncle who taught me the sport, and who also, he was like a doppelganger for Largent, and he was also a receiver in high school, and so he taught me how to catch, taught me how to play. You know. So there's a lot of that's just intricately linked between family and Largent and all that stuff. But he'll forever be my guy. Right now, I sort of do lean a bit towards DK Metcalf right now. It's obviously, I love Russell Wilson as well. He's probably right there with DK as far as those two fighting it out. But I love DK's attitude on the football field. I love that you have a guy there that is so eminently gifted, fast, big, strong, but yet also is such a hard worker, also so badly wants to go out there and be great. And then he brings this little extra bully mentality to play, which sometimes can get you in trouble on a football field, but it's one of those things that I'll take the troubles it brings. I'll take the occasional 15-yard, taunting penalty if I have a guy who's also intimidating players on the football field. And if you go back and watch Darius Slay this offseason talk about his interaction with DK Metcalf on the field last year, where they had kind of a well-known blow up on the field where they were really going at it. You can sense a little bit of intimidation in Darius Slay talking about that interaction with DK Metcalf. And when you start intimidating the football player across from you on the football field, you've already won the game. And DK brings those elements at play right now, and I think he's only getting better. The arrow is only going up here. So he's probably the guy that I said is the guy I stand right now as my favorite. But Russell's also right there. I love Russell's game too. He's so fun as a quarterback to watch. Duran Ever says, do you think DK has surpassed Julio Jones in sure ability and skill? No. Julio Jones is a little more refined as a player. I mean, Julio, as he's getting older right now, doesn't have the physical stuff that DK has as far as I think the speed goes. DK's a little bit bigger than he is, but Julio's got a little bit better, I think, hands and a little more polish in his route running, though DK is gaining on him. So not surpassed, physical wise surpassed, but that's because, Julio's 32 years old and he's not going to run like he did when he was 24, like DK is. So that's more of just what's going on there. But DK's got to beat him on one side. Julio's got to maybe edge out just a tiny bit on other edges of things. Drew Brandley says, with Ugo playing more than Blair this past week at the nickel, would you like to see more 3 high safety formations to get involved? I would, Drew. Yeah, I would. I don't know if I'd like to see it this week because it's going to be more about having the extra safety in the box rather than having the extra safety on the back end. But when we play those teams that do want to be a little more pass happy, I'd like to see the Seahawks try to embrace a little more of the 3 safety look to protect against those teams that want to throw down the football field and to get Marquise Blair out on the football field in a role that is more comfortable to him. I think that when it comes to that slot, that's just not who he is. He didn't play slot in college. This is his first time out the gate of trying to do it last year. I know he won the job last year. I know the coaching staff's trying to make this the way to get him on the football field. But as the grades bore out from this past game, he was one of your worst rated defenders in this game, playing out of the slot. Versus Ugo Amadi, who was a little bit better than he was. Ugo, to me, has earned that slot role. Him along with DJ Reed were your 2 best corners last year on the team. There's nothing that Ugo's done to cause him to lose that slot corner job, in my opinion. And the whole rotational thing, I don't really see the benefit of that other than they just are needing more data to make their determination on who's the man who's won the job. But I think you've got to find a way with Blair to get him as a 3rd safety on the field if you can. It'd be an innovative way of doing it. I just don't think that the coaches are likely to do that, though. I don't think you're likely to see it. Diehard Hawks fan, how much of an impact will Alex Collins have knowing that it's his chance to take over the running back number 2? I think he's already in that hungry mode. I think everything we've heard off the coaching staff and players about the way he's attacked this offseason with the team and understanding where he's at in this league, and you're right on the edge of being out of this league or being in this league, that puts you in either a hungry state where you recognize that last chance of an opportunity and that you better take it with both hands, or you sort of soft serve it. You sort of half-ass it a little bit, and then you're out of the league. I think Alex Collins instead took the bull by the horns this offseason and got in the best shape of his life, which Coach Carroll has referenced. He looked really good in this preseason contest, and I think if he gets carries in the football game, he's going to give you everything he's got to give you on that football field, which I think would be solid, which I think would be serviceable. So if he's got to be put in that role, I think he'll be good in that role. I don't know that he's going to overtake Rashad Penny because there's just an element of Rashad Penny's game that he's going to give you that neither Alex Collins nor Chris Carson can give, and that is speed. He's got speed. Those guys do not have the same level of speed. If you look at Chris Carson, he's a 4.58 type guy. And if you look at Alex Collins, he's probably about a 4.6 guy at this point in time. Rashad Penny's a legit 4.4 guy from the running back position at 223 pounds. That's always that I'm gonna need to see a little more of that with him if he's healthy to be out there over the top of Alex Collins, who's a little redundant with what he gives you versus what you get from Chris Carson. But he should play really well. I expect him to play well. Duran Ever says, I like the logo a lot. Oh, thank you, Duran. I had it commissioned, so I wanted to get a good professional one, and I got that one done. Truth as I know it says your analysis on Rodgers is spot on. Thank you. Appreciate it. Diehard Hawks fan says, I feel we need one more threat at the wide receiver. I'm not sold on Swain. Me either, Diehard Hawks fan. That's one of the places that I point to. In fact, I'm If I put a pecking order as far as this team, as far as team needs go, many of the fans out there would put cornerback as the number one, or they would say center and then corner and then wide receiver. I would actually probably, as weird as it sounds, go center, wide receiver, and then corner. Because I really do feel like over the past couple of years, when you look at the wide receiver room, that's been one that, like our running back room, has gotten a little decimated at times, has gotten a little bit weakened at times. You know, you've ran out there with a Jerron Brown and a T.Y. Hilton or a Freddie Swain this year and come to find out that those guys are not quite enough. I don't want to run back over that same ground this year. I think that you do require another wide receiver. I'm anticipating on the extra game added this year, you're probably going to have a receiver go down for a couple games who's an important receiver like DK or Tyler. So there is a need there, in my opinion, to go get that guy. One of the reasons I would have been in on the Julio Jones trade for what the cost was to go out there and get him. Who is the guy that they go out wide receiver-wise and look at this point? I don't know. Is it a Michael Thomas? Probably too expensive. Could it be a guy like Brandon Cooks, who I really, really, really like? Woo! Brandon Cooks gets me excited as an option. Doesn't cost a lot. Won't cost a lot as far as draft capital-wise. Will improve your wide receiver core the second he walks onto the team. I don't know if that guy's an option, but that'd be another one that I would take a look at as well, diehard Hawks fan. So I agree with you. Freddie Swain does not make me comfortable as far as the number 4 wide receiver. I'd be okay with him as the number 5, but not the number 4. Wheeler says 710 ESPN should invite you on. Wheeler, you're right. They should. I'd love to go on ESPN, man. I would. And I'd accept it. I accept pretty much all invites. So if I get people requesting me, I'll pretty much always will try to go on. Rams House says, what did you think of Stafford's performance? Well, Rams House, I started up, and if you get a chance, go back and watch my stream at the start, because I'm doing some NFC West-centric content, and I put 10 things I learned about the NFC West this week after week 1. One of the things that I pointed to Rams House was that the Matt Stafford hype might just be real. Now, you're going up against a Bears team this past week, which is not a good Bears team. I know they went to the playoffs last year, but that defense has slowly been weakening over the last couple of years. A lot like the Titans' offensive line has slowly been weakening as well over the last couple of years. There's just been a slow drain, not all the talent's leaked out the back end, just kind of little by little, trickling back out. With that said, it was an impressive performance. Impressive from the standpoint of, not only is he hitting one bomb down to Cooper Kupp, but you look down the line of those throws throughout that game, and it's big chunk plays all over the place. He played phenomenally, no doubt about it. He played really, really well. And I've been a guy that has sold really low on him being the end-all, be-all for the Rams and him turning all of the fortunes around for them, being that you go from being a fringe playoff team to now you're the runaway division favorites based off of one player, especially accommodating all of the losses you had personnel-wise, Brockers, Jalen Johnson, Troy Hill, Austin Blythe, Josh Reynolds. The list goes on, Gerald Everett. But he was that in week 1, Rams House. He was that in week 1. We need to see more. I want to see a tougher opponent he's got to go up against. But he was everything that was hyped up and more in this first game of the season. And those were legitimate throws he was making all across the field. So, scary, man. Rams House, this division's scary. Absolutely scary. Duron Everest, when he said go get Ryan T, he meant go get Ryan Tannehill. Oh, I'm sorry, Duron. I knew it was somebody I was trying to think of, and I was like, I should know this one. Yeah, you got to go get Ryan Tannehill. Stop the run, then you can attack Ryan Tannehill. We got to stop the run first, but the second you get him into pass-centric stuff, the second you get him where they've got to throw away the play action like they did in this game against the Cardinals, you need to then be hunting, because this line's not going to hold up. If that happens like that, this line would not hold up at all. I got it there, Ryan Doyle. Sorry it took me a second, Doyle. I got a little slow on the uptick there for a second. Truth is, I know it says I told Top Building he should do a show with you, and he responded egotistically and got sassy with me like he's too good. The fact is, you're one of the best on YouTube. I love Top Billing too. It was sort of a little bit, I was mentioning with Norbcam too, a little bit, Truth as I know it, and I'm sure I'm going to be this way. I mean, I can already feel having a nice, my head's already kind of getting a little expansive here with 5,000 subscribers. So if you get to the point where you're Top Billing and I got 70,000 subscribers, Am I going to want to, work with somebody at 5,000? Probably not. What's the benefit for me? What are you going to give me? I already got all of your subs are probably already my subs, or most of them are. So I can get where he's coming from with that, and there's a part of this that the part you like when you're a YouTuber that I've really enjoyed with this, having done a lot of ventures in my life, business wise with partners and other people, is it is your thing. You get to control every part of it. No one tells you any part of what to do. You want to do this, you do that. You want to stream today, you stream today. You want to stream tomorrow, you stream tomorrow. You post this video about that, you can choose to do it. And that level of control is a real nice thing that, I can get. I can see where they're coming from with it. So it's all good. I definitely would be down to do some with Top Billin', but he does seem like a guy he rides on his own a little bit on that. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as he's kicking out good content, which he absolutely is. The truth is, I know it says the only other YouTuber who's better than you that I've heard is Grant Cohn, and that's only because he's full-time with a press pass. You need to get a press pass, brother. Get one. Hey, if they were giving me one, I would take one. I don't know if I'm going to have the quite the credentials they're going to look for. But hey, if the Hawks ever invite me to be a press pass member, you have my promise, folks. I will move down to Seattle. I will get myself a place just to make sure I'm on it in that way. So I'll do it eventually. If they'll bring me in, if you let me in the building, I'll come in, I'll come in with some questions. So, yeah, Grant Cohn does a great job for the 49ers. He does. Tons of props for that guy. So, he does good stuff for them. Power Gold, I'm going to the game. Power Gold, awesome. Had a few folks in here. The one thing I've just been saying, okay, Power Gold, you be loud, all right, man? If you got folks around you and you're seeing them not being loud, don't have to be like I was the last time I went to the stadium, okay? I went in a little bit inebriated, okay? I went in a little bit feisty, okay? And when I started screaming and getting loud and I was looking around my section and noticing how many people were being silent, I might have gotten a little bit obnoxious. You don't have to do that. But keep it loud in there. Keep them going. Let them know this is for our team. They need us right now. We have an effect on this football game. The NFL once had to create a whole rule for us as a fan base where we were going to be penalized for being too loud in our own stadium. The only fan base in NFL history to have a rule established for them for being too loud. That thing that you're supposed to be as an NFL fan going into the stadium. But we were that loud to cause it. Let's be that again. Let's capture back into that spirit once more. Let's not let it die away. So be loud in their Power Gold. You let them know. TJ says, did you hear the experts, Mr. 0-9? Then now it was the Colts. Like, bro, you just admit you're wrong. But no, these experts are either stupid or just do it for views. I think they do it for views as much as anything else, TJ, and I think a little bit of stupidity factors in as well. It's probably a bit of both. But I agree with you. When you saw the 0-9 simulator, and there's a lot of people that try to qualify it. Well, they ran 200 simulations, and well, it was just one, and it was a clickbait thing. Yeah, I don't care. One simulation of our Seahawks this year going 0-9 says your simulator is broken, and you need to throw that thing out, take it back to its own blueprints, put together a new prototype, because that thing is broken. And it proved true there on that one. I think what the final cumulative record was like 5-12. Something's wrong with your simulator. Something's wrong with the simulator at that point. Micah Downey, how do you think the Seahawks D-line will do against the Titans' offensive line? I think we'll do pretty darn good, Micah. Part of this has to do with a little bit of the fact that I don't think the Titans' offensive line is as strong as it's been recently. So that's been a little bit of the issue. I think at play here is that we're not at play. It's not an issue. It's good for us. We get to have a little bit of a weaker offensive line. Taylor Lewan's been the big linchpin of that line going back for a few years now. He's really still struggling to come back off that torn ACL. He does not look up at full speed. The right tackle is also a little bit of a revolving door over there. So when your two tackle positions are problems and then you're having issues from the inside as well, we should be able to take advantage of some of that. The key is going to come down to, Micah, your ability to first and foremost stop the run. It's a lot like this week. You have Jonathan Taylor, last year averages 5 yards per carry. You come into this game saying, first and foremost, stop that guy, make them into a one-dimensional attack. That's what you did. You had Jonathan Taylor down at 3.3 yards per carry average. It's a far drop-off from the 5 yard per carry average last year on 17 carries. You must do the same again this week with Derrick Henry. They're two different type of running backs. It's two different styles of ways in which you stop them. They're both very hard to bring down, but they both have two different ways in which they go about doing that. Where Taylor's a little more sudden, Henry's got a little more of the big, long speed, maybe a little bit more, even tougher to bring down with that long speed. But that's where it goes, because if you can stop in the run, turn them into one-dimensional, they don't have the pass protectors there that can hold up against our defensive line. Our pass rushers will hunt, they will eat. But if they can keep us off balance, if they can lean on the play action game under center with Tannehill, and he can have that where he had to throw that out the window basically from the first quarter onward in this prior game, if you can tap into that, then yes, absolutely. If they can remain balanced, you're going to keep us a little bit on our heels a little bit rather than on our toes as far as the pass rush. We're not going to quite be able to pin our ears back and go full speed. That's the thing with playing Derrick Henry. You got to be you have to be disciplined, and you've got to stay in your gap and hold before you actually get to the quarterback. Otherwise, you'll run right past him, and then he's got a lot of open space and not a lot of tacklers to take him down. Rams House, what mic do you use? Right now, I'm using a toner mic. I'm using this one because mainly it's not picking up background sounds. I had a Blue Yeti mic I used, but the thing was picking up every background noise known to God when I was using it, and I didn't like it. Picked up the pops on the mic a lot, and it drove me crazy. So I'm going to go to an XLR mic now, but that means I need to get a mixer board in addition to it. You got to do the full setup. But I think that there's a real big difference in sound quality between the two, and it's time to make the jump for me. It's time to get this into a professional setup. Michael YT says, "Hi Brandon. Speaking of the 80s, do you have photos of yourself from the 80s? I know this isn't the question that people would usually ask." I might, hold on one second. Let me see if I got a picture for you. I think I got a special picture for you guys. If I can find it in here. I was wanting to show you guys this on the stream for a while, by the way. So I've been sitting on this one, just waiting for you to ask this question, frankly. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. You guys are going to like this picture when you see it. It is going to be worth the wait. But of course, now I can't find it. So it was worth the wait, but fortunately it's no longer. Here we go. So a lot of people say that they're longtime Seahawks fans. A lot of people make that claim. But I can actually deliver upon it. So here you guys go. You ask for, see, I deliver on everything in this channel. You want a childhood picture? Here you got a picture of me with my dad. All right, let me get it up here on the thing. And look at what I'm wearing in this childhood picture. That looks like a Seahawks jersey on little 8-year-old Brandon. So I am not a bandwagon. I bleed blue. It comes out of these veins along with a little tinge of green. But yeah, that's how big a Seahawks fan I was even back then, as I convinced my parents on the photo ops to let me wear a Seahawks jersey. You can only imagine how well that request went over. Tim Shimmy says, "I really like how DK and Lockett have developed such a super positive reinforced loop of a relationship, really kicking the wide receiver diva stereotype to the curb." They do. They seem really, really close. They work well off each other with their skill sets. They do. I mean, it's just a nice pairing between two guys. Yeah, just Lockett can kind of do a lot of the different stuff that necessarily isn't DK's game, but DK's got everything in his game that necessarily isn't Lockett. It's like one's deficiency is overcome by the other's strength. The other strengths overcome whatever deficiencies in the other. But I love it too, man. There seems like a real good, just organic thing there. Nobody's faking anything. Both of them seem like they truly do pull for one another. They have each other's back. And that's what you'd like to see ideally. But to your point, because of ego and that type of thing, it's so often that you don't, you know. Truth is, I know it. He went off on me and told me to F myself, as if I told him to F himself or something, being top villain. He wrote a whole paragraph telling him he is sick of seeing comments of people hoping he grows. I don't know what's going on with him, man. That sucks. He seems like such a positive guy, but I don't know what's going on then. That's weird. And people are just being nice to her, making suggestions on stuff. I'm like, I like suggestions. Like, I'm not going to think of all the ideas. If people got suggestions for growing the channel or getting better or doing better in any way, you'd be open to it. It doesn't cost you anything to hear it from people. So, man, that sucks. Brad Roberts says, "Yo, Brando, I would like to purchase a hoodie from you, bro." So here's the thing with my logo. If I put my logo on t-shirts, it's probably gonna be it might be a little too close to a Seahawks logo. I don't know that for sure, but it might be. So I would have to essentially give the hoodie out, Brian, is essentially kind of how I'm going to have to do that to pull that one off. But I'm going to start kind of for folks that do donos and stuff like that, try to work something through with that. So let me work on something. I'm working on that in the background. I do have a store right now. I've tested out I have tested out the part because I got to find a way though of not necessarily charging and being creative with this, because I don't want to have NFL people coming back to me years later being like, "Oh, you got all this NFL product you're selling." It's like, no, I'm selling the Hawks Nest. I'm like, oh, but that's got partly a Seahawks. I don't want that. You know what I mean? Rip Travis, I'm taking Sunday's game 30-17. Seattle has good pass rushers now, and they came back in time because we have the 12s going to be loud. I love it, Rip. I said that wrong, and now they came back in time because they have the 12s to be loud. 12s are going to help that pass rush. If you have a pretty brutal, mean pass rush on the road at 10 a.m., how good's that pass rush going to look at home with a full packed house who's not been in the stadium for like 2 years? 1 year. No, it's been almost 2 years. You think that they're going to be loud? You think they're going to be boisterous? You think that that's going to help? And man, Darrell Taylor with that get off, that was something Coach Carroll pointed to. Imagine, look out what happens with this guy with his get off when he gets in that stadium. And the quarterback can't change up his snap count. Everyone knows he's going to have to keep it simple. It's going to simplify things for Taylor. He's going to get off that much faster off the snap. He's going to be very dangerous in that stadium. He's the perfect breed of player for Lumen Field in that quickness, that first step quickness. Rams House says, Gerald Everett fits incredibly well with your offense. He's a heck of a player. He is Rams fan house. I agree. I'm very happy with him as a guy. I think we kind of put him in the mold of where we need to put him to, Rams, because it's with a tight end, you sign a tight end in free agency and you go, okay, well, we need to get this guy into like 50 catches. He's got to get 800 yards receiving, 7 touchdowns. It's really not the case with Everett. He can fit into a little bit of the mold that he fit into with your Rams team in recent years, where he was the counterpunch with Tyler Higbee or the 1-2 punch with Tyler Higbee. It's where they're almost sort of the combination of their stats maketh the tight end on the Rams as far as their production goes. And it's a little bit similar here, where you're getting a little bit of the combination of Disley as the Higbee type, and then Gerald Everett as your move tight end type. But he's a guy that we haven't had here recently, Rams House. We haven't had this move tight end who's got the skill set he has. We had a Hollister last year who was technically a move tight end, but he was a guy who's small, couldn't block very well. Everett actually can block pretty well for a guy that is an H-back. But then he was really limited as a pass catcher. As long as he was wide open and everything schemed up for him, he could make the catch. But if you had a guy near him, he wasn't going to make the catch, couldn't generate a lot of separation, wasn't a contested catcher. He gave you nothing in yak. He gave you nothing as after the catch, which is, as I'm sure you know, Rams House, I'm not telling you, that's Gerald Everett's game. He's a great guy after the catch with that ball in his hands. So he's going to be an excellent fit for us, to your point. We're really happy, and he might end up becoming one of the biggest additions, if not the biggest addition for us this offseason in the moves we made. And we grabbed a couple of guys like Gabe Jackson and whatnot, but he's a guy that I'm very impressed with. Truth is, I know it. If you see your show, they'd be crazy not to get you one. If they see your show, they'd be crazy not to get you one. You're the best Seahawks analyst by far. No, truth is, I know it. You're very kind, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. I really do. I try to do a good job on this, so I'm always trying to improve and always get better. That's where I stay with, is just keep getting better and keep improving and, do what I can. It's bit by bit here, bit by bit. But I appreciate it. And I'll tell you this, I'll make this promise to you. If I ever get a chance, you guys, if somebody comes down the truck and they have an offer for me, if they want to give me a 9 o'clock slot or the middle of the night slot on a radio show over here or something, you guys know I'll jump on it. I'm not going to turn down a chance. So if there's a point where this gets hot and something strikes, I'll jump. No doubt about it. Fat Boy Ka says, are you from Seattle? I am from Seattle originally. I wasn't born, but I was raised in Seattle. So I've lived all through the northern corridor from Marysville all the way down to Seattle and everything in between. So, all over the place in Seattle. But, yep, went to school back in Mukilteoville, Washington. So I'm right between Everett and Edmonds. That's where I mainly grew up. Rip Travis, a lot of people are not as high on the Hawks as we are. We seem. What they have been doing this offseason, and it's paying off in the game. I think this is the best chance for us to go all the way. Rip Travis, that's what I've been saying a little bit through this time, is I feel like if you look at the last 5 to 6 years, and I gravitate and lock onto that because over the last 5 or 6 years, you've seen kind of the same season play out, where it just sort of pitters out. You're sort of one and done, or you get one playoff win and then you fall off, or you're in this mode of basically every game is this magical affair where you're in this dogfight throughout. You sort of don't get much done offensively. Defensively, you kind of hold on. Then Russell does some magic at the end to win you the football game. And then it's really hard to carry that into the playoffs when you start playing against legitimate football teams. Well, this year, I don't think you're going to be as reliant on Russell Wilson magic because the offense is going to build within it an ability to make things easier on him, the ability to get points without having to have him as a magician. And that then, to me, opens the door to the potential of then the ultimate success this year because you're solving a problem that has been redundant now for, like I said, 5 to 6 seasons. Everything coming back off that final year, basically, of 2014, you went to the Super Bowl, lost, but 2015, it really started with that Panthers loss where you get into the Carolina Stadium. You don't have the right size cleats. You're slipping all over the football field. You get down by 3 touchdowns, and then there's this furious comeback that just falls short. And then from there on, we saw the duplication of that over and over again. This is the year you have a chance to change that because of the choices you've made this offseason, because of finally going to a modernized NFL offense and not making it all on Russell Wilson's shoulders, which is where, in my opinion, has really gone at its most wrong recently when it has gone wrong. But I agree with you, being that this is the most stacked team you put together in 5 to 6 years, being that the schedule is not necessarily outside of our division is hard, in my opinion. You got some tough opponents, but there's a lot of winnable games in there as well. And being that there's, in my final on this, is just there's a sense of urgency this year, Rip. There's a sense of urgency. If this goes wrong, if this goes bad, you could be seeing your quarterback leave town. And nobody wants to see that. I don't think the coaching staff wants to see that. I don't think the general manager wants to see that. That's going to lay a sense of urgency. So if they have to make a couple extra moves down the line right before the trade deadline to cement that contender status, to cement that Super Bowl contending status, they will do so out of that sense of urgency. Rip Travis says, really like Darrell Taylor this year. Very fast with power. I can see 10 sacks. I didn't think he'd produce this much in his first game. I didn't either, Rip. The startling stat that I've referenced here a little bit on the live stream show is that if you look through week 1, and it is week 1, it's a sample size. It's nothing to take as a end-all be-all determinant. But when you look at week 1 and those edge rushers who had a minimum of 15 snaps, and you look at those rushers who had the best pass rush grade, the number 1 guy, obviously Chandler Jones, right? Five sacks or something like that in Tennessee. 93.1 was his pass rush grade. Below that, Joey Bosa, 91.0 pass rushing grade. He had 4 tackle for losses, another sack, very dominant performance on his part. Well, number 3 is Darrell Taylor on that list at 90.5 as a pass rushing grade. Those are some pretty good names to be in there with. Number 4 is Romeo Okwara, by the way, which isn't a bad name on the 4th rung of that list to be with. And him right in the mix of those things. He surprised me too as well to come out and be kind of that productive in the first game. Going up against a backup tackle, third string tackle is going to help him look a little bit better, Rip. But he is a guy with the type of talent to generate early sacks in his career without the refinement that will come later on. Pass rushers do tend to take a little bit of time, but the reason that I've had a bit of high upside to Darrell Taylor and thinking he can get some production right now, he can get you to 8, 9, 10 sacks this year, is because that first step quickness to that elite bend when he rounds the arc is something that you cannot teach and is not something that every pass rusher walks off the bus with. It's a rare skill. And when you're bringing that, then out the gate, you should be able to get some production from it as well. Rams House says, I use that exact mic, my man. I have the Toner TC777. Is this the C? Let me see if mine's the Toner. I don't know if mine's the 7.7, but I'll tell you, it's not an expensive mic. It works good. I like this mic. I just want the XLR for some of the deep richness that it provides the voice, whereas this stuff doesn't necessarily capture that. It definitely gives you a little bit more of the, it's not fully like talking through a phone, but it just doesn't give you quite that depth that I would look for. But man, I'm impressed. The Toner costs like about a third of the price of what Blue Yeti costs. But honestly, with Blue Yeti's inability to pick up the background noises are just too overwhelming. And this mic doesn't do this. This cuts away all the wind. We got dogs in this house. I got people upstairs on, for feet sounds. You guys don't hear any of that with this mic. So I'm very impressed by Toner. Doyle Robertson says, thoughts on the loss of Raheem Mostert and Jason Verrett for the San Francisco 49ers. I never like seeing injuries, but that team isn't very deep to begin with, and I think they may be heading for trouble. Doyle, it was one of my 10 items that I pointed to on 10 things I learned this week in the NFC West. My number 2 item was the 49ers already have injury concerns. The Raheem Mostert one hurts. It does. He was their best back. He took over for Matt Breida a couple years ago, and he's been really solid for them in that role. Even though they're always a little bit of a running back by committee, you still do kind of need that number one guy you can lean into just a little bit. He went out of this game. He was averaging like 10 yards per carry when he got injured in this game. Obviously, the Mitchell kid came in and played really well behind him. This is an offensive line with guys like Trent Williams and Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle. They're going to create rushing lanes for any running back that's back there. And I've long contended, it's been a kind of a big sticking point for me on this channel and talking to folks who value running backs, that I say, really when it comes back to running back value and how good a running back is from a production standpoint, it really does come back down at the end of the day to the offensive line. Yeah, you can get certain running backs that are a little more talented from one to the next, but if they're behind a crap show offensive line, they're not getting the job done even with that little extra talent level. They need holes to be able to run through. And so you've got those guys that are going to create those holes for whoever the running back is. There is a given point, though, where you lose too many running backs and you're down to a point where the talent does drop down below a line where you are sort of getting a little bit of you're dealing with a deficiency at the position. Mostert goes out. They've got Mitchell. They've got Trey Sherman that they selected out of Ohio State, who should be a good functional back for them. He should be able to handle the duties well enough at this point. But they had traded Wayne Gallman, who was the guy that they brought in from the Giants, who I know one of our residents here, Randall McDaniel, really likes Wayne Gallman a lot. I was surprised to see them move on from him, kind of lessening down their depth just a little bit there. And I do think it is a concern. It's going to be harder to find that upper level back as the year goes along. Corner is the bigger concern. I went on to Last Second Sports about a month and a half ago. He does the 49ers channel for them, and we had some discussions, and we talked about the fact that their corners are going to go to more man-based now this year. They want to be more blitz-heavy this year under the new defensive coordinator with Robert Saleh going to the New York Jets. And so, okay, you're going more man, but your corner situation isn't really built for man. You got a lot of guys that were there really for zone, and Verrett was a guy who could play man. He was a guy they needed to be the number one corner. You lost Sherman, you lost Akilio Witherspoon. Now Verrett's gone. You're down basically your top 3 corners from last year. What you going to do, San Francisco? And I think it's a concern. As we are lamenting here a little bit in Seattle, it's easier to say we got a problem at corner, we need to go get a fix at corner, than it's easier said than done. Maybe they go make a trade for a Stephon Gilmore. Maybe the Niners are willing to do that and they see themselves in this, in this win now mode, and they could potentially do something like that because Gilmore's probably going to cost a second rounder, though I will say the Niners are down now a couple of first round picks here. They aren't exactly sitting down a first round pick this year and next year. So, do you want to start giving up more draft capital on top of that when you already have a young quarterback that you're going to want to assemble some young talent around as well in these future drafts? Yeah, I think those are big injuries for them, Doyle, and it's concerning that it happens in week 1 for you, being that you look across the board for them. Their safety position, also very thin. Jarquez starts like about a below average safety. Ward's really good, upper level safety. But now you got Emmanuel Mosley, who I would say is probably a below league average corner as it is anyway. And who's the other guy now taking over? Is it the guy that they just signed who wasn't very good for the Cardinals last year? I think that's going to leave some openings in their secondary big time. Big time. Truth is, I know it. What does lazy John Clayton do? He's lame. He needs to give his press pass to you. Seriously. If Corbin has one of them, there is no way you shouldn't have one. Apply. I'll apply, man. I'll present and see if they'll let me in on it. Like I said, they like usually some kind of credential aspect, and you got Corbin's got Sports Illustrated, and John is a Hall of Fame writer, so that does provide him a way in. I do think John's gotten a little bit at times not as on the ball, and just sort of like his takes will get and I love John Clayton. I mean, I used to religiously listen to his Saturday morning show. It was must listen radio every week. But there's times where it's just, you don't get as many tidbits as you once got. You don't get as many nuggets as you once got. You get a lot more of him sort of just, speaking kind of out of school on stuff where he's not really where he used to speak more from expertise, it felt like. But, those Saturday shows used to be awesome. Except for the Notre Dame guy that used to come on for 45 minutes and speak in that screechy voice. Except for that. That was the worst. Micah Downey, absolutely love the content. Keep up the great work. Makes my day watching your videos. Oh, thank you, Micah. Very kind. You guys are very kind of you to say today. You guys grow my heart 2 sizes larger with these kind comments. Thank you so much. Michael Meyer says, thanks for sharing the pic. Yeah, Michael, I'll get it eventually. We'll post it in the background. Maybe I'll do a little frame thing here and add it to the background. Je ne sais quoi. You know what I mean? Tim Shumi says, damn, go Hawks. That's right, Daddy. Daniel W. says, how jealous is your dad of your hair? Funniest thing. So my poor dad is he got it on both ends where he lost his hair, but then he gained basically he gained Bigfoot worth of hair throughout the rest of his body. The poor guy, right? You just feel bad for these dudes. I mean, it is like he'd get in the pool and people would, there's a lot of hair there, So he's thinking as I'm going up, he's telling me about, get ready, son. Get ready. The hair's going to go. You're going to have body hair everywhere. So I grow up, I'm, getting old now. By this point in time, by my age right now, the hair was gone on him. A full head of hair, barely any body hair. And he from time to time lets me know that I'm a schmuck for I'm a schmuck for having a full head of hair and not being a wildebeest below the neck. Standard Champion says, to that simulator BS, Seahawks have not gone 0-3 since 2012, let alone 0-9. Yeah, it's just, I'm not overstating it. Your simulator is broken if it's saying at any point in time we're going 0-9. It's broken. This is not an 0-9 squad in any reality that could happen. Especially if you're only running 200 simulations. I could maybe understand if you run 1,000,000 simulations, That's what. Then you get to like one of those multiverse situations where like, well, you'll play, every version of you will play out in every reality. There'll be a version of you that's a serial killer. There'll be a version of you that's what are the dudes that marry like multiple women? A polygamist. There'll be all that. There'll be all these different versions of you, right? So I can maybe get that, but 200? Nah, not on 200. Not on 200. Truth is, I know it says top villain was raised by an angry single mother and has self-esteem issues. You know what I mean? Well, maybe so. If he's snapping at you guys for making simple requests or simple, hey, goodness, chill, my guy. You're doing well. Channel's rocking out. Be happy. I mean, if I was at 70,000 subs, I'd be smiling all the time. I'm happy I have 5,000. Rams House, it takes 3 to 4 people to tackle Everett. Very true. Very true, man. He doesn't go down easy. He fights hard. He does. He's just a good, solid football player. And again, maybe it's overstated a little bit, Rams House. We've not had a yak guy at tight end in our history of the Seahawks. We've not had a guy like this. And we saw it a little bit. We had a little bit of this screenplay that was nicely developed. It's right out of your guys' offense. We've never seen something like this before where you have a Eskridge running the fly sweep and he's coming around Russell. He runs the fly sweep and Russell fakes it to him. He then turns into a lead blocker. Then, as you know, with what you guys do in your offense, you get 2 of your offensive linemen then pulling in space behind Eskridge. So now we got 3 guys out in front. Then you're getting the ball in the hands of a guy like, getting the ball in the hands of a guy like, I lost my train of thought. Gerald Everett, who's not easily brought down, who's good with yak, and he's got a multitude of blockers in front of him. I mean, that's how you break off some big chunk plays, and it's an easy play. It's part of what I've talked about Rams House with this offense being made a little more easier on Russell. He'd have to do a whole lot on that. All the guys are pulled in space, toss the ball out to the guy, easy peasy, he's done on the play. One less play that Russell Wilson takes a hit that would have been a play before that he might have taken a hit that he probably would have taken a hit on, being it was a pass play. Shane says, well, went to Kamiak, laughing out loud. I did go to Kamiak indeed. I did indeed. You can ask him about the legend of Brandon. Brandon Kane. Daniel W. I had hopes Dakota Shepley could emerge as a viable center for us, but he is 27, the same age as Ethan Posick. He came into the league at 25, old as F, rookie, so the upside isn't there, unfortunately. No, probably not. It's a solid point, right, Daniel? We've seen this very same thing with a guy like LJ Collier, who's up in the very similar age stance himself. If you come into the league as an older player, your sliding scale of improvement, how you can develop as a player, is a little bit more reduced. So take two guys like a LJ Collier. I've had a lot more room for LJ Collier and time to have patience for his development, because he is a guy who came into the Seahawks at 20 years old versus a guy like LJ Collier who comes to the Seahawks at the age of 24. That's when he lands. You need to be well further more along because you've got 4 more years on top of this other guy. So we didn't see that from LJ, though. He was still very stilted in his development. He was still unrefined in his technique coming in at 25 years old. And that's one of the reasons that I was so down on LJ Collier as a player, and that's been proven to be true. But yeah, Shipley might not be too much. I don't think Daniel W., they ever looked at him as the answer. They're just looking for an accommodating backup if something happened with Posick, like did happen. I still think, Daniel, that they're going to do something else with this at this position. They're not just going to sit here and stand pat and say, we're good at center. Everything's good. We're fine. I can't see how they're looking at it like that. I hope not. Fat Boy Ka says, every time I stop by this channel, you're always giving good vibes. 100. Oh, thank you, Fat Boy Ka. Well, it's just, I'm just reflecting back, mirroring back what the chat's like over here. I got the best chat on YouTube, especially for football. I got people that think deep, that are positive, they're always kind. I mean, everybody's so kind to me in the chat. I don't know how I can't be in a good mood. You know, people throw me donations, you like, you comment, you subscribe. Everybody's just awesome to me, saying, hey, you should be on 710. You're like, man, how do you do nothing but just sit here and smile the whole live stream show? You know, I love this, man. And it also helps that this is my favorite thing to do in the world. I love talking Seahawks. I love talking football. As you guys know, hell, we went 7.5 hours on the last stream. I can do it all night. So we got a Patriot in the house. Sick Patriot says, go Pats. Go Pats, Sick Patriot. You like a Mac Jones, man? Like a Mac Jones? Well, you got carved together a lot of drives this last week, the New England Patriots did. Weren't able to put up a lot of points. I wonder with Mac if he's going to be a good guy in between the 20s, but not have quite enough on that noodle to get those tight window throws that you need to get in down on the goal line. But welcome on in, Sick. Daniel W. says, I also don't think it is often a team trades their starting center mid-season. Usually seems to happen in the offseason, so I think we have to roll with what we got at the center position. It's a little bit of the 800-pound gorilla that's sitting in this room, chewing on a banana and staring at everybody in wonder. Yeah, it's going to be hard to bring a center in mid-season. And to your point, there's not a lot of history in the NFL recently of being able to bring a center into a team that's competing and have him hit the ground running. It tends to be the position that has to make all the line calls on blitzes. Continuity is one of the biggest, if not the most important factor to an offensive line success. You have none of that by going and making that trade deadline deal. The only caveat that I would provide for why I could provide some improvement for our Seahawks is if you're talking about having a Kyle Fuller here running for the first half of the year, and then you go and make a trade for a guy like Jason Kelce. He is such a much better player, so over the top better than what you get from Fuller, that he might provide you that marginal improvement. Would it be the same improvement you'd get from Kelce if you had got him in the offseason and he had all of mini camps and all of training camp to learn the offense and the players around him? No. Definitely not. But could it still be even just a little bit marginally better than Fuller at that point and then thus worthwhile because of that? Sure. Shane, been a long time since I was this excited about a Seahawks team. I'm just going to go with it and enjoy it. You should, Shane, because we could all feel a little bit over the last couple of years. I'm not going to say it was the mirage of what we were watching, but there was a general feeling as you watch those teams. And let's take the first 8 games of the year last year. Yeah, Russell's cooking. Yeah, Russell's throwing for yards all over the place. Yeah, he's on a week 6 on a trajectory for like 70 touchdowns passing, right? Absolutely. Absolutely he's doing that. But then we had on the flip side of that, at the same point in time, our defense through those same point in time had given up a record amount of yards. It was due to give up the most yards in NFL history against the pass. And not only was it due to break the record, it was due to shatter and obliterate the record. How can you feel like that's a Super Bowl contending team last year as you're going through, knowing that you have this defense so deficient on the other side? And then halfway into the year, it flipped on us. It completely flipped just wildly, where the defense suddenly comes alive, suddenly becomes what we're the team's leaning on to sustain, and then the offense goes in the crapper. At no point in time, even when you were playing good, even when you were winning through that point of last year, were you really able to sit there and go, yeah, we're the team. We're the ones. We're the separators here. And even in the previous year, you had most of the year where you're like, yeah, this is not good enough. And then Quandre Diggs came and you're like, okay, well, maybe this could be. Then he gets the high ankle sprain, fighting through injury, can't be the same player he was when he first walked in the door at that point. And you kind of knew in the back of your mind, we got some receiver depth problems. We got some offensive line problems. We don't really have much of a pass rush beyond Jadeveon Clowney. You couldn't feel as good about that team and the potential of that team. Whereas this year, I just don't think you have as many of those same questions, and you should enjoy it because of that. Does it mean guaranteed 100% you're going to get past where you've gotten recently? No. It's the way this division is constructed, the way injuries can play a part, how tough you've got some NFC teams recently like Green Bay and New Orleans, or like Green Bay and Tampa Bay, that you got to probably overcome. It's going to be an uphill climb. But you've put as good together a team as you could to come into a year this year versus the last 5 to 6 years. You've updated the coaching staff as well as you could update it when you look at the last 5 to 6 years. Now we just got to see how it'll play out in that respect. Late Alawazi says, I think this is Super Bowl or bust this year. Super Bowl or bust year. Things will get dismantled come next. Late Alawazi, I've long predicted that if you fall into the same place you fall in the last 5 to 6 years, if we are a one and done team, if we get to the playoffs, win one, gone, or we just get knocked out after the first round, or if we don't even make the playoffs, I do believe that there's going to be heavy change coming. I do believe there's a high likelihood that Russell Wilson moves on at that point, and it's going to be a lot of, I don't know if it's taking it down to the studs, but you're going to be doing a heavy-duty remodel job on the fly, and I don't like that potential future if it plays out that way. One of the reasons I'm so all in on this year, for those new to this channel, it sounds like probably, you don't care about tomorrow, you want to just spend all your money today, you want to use up tomorrow's cap space for the now? Yeah, I do. Because not only is this season and the potential success of this year, the potential of a Super Bowl year riding on this year, but Russell Wilson remaining with this football team throughout the next 3, 4, 5, 10 years also rides on the success of this season. I truly do believe that. So it's one of the reasons I will be uber aggressive, and I will say at every turn, I don't care in a lot of respects who the player is. If he's upgrading the roster, if he's making us better at given position A, where we're a little deficient in, I'm making that move. I'm going to be aggressive like that. Cowboys are number one, says the Hawks Nest. Wow, you're still here. Salute in the most genuine, respectful, non-mainstream way, sir. Beast fan. Thank you, Cowboys. I go late, man. I go late, so I'm known for my long streams. I like talking to you guys. I really enjoy this. It's not lip service. This is something that's my favorite part of the week to do. Jeff Ryan's just dropping in late today, Brandon, but I'm definitely watching the replay on the home game this week. I can't wait. Cheers and go Hawks. Cheers, Jeff. And Jeff, you also came in with a $5 donation. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Says, always appreciate your takes and delivery. Hope you can catch a win this weekend. Now, me too, Jeff. I'm gonna be nervous this weekend. I'll be on the edge of my seat. I'm gonna be just like, come on, Seattle, you can just take care of business here. But I'm expecting a dogfight. I'm expecting a heart attack, Hawk type football game. Would that be the case? Still predicting to win. Still predicting to win. Jonathan Crass thought the team looked incredible in all phases on Sunday. Looking forward to blowing out the Titans O-rings at home on Sunday. I love it, man, Jonathan. I'm the same way. Very impressed with this football team. We don't see these type of wins very often over the last couple of years. It's usually muddle your way through 3 quarters and then hope Russell Wilson can be magical at the end. That tends to be the blueprint for winning here in Seattle over the last 3 to 4 years. But in this game, get up comfortably by the lead, remain balanced, defense carrying the water, being almost dominant at times, pass rush coming to life like we haven't seen in a couple of years, Russell Wilson being efficient, posting the second best passer rating of his career within that efficiency. And then, hey, let's not even speak about the fact that I think we might just have the best special teams unit in all of football. There's a lot for us to hang our hat on, a lot of feathers for us to stick in this particular cap. And again, Jeff, just one of the reasons I'm so high on this football team as we go forward this season, even playing in this hellacious division that literally is going to leave bodies on the floor when this thing's all said and done. Thank you so much, though, Jeff, for that $5 donation. And thanks for watching the replay as well. I appreciate it. Cowboys are number 1. Says, if Russ is a 10, where do you rate Dak? I say 5 at best, night and day difference between those two. One wins, one gets yards. Dak's has been raising up for me over the years, Cowboy R. And the reason being is that when you look at Cowboy R, Dak Prescott and Jared Goff, for instance, there's a similarity between them and Dak Prescott when they came into this league. In that all of those guys, when they first came into the league, and they're basically maybe not Goff in his rookie year, but by his second year, they got the best offensive lines that they had in their career, and then it progressively got worse. And that with the progressive worsening that you saw with those players in Goff and Wentz, their games fell off a cliff with it. Now, looking at Dak Prescott on the other side of it, as that offensive line's gotten worse around him, as Tyron Smith is getting older and older, as Frederick retires, Zach Martin's still a dog. He's playing well, but Lyle Collins can't stay in the lineup for nothing. It doesn't matter whether it's injury or suspension. He just can't stay out there. And I do like Tyler Bidas, but he's not Zach Frederick. But as that offensive line's gotten worse, Dak Prescott has still been able to perform well, perform elite, put up an amazing amount of yards. I know it's garbage yards maybe at times, but that Tampa Bay game wasn't garbage yards. And that's with an offensive line that's getting worse. And he's getting hit more often. He's having to scramble around a little bit per his early part of his career. It's easy to be successful when you got 3 Pro Bowlers in front of you. How can you be when you only got 1 real good offensive lineman or 2 real good offensive linemen? What kind of guy can you be with that? If I was to say where you're looking on the rank goes, if Russ is at a 10, I would probably put Dak a little higher than even you would do. I would probably put a 7.5 on Dak. I know that he's a guy he's a little bit of the modern version of Matt Padford, but I do think that as well, it's not his fault that the defense has been horrific over the last year and a half. It's not his fault that they've got to score, 40 points a game basically to win within that team a bit. And again, I'm saying this, Cowboys, give me some rope here because obviously the Cowboys aren't my team and this is a little bit from afar. But if I look at the game, for instance, last year that we played against the Cowboys at home, and I know that he did have an interception throw in that game. But even still, maybe even 2, I think he might have thrown 1 at the end on a Hail Mary. But was that game a loss because of Dak Prescott? Was that his fault for why I didn't run? And again, too, look at with that offensive line getting worse, how much worse Zeke Elliott ain't the same back with that line getting worse. He's gone downhill. So that's where I do give Dak a little bit of credit, where I go, now with that said, I do have some questions with him on arm strength at times, but he throws with great anticipation. He's a smart quarterback, just enough mobility. I do think he's an upper level quarterback in this league and that he's a top 15 quarterback. Where would I put him though? That would be a little bit of a tougher question to give you the exact, he'd slot in at 12, but he's impressing me the more he goes along, Cowboy. When you do more with less, and I know he's got the great receivers on the outside. He's got 3 awesome dudes. But man, I watched Goff and Wentz go into the tank the second their line wasn't top end. And I didn't see the same thing with Dak. Roxanne says a simulator program is only as good as the person inputting the data. That person is more than likely living in the Eastern time zone or in Silicon Valley. Facts, Roxanne. Facts. Well said. Well said. And you're 100% right. Simulators are interesting things. But I'll tell you this, their simulator, I bet, Roxanne, if we took their simulator and we took the results of that simulator, the cumulative simulator that they ran, and I ran one simulator of Madden, which isn't even a good simulator in itself, I bet the Madden simulator is more accurate than the ESPN simulator when it's all said and done. I bet you. Which just goes to speak on how inadequate it is as a tool. Truth is, I know it says Eskridge looks like a great fit skills-wise. I want to see him get catches on digs and drag routes where he catches the ball while running towards the sideline so he has to use his breakaway speed. Me too. I'd like to see him more utilized as well. They definitely limited a little bit of his snaps in this game. I think when you got up by a bunch of points, they kind of put some of the stuff in their back pocket and be like, why unveil this? We're already up by 2-3 touchdowns here. Let's just keep this. We'll keep this for maybe some of our division foes here who are lighting the world on fire. But no, he looked really good to me. And those fly sweeps, he looked very Percy Harvin-like on those fly sweeps. His acceleration and getting around that end, that's going to be free yardage for him if they can just utilize him in that role. And I'd love to see 4 to 5 fly sweeps a game, a couple bubble screens, like you said, maybe a drag route or two. That's the way to utilize him. Don't try to fit him into being a normal receiver. Use him as sort of a gadget receiver and embrace that. Embrace it. There's nothing wrong with the gadget receiver. You got the regular guys, DK, Tyler, to get the normal stuff done. This is the guy to do all this, the new agey stuff that we need those receivers to do. D-Mac! What's up, D-Mac? Good to see you, buddy. We got to get on game here soon, man. It's been too long. Hope you're doing good with 2K. Truth is, I know it says at times it looked like Russ didn't want to throw it underneath last season because he wanted that MVP. Other times, the wide receivers weren't getting open. Nothing came easy on offense last year. Yeah, because when you would run stuff like, let's say you run a halfback pass, okay? And last year what you do is you'd run the halfback pass, or not a halfback pass, but you're running a route with the halfback, is running just like a swing pass route. What would you do last year is you'd step back and have Russell throw that route. The running back would run the swing route, and Russell would sit back there and be looking deep, and he'd patting the ball. And then maybe eventually he goes over to the running back. But here's what happens on the zone drop with that if you're the linebacker, let's say in zone. You drop back, Russell drops back, you get your depth. You get a phenomenal amount of depth. Russell's holding it. You realize Russell's not going deep. He's going to maybe potentially start to scramble. You start taking some steps forward to the line. Now Russell throws to the running back as you're getting momentum coming back to the running back to make a nice easy tackle for a 2-yard gain. And then everybody goes, oh, see, this is why Russell can't throw the running backs. In this game, there was one play in particular where Russell dropped back out of shotgun, and with purpose and speed, he went right to Chris Carson, who gained like 9 yards on the play because he's catching the linebackers on their heels as they're dropping into their zone rather than they've already dropped into their zone. Now they're coming back towards the line of scrimmage because of the general way the play plays out like that. So they're embracing it this year. You've got to build it in your offense. You've got to have it as something that's a normal part of what you do, not something that you're like, I want to go deep. I want to go deep. I want to go deep. And then after people pull your teeth out, you finally will throw a halfback, pass to the flat. It can't be done that way. That's not embracing the short passing game. But what you saw here is them absolutely embracing it from the start to finish. Truth as I know it. They weren't just, here's just a little flavor of it. Here's a little look. Here's some window dressing of the short passing. No, from start to finish, you fully utilized it. So great to see. D-Mac, he says, how's it going, D-Mac? Says Jeff. Hope all is well. Any possible collabs with Brandon this year? I'm going to get D-Mac to do another scouting breakdown on these corners coming out this next offseason because we might be in the corner market, having 3 free agent cornerbacks. So I'm sure we're going to be looking at these corners coming out of this draft this next year. I'm going to have him break down a couple of those, I'm sure. I'll force him on. It's always kicking and screaming with D-Mac a little bit. So we'll get him back over here, though. Daniel says Tyler had a great game, but unfortunately his lazy block got D. Eskridge concussed. I don't know if you saw the replay, but he got blocked for 1 second, then stopped, which got Eskridge lit up. That's one thing that I showed up a couple times on the tape with Tyler in this game. Tyler did a great job at running his routes. Tyler is not blocking all that well. Some of this is Tyler's size isn't going to allow him to block really well. He's a smaller dude. It's going to be hard for him to make those blocks. But there was a play in the running game where he just got blasted right back in the backfield where just he couldn't even hold on. It was the biggest wonder I had with Tyler in re-signing him to a contract extension with Shane Waldron. Whereas technically speaking, Tyler is not the Waldron type he's going to necessarily be looking for as a wide receiver in this offense. You look at the Rams, Van Jefferson, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, they mainly get the bigger wide receivers who can come out and do some of that down blocking at the line of scrimmage. And you got to be a bit bigger of a guy to pull that off, which is just not Tyler's game. But I didn't know that he was the one that led a lazy block on that play. I do remember another play though, Daniel, and rewatching the game where he just got lit up on his block. And it's discouraging to see because unfortunately part of this scheme is that you got to be able to block as a wide receiver. It's part and parcel, just goes with the scheme hand in hand. Jason has been back listening for like 30 minutes. Love the content. Almost done with my notes for my yeast teacher. Said I couldn't fit all my notes in my book on the paper. Can't tell me I can't. Nice, dude. Doyle Robertson says, nice to see the difference between Pete and Mike on their wide receiver penalties. Julio got thrown under the bus. Mike and DK almost got praise from Pete. Wide receivers have to play with an edge. Love it. Yeah, I think that and when you got a big guy, the thing that resounds with me a bit was DK talked about talking to his dad about this. DK's dad was a former offensive lineman and a good offensive lineman in the NFL. And his dad told him, he said, DK, you're already bigger than everybody. You're already stronger than anybody. You should be bringing a bully mentality with that to take full advantage of that. And if you're not, you're leaving something on the table that you could use. And I think DK took that to heart and he's running with that. And in running with that is in playing with that edge that you spoke on. But you're absolutely right. And it's a salient point in regards to Coach Carroll. He has the number one rule on this team is protect the team. When you're throwing players under the bus, you're not protecting the team as a head coach. And that would be not something that Coach Carroll would ever do. Is it beyond him not to talk bad about a player? No, he'll talk bad about a player, but he would never throw him like that under that bus in that way. Vrabel even used some very colorful language with that. And it was a weird time to do it because it's like, was the Julio Jones penalty what held you back in that game from beating the Cardinals? This unsportsmanlike call? No, you got beat because you got your butt beat on the line of scrimmage. You got beat because you couldn't cover anybody in your secondary. That's why you got beat. So that's what wholly makes something like that wrong is there's no upside. There's no win to saying that in a press conference if you're Mike Vrabel. And it would have been better just to let it be quiet. Cowboys are number one, says, thank you for the answer, man. I agree with you on everything, but I will argue with you on one thing. Dak has 8 turnovers in the last 18 quarters, short fields, and no rest for our defense constantly. The interception stuff, the turnover stuff is a little bit of an issue for him. And maybe you could talk on this a little bit, Cowboys, was he throwing as much to have those turnovers caused because Ezekiel Elliott wasn't able to run as well anymore, turning them into a one-dimensional attack, forcing him to have to throw more often. And as we've seen with our own Russell Wilson here last year, when you start getting those attempts out of that 35 range, but into that 45 and 50 range, you start raising the possibility and probability of having more of those interceptions thrown at that point. And I don't know on this one, Cowboy R, so I'm asking you on that one because, again, I haven't watched the Cowboy games, but that would just be my one question for you on that is if they were stuck in the one-dimensional zone, because it really feels like Elliott has just not been able to get up and going as a running back lately for whatever reason, be it maybe that the run blocking isn't good or he was getting a little fat. We've all seen the pictures. But that would be my one question on that. Cowboys also says Dalton took care of the ball in the last 7 games and we led the league in takeaways. I get it. Dalton is trash to others, but he made it work with the worst talent since 2002. Great show. Thank you, Cowboys are. And it's a good point. If you got a quarterback who comes in there and does protect on the ball, that is saying something. Obviously, Dak was being way more prolific as far as a passer goes with the yards and the throws he was making, where Dalton, you can see it a little bit in this game with the Rams, for instance, where you had a play that was like a 3rd and 10, and Dalton threw like a check down it was 4th and 10. Like it was a 4th down play. And he throws like a little check down over to the flat that was not going to get anywhere near a first down, but he didn't challenge anything deep. He didn't risk anything. It's like, well, yeah, but you had to risk something there. You needed to get this done. You needed to go for this. But it's a solid point in that he didn't have as many turnovers as Dak did. And when I do go back to last year's game, for instance, against Seattle, with Cooper in that game, there's a route Cooper's running where he's got a little bit of separation on Shaquille Griffin, and Dak throws it a little bit behind him. And that interception was 100% wholly on Dak in that moment, where you got to point him to that throw's got to be better there, But I appreciate the kind words, Cowboy. Jeff Rhines. Oh, he's on Jace. D-Mac says, we'll be doing a show soon. We'll get D-Mac in there again here. Daniel W., we should sign Josh Gordon and move Lockett into the slot. That way he doesn't have to block. Thoughts? I'd love it, man. And certainly Josh Gordon's got the size to get that done, right? He's a big boy at wide receiver, so he could handle those blocking duties, no doubt about it. Daniel says Gordon would be the perfect size. Could you imagine DK Gordon on one side blocking together? Oh, it'd be lovely, Daniel. Especially if you can get those oppositions to go corner heavy. If you can get one linebacker off the field, that'd be great. One less linebacker, one receiver, and then you got your big receiver going against their small corner at that point. That would be a boon to Seattle. And not something that I'd consider, but yeah, he would be able to do that. It's just that's something that's elemental into this offense is that you bring down the wide receiver, oftentimes that slot guy. You'll bring him in motion, and then you'll have him come down and actually block even sometimes a defensive end. You'll then have the right tackle at that point, instead of blocking that same defensive end, go down block down to the defensive tackle. And like dominoes across the board, your offensive line will essentially go laterally at the snap, as well as creating 2 extra pullers by going laterally, by having an extra number game to one side of the football field. But the start of that domino, the first domino that falls on that particular stance is that wide receiver coming down to down block that defensive end who would normally have, let's say, the right tackle blocking him instead. And it doesn't have to be a good block. He's just got to hold on for like about a half second because the play is going to go away from it. It's not the strong side of the play that the receiver's blocking. He's on the weak side to where the play is going to go. So, already that defensive end's got to run pretty far to get to the play. He's just holding him up there for a second. But in Lockett's case, he ain't holding anything up. He's getting blasted off the ball. Late Alwaze says Everett will be the X factor this season. Agree? I would put Everett in both him and Eskridge because they both provide such a specific skill set to the team that the team doesn't really have outside of them if they're not on the team or if they're injured. So I would probably put it's a little bit of both of them, and the element that they're going to provide is so specific and is not redundant on this roster. So yeah, I would agree, but I would just add in maybe a little bit of Eskridge in there with it. Is that Eskridge is the guy with the fly sweeps and the bubble screens, which have been things that you haven't been doing necessarily great recently, but need to be implemented into this offense, need to be part of a modern day offense. Space. So Space, I caught you in here finally, man. So Space, can you keep responding here on the chat on this? Cause I love this. And so folks, Space is awesome with this. He comes in every stream and he comes in with the same question. He'll come in and he'll ask me, do you still think we should trade Russ? Which I never said to trade Russ. So I don't know if he's just being a troll with it. I try to get some interaction with him, but all he'll do is post that single comment and then leave the vid. So what I've told him here is that I'm not going to respond to his question until I know he remains in the chat and acknowledges the fact that I've answered the question at least a half dozen times from him. I like answering questions multiple times over, but just not if I don't think you're actually not listening to the answer, Space. I want to make sure you're actually listening to the answer, my guy. Cowboys are number 1. Dude, you're a real cool dude. I wish my fellow fans were as level-headed. Once again, great show. Thank you, Cowboy R. I always agree in this. No, I agree, but this is where I'd love to see more NFL fans line into. And that I know that we all want to just scream and shout about how we're better and pound our chest and my team's the best and your team sucks. And I always just feel like, though, there's really not a lot gained by that, and that it almost places to the silly points of fandom. Why can't we all acknowledge good on other teams or bad on other teams, or try to be as a little bit unbiased while still loving our team? And I admit it's a little bit of a fine line. Space. So Space, you said I said that. So Space, I didn't say that, Space. What I said, and this is the response that I've had to you on this a couple times. So I'm glad that you're staying in the chat. I appreciate you hanging around here. If you can do me a favor, Space, you've asked the question 7 or 8 times. So hang on for this response right now, because each time you ask, I feel like you leave the chat because you keep asking the question again and again. So can you maybe present to me, Space, why do you keep asking the question again and again when I've answered the question a half a dozen times for you? If you could maybe present that a little bit. But no, I didn't say Russ should be traded. What I said at the time, Space, and this was my answer that I put to you 7 times, if you're not going to give Russell a modern day offense, if you're not going to build the offense around Russell Wilson, then you should trade him, right? So what I did is you're taking the second part of what I said, but you're ignoring the whole first part of what I said in that last season, as this was around mid-year. And the reason why I was saying that is because you had a coach, Carroll, a defensive-minded coach, who wasn't supporting his quarterback appropriately, his Hall of Fame quarterback. I got very specific in this. I got very nuanced in this, Space. So what did they do this offseason, Space? What did they do? Exactly what I asked them to do. You spent the majority of your money to the offensive side of the ball. The first pick in the draft was a receiver. 2 of your first 3 picks were to the offensive side of the ball. But beyond that, what did you do? You brought in a new offensive coordinator. The one thing I was asking to do. So Space, if you didn't bring on Walden last year, if you're going to hold on to Schottenheimer again, then yeah, go ahead and move on from Russ, because you're not going to give him a modern offense. You're not going to let him do what you should do with a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. But they didn't do that. So I guess this gets to be the last time I have to answer you on this one. No, I didn't want Russell Wilson traded. I said if you aren't going to accommodate him appropriately and take advantage of his skill set, then he's a wasted asset, and then you should. They stopped doing that. They changed direction. They went in the direction I said they should do, almost like they were listening to me on a phone. So I'm pretty happy with it at this point. Let's see if we can keep space in here, or do we lose space at that point? I'd love to hear your response to that, Space. Maybe we can have a little bit of back and forth rather than just an empty question and go bye-bye. I like the more of the back and forth here, more that we can kind of talk it out. Doyle Robinson, although he is out with a concussion, D. Eskridge has another gear. He's going to be special with the ball in his hands. When watching the game, he just looked faster than everyone else. He did. That's why I related a little bit to that Percy Harvin gear. We saw it very infrequently. It was only a couple games here that we saw it. But if you go, for instance, to that game, the first game of the year against the Packers after the Super Bowl winning victory, that very first game was the game that Percy Harvin was put on as really one game of truly spotlighted for our Seahawks, where he was utilized throughout as that Swiss Army knife type of player. But you could see on those fly sweeps at that point, when he got that ball, there was that extra gear he had where he was just going to run past people and there wasn't anything they could do. And they had to pick their poison. Do you want to stay solid inside and deal with Marshawn in the middle of the defense with the inside zone runs they're going to want to run? Or do you want to cheat to the outside and Percy Harvin's speed? And this caught the Broncos in a bind in the Super Bowl, where Harvin had a couple of fly sweeps, one that almost went for 70 yards because they're so worried about the inside zone with Marshawn. And I think you can do the same thing with Dwayne Eskridge. He can give you the same kind of ability out there, which I agree with you. He's just got that extra gear out there. I call it he's quick and he's fast. He's got both of those items. And he's very strong as a runner with the ball in his hands. I mean, so strong he got himself concussed because he was trying to run like a running back out there. But he's got that. It's a skill set that's not easy to find in receivers all the time. We've tried to run it with guys like Tyler Lockett and Freddie Swain recently, and it's just not really worked. This guy's got it in him to be able to do it. He did it in college really well. He'll do it well here too. I'm very excited, Doyle, for his upside and what he can give us. Absolutely excited for what he can give us. Cowboys are number one, says, laughing out loud, that high school mentality, I hate all that not my teams because they're not my teams, is something you grow beyond. You just join a gang, laughing out loud. Very much, very true. You never grow out, you just join the gang. And the thing with me is I get nerdy about this, Cowboy R. The place I go as I expand my knowledge and understanding of football, as every year gain, is the appreciation for everything. I completely am a Seahawks fan to my dying day. I will root for them above all else, but I can watch games now and really appreciate, especially whether it be X's and O's or general strategies or general team building, ways teams overcome problems that, some come up and get creative in that. I enjoy that, especially when it's intelligent stuff that's going on with it. And there's so much in football. There's so many layers in it to operate at the shallow layer of just, we're going to shout at each other and talk about how crappy your team and I'm going to talk about how good my team is. Like, yeah, there's all the other layers we could be getting into, that's so much more interesting and more detailed and just, to me, widens out the scope and picture of the NFL that much more as a fan to you when you talk about it and consider it. Michael Bacchino says, holy crap, I went to the bar, had 5 shots, come back, you're still going. Still going, man. Still going back, Michael. You know it. I go strong, buddy. It's in season, man. I'm in mid-season form already. I don't need no preseason. You know what I mean? I roll out the ball, I roll out the bed mid-season. Flag Sabbath says it's weird, almost like political divisions in football fans. It is. And that's why I don't like it too, is I think we as a society have a lot of tribalism already inherently built within us to divide us, and we can have intelligent conversations while disagreeing. That's always what I like to say. It looks like we lost space. We lost space, man. I was hoping to hear a little bit of your retort, Space, off of your question, but no luck, my guy. I guess off again until the question comes up in another stream. Michael Bacchino, well, I missed you a lot. Did you cover the 12 personnel stuff? I think so, yeah. For the most part, I think we've hit the Michael. We've hit the end spot. We've hit the end thing here. But they use a lot. We used a variety of different personnel in last game. So I think we used a good amount of different stuff. We didn't a lot of different personnel. We used 12 personnel, 11 personnel, but we went to a couple different spots. 12 personnel is the bread and butter. 11 and 12 personnel has been the bread and butter of the Rams offense over the last couple of years. They started out with 12 personnel and then went to 11 in recent years. But you saw a bit of both on both those. Jeff says, dude, flag, so true. See Seahawks Twitter or any Seahawks YouTube post, game interviews, live chat. It's insane sometimes. Have a good start to your day, flag. Yeah, have a good start to your day, flag. Yeah, it is crazy. People want to just shout at each other sometimes, which I don't want to do. Flag says, yeah, I hate the Niners and any team that Bruce Arians is coaching only because I can't stand Arians. Hates. Pretty strong word, though. I get it. I can understand why Arians rubs you the wrong way. He's got a personality that makes sense where it's like, come on, dude. Yeah. Come on, dude. Cowboys are number one laughing out loud. Rest in peace, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan died? Oh, chosen one's got to be trolling on that one. I mean, the up-tempo stuff, leveraging 12 personnel. I mean, the up-tempo stuff. Let me get that. Michael, let me see what you're saying. One episode, did you cover the up-tempo stuff? No, I mean, there was a lot of up-tempo in the game film. We sprinkled it in. We didn't just run it whole hog for a whole quarter. It would just get sometimes moved in like we wanted to get moved in, which is just increase the up-tempo stuff outside of 2-minute drill and end of the game. Get it when you get the other opposition on the field with the personnel grouping you like. 12 personnel can be that grouping you do it with. You get the extra couple tight ends there at that point, and you're good to go. Or not 12 personnel, so the 3 wide receivers. Sorry, I'm thinking of 11 personnel. So, with three wide receivers, you can run a lot of different looks out of up tempo. If you've got the team, especially a defense at that point in base personnel, well, you could end up with a linebacker on a receiver at that point. Say nothing if you get them into another weird alignment where maybe they've got an extra defensive lineman or something like that. So if you catch them like that, you're going to want to keep moving the ball up the field and go. I think that's what you meant on that, Michael. If I'm off on that, let me know. But I think that's what you were meaning on that a little bit. But it was nice to see the up-tempo stuff. And part of where I've got to give Coach Carroll a little credit this offseason is he does not want to run up-tempo during the game. That is the antithesis of something he wants to do because that's going to elongate out the games. That's going to shorten the time of clock on possessions. And that's going to put his bend but don't break defense on a little bit of a tougher ground because that's one more extra possession they got to play in a particular game than he probably would like. Ladle Walsey says Lockett is a number one defensive end. Yeah, maybe a number one. I'd use him as a 5 tech though. I'd want him setting the edge more than I want him rushing the passer. You know what I mean? He's got those short arms for setting the edge. Nothing sets an edge better than short arms. Jason Stewart says Joe Rogan died. Standard troll move. Ignore it. But seriously, rest in peace, Norm Macdonald. Rest in peace, Norm Macdonald. That one definitely hurt. And man, what a tough dude. He's been dealing with this for 9 years. That cancer situation, not telling anybody about it. And I feel bad because there was times I would see him, and his face would be swollen or something, and you go, boy, is he drunk? Is it alcohol? What's going on there? But no, it's dealing with a horrific cancer. Poor guy, and it sucks. Sucks to see with Norm. He was a great comedian, a hilarious dude. Legitimately a hilarious dude. If you ever have a chance, go down the YouTube rabbit hole on Norm Macdonald. You'll sides will be hurting. He's a funny guy. Michael says, I meant they've been going more up-tempo and 12 personnel. Oh, I didn't notice as much that on that, Michael. I wasn't kind of paying attention on the personnel groupings. But again, it makes sense with it because that is a personnel grouping you're likely to catch the opposition in with one guy that they shouldn't have, i.e. you'd want the extra corner out there, but you got the extra linebacker, or you're doing something else a little weird from a personnel grouping with it. So it makes sense they would do that and go up tempo from 12. It's a good one to go from. I can see you do it with 11 personnel as well because you have the 2 tight ends in there, and you can, between run and pass, you can be a threat on either side as far as the challenge goes. But I'll keep an eye on that, Michael, in this upcoming game if they keep doing that. Yeah, Norm hurts, man. That one hurt. Wheeler says, okay, but seriously, DK Metcalf is a defensive end. He's breaking the sack record. Well, he definitely would be, he'd definitely be fast off the edge. That's for sure. That's for sure. I think he's at his best position though right now. I think he made the appropriate right choice. Michael, though his dad was a defensive lineman, so he's got it in his blood. It is in the genetics. Michael says, since they can pass, maybe I'm mixing up. It's 5 hours and a half in the stream, Michael. So I'm probably mixing up 11 and 12 personnel at the moment with what I'm looking at. So you're meaning, yeah, okay, the 2 tight end sets out of 12 personnel. Sorry, it's getting late on this one, so I'm a little slowing down just a tiny bit. But yeah, you can go pass or run in those sets with that at that point with those 2 guys. And you're a threat either way because both of those guys are good run blockers. Everett's not Hollister last year in run blocking, which would look a lot like Jimmy Graham when he was here run blocking from the tight end position. He's just going to get blasted off the ball. No, Everett's physical. He'll get in there. He'll put his nose in there and get dirty. So you are a true challenge on to go either way at that point. Again, just one of the name of the days for this offense, the key name of the day for this offense is unpredictability. Defenses will not know what to take away against us. And the second you have them picking the left, you go right. The second they get picked right, you go left. You're always countering what they're trying to do to you rather than you just telling them, here's what it is, here's what we're going to do, now try to stop us, which is a little bit of the old ways of things. No, Michael, it's not a sample size. I think that's something, though, they will lean on throughout the game. It's a good personnel grouping. Either way you would go, 3. Those would be the max. To me, if I'm going up tempo, I either want to do it out of 3 wide receiver sets or I want to do it out of 2 tight end sets. Because both of those 2 sets can both challenge to me equally on either side, being you can go run or pass. And especially if you can catch the defense with the wrong type of personnel on the field in that moment, which is what would drive you to run up-tempo personnel in that moment, is that you see something you can take advantage of by staying with it. Cowboys are number 1 says, I think this one is not going to hurt, going through. Let me reword. Who do I watch on your defensive line versus that Colts offensive line? Well, I would watch Rasheem Green early. Cowboys are number 1. He might be a free agent target for you guys, quite frankly, after this offseason. So take a look at him. Early throughout the game, he played pretty good. But once you get into the third quarter, start looking anytime you see Darrell Taylor on the football field, that's the true guy to lock in on. He's still playing a rotational snap. This is a guy that's a second-round pick that we give up a third-rounder to move up in the second round to go get. He's a very, very freakish guy as far as his first-step quickness and bend. He's not this guy Cowboys are, so I'm not getting homer here and overstating this. He's got very much some elements of Von Millerism to his game. And that quick step, that bend, he gets really low off the ground while maintaining that speed and quickness. That would be the guy that, when he gets on the field, watch him. Second highest rated player by Pro Football Focus in this game for us. And he's the guy that we feel like has a little bit of maybe star power as we go forward, potentially as an edge rusher. Roxanne says, when I read Norm Macdonald died, the first thing I said was, or so the Germans would have you think. Rest in peace, Norm. Yeah, he was the king of the Nazi jokes, wasn't he? He'd always work it back around to World War II, and he was great about that. But yeah, also best. Oh my God, what's the guy's name right now? I can't think of his name. He did the best impression of that guy in the 70s with the mustache. Oh my God, why am I forgetting this name? God, he did a great impression of him. Flag Sabbath says, yeah, we run Lockett in our infamous T-Rex package. Yeah, Lockett running the ball out of fly sweeps was not a good look. That is not a guy with the ball with his hand. You don't want him in the open field with the ball in the hands trying to run strong. Trying to fight through hand tackles. Arm tackles. Michael Bacchino says, I still believe in Puna at the 3 technique. Michael, I think he can still be good there. One game does not make you or break you at the 3 tech when it's the first time you're really getting a lot of run there. And let's face it, Michael, he went up against Quentin Nelson, who I think is going to proving to be a Hall of Fame guard from this era. And right now, to me, stands as the true red leather guard of this era. He's the best guy right now running, in my opinion. So to not be able to get anything done against that guy is not the worst outcome to ever run up against. But I we'll see. We got to monitor him and see how he does as we go forward. I'd like to see a little bit more from him. I would. Wheeler says, first number is running back. Second number is tight end. That's right. So sorry. I'm spacing Wheeler. I know that, but I can already see my eyes are going blurry. Burt Reynolds. That's who it was. He did a great Burt Reynolds. So, but thank you, Wheeler. I appreciate you helping me out, throwing me a lifeline on that one. Truth is, I know it. Eskridge got himself knocked out by kick-stepping, then dropping his helmet to destroy the defender, landing his forehead squarely on the shoulder pad of the safety that was clearly stronger than him. Yeah, he's going to learn to get out of bounds, right? Truth is, I know it. Like, he's going to learn that you got 7 yards, get your 7 yards, get out of bounds. Don't go for 8.5 and then get mollywopped upside your head. That's not worth it for the 1.5 yards. Maybe if we're going for a Super Bowl and we need a first down, do it. But otherwise, protect yourself a little bit better in that circumstance. He'll learn that, I think. And this will be a quick way for that lesson to take hold. I have a feeling, getting this kind of concussion. Tim Shimmy says, Roxanne, thank you for introducing me to So the Germans Would Have Us Believe bit. Haven't watched as much Weekend Update as I should. Burt Reynolds. Turd Ferguson. Yes, that's awesome. Michael says, did you see the All Access vid with the Darrell Taylor talking about his rushing prowess from the left side? I didn't. I will watch it tonight, Michael. I'd meant to check that out before going live, but I didn't have a chance. But I will check it out. Atheist for the cause says Derrick Henry had 17 carries for 58 yards, 3.4 average. Do you think Henry will rebound, or is he declining? I've long suspected that a big part of Derrick Henry's success is having an upper-level offensive line creating holes to allow him to get up to speed. And the second that he has an offensive line no longer providing him those gaping holes, that he's not going to be as productive as a running back. I don't think that that's anything to do with him declining or his skill set still not being as good, though he has started to accumulate his share of touches here over the last couple of years that gets to that dangerous territory where you wonder, looking at recent running back history, can he maintain this load? Still, I think it's more this about the offensive line and about the offensive line taking some small steps back since 2019. Losing a guy here in Jack Conklin, Taylor Lewan with the torn ACL, a couple guys like Roger Saffold getting Jones in the middle, getting a little bit older, getting a little bit long in the tooth. I think that all is just kind of accumulated rather than being one player they've lost, just a few things kind of contributing to it. But I don't think that they're going to provide those big rushing lanes they once did. And throughout this year, not just this game, but throughout the season for the Titans, that's going to make it hard on Henry to be as productive as he has been, because he's not going to get those holes to run through. He's not going to be able to go from gear 2 to gear 4 because he's got just that much time to get that build-up speed going. I think that will hold him off. I do see him rebounding slightly in this game. I got him at 83 yards, but we're going to put him at the same average yard per carry, maybe 3.7 yards per carry in this game, Atheist. We still do a pretty good job of hemming him up. I do see a couple of runs where he's able to break out just a little bit. Jason Tudor, I wonder if Pete and John will try and move one of these ends for a pick, or are they angling for a comp pick? I would say right now that we're more on point for angling for a comp pick at this point. When you look at the free agents coming up this offseason, you have Gerald Everett, who might go sign a nice big fat deal. You have DJ Reed, who might go sign a big fat deal. Rasheem Green could go sign a big fat deal. Dwayne Brown, if you let him go in free agency, could sign a big fat deal. Seattle could go out and win the compensatory game if they want to play from that lane this offseason, being that to play the compensatory game, you need good enough players on your own end to get bought in free agency in order to bring back the maximal compensatory value. They will have that this year. Of course, the other side, the key to it will be, do you want to bring a free agent on the other end of it? Because that always offsets what you do if you bring in a free agency. But the way to overcome that is just make all your hay through trades or going for guys that have been waived so that you don't have anything costing you on that compensatory side on the other end of it. I could see them going that way with it. And Michael Bakimo's got Alton Robinson's another good guy to check out if you can watch the Cowboys. But I go Rasheem Darrell or Darrell Rasheem as the first two. But Alton's a good one too. He's only in for 12 snaps, so blinking you might miss him. Flag Sabbath says, did Will Disley stiff arm Darius Leonard? No, it was Bobby Okerere. Bobby Okerere. Truth, I know it. That's a fact about Henry's offensive line. He doesn't shed tacklers behind the line of scrimmage like Marshawn used to. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. And it's a part that he's had throughout his whole career there, where they've had a good run blocking offensive line all the time. And basically from end to end, there hasn't really been a real lot of weaknesses within that line throughout that time period. But it's not in the same state it once was. And I think that he's going to have a little bit of some issues now, not being able to get up to speed at times, because there's going to be more penetration and those holes are going to get smaller. Doyle Robertson says, did you see that Marcus Lawrence broke his foot in practice today? Injuries are a part of the game, but damn, feel bad for the Cowboys again. They just can't catch a break. Yeah, Cowboys are our number one fan in here. We're just talking about that a little bit, Michael, or Truth as I Know It. It's rough. It's the thing I feel more sympathy for fan bases when you have a team that's built up. You're legitimately good. You should be one of those teams that can at least contend. I don't know where the Cowboys would be if they're at full strength, but nobody will because they're not going to be ever at any really full strength this year at any point in time. And when they see a team get bit like that, you go, man, I feel bad for them. Because you go, man, it's a lost chance where they might have set the stage this year to be competitive. They hung right in there with Tampa Bay in the first game of the year on the road. A little bit short-manned. But, yeah, I feel bad for him. DeMarcus Lawrence is the big part of their defense that makes that defense work. And he's a guy that has been knocked a little bit, I think, with that free agent contract as to not earning it, where I think he has earned it. It's just that he's not able to flash as much because sometimes he gets stuck doing some of the dirty work for that team just a tiny bit. And Cowboys are number one. You can correct me on this if I'm speaking out of school, but that's my basic feel for it with them because they should have that division if they've got their full complement of players. They should win that division. Being that I don't trust Ryan Fitzpatrick or Henke with the Washington Football Club to get that job done. Michael McKeon says, Brian Monet seems to be getting better every year. From back of the roster to the best one tech we have, ? Yeah, he is the best one tech we have right now. And yeah, he has been a developmental guy that's getting better and better along the way. And he does seem to have taken another step forward this year. He's always been a guy who's a great run stuffer, gives you a little bit of pass rush, but he's now becoming a really good run stuffer who can give you a little bit more than just a slice of a pass rush. And that's great to see from the one tech. If you get pass rush from the one tech, you're loving it. You're loving life. Cowboys are number one fan, says every fan should feel bad for us. 25. No serious wins. Whatever, though. We got issues. Hey, I feel bad for you. I feel bad. Like I said, you'd be a front runner on that division if you didn't have these injuries. So it's quite understandable why you'd be kind of annoyed by it because you guys would, once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen, right? You got a puncher's chance at that point. Atheist 4, because Mike McCarthy teams have always been oft injured. I'm a believer training has something to do with it. It could be. I'll tell you an interesting thing. I had randomly had met up with a guy that is a cook for an NBA, one of the NBA clubs out there. And they actually have a multitude of cooks. They're not just one cook for every club. But it was interesting talking to him a little bit about the NBA. And they'll cook for other teams that come in. When you're a cook for the home team, you'll cook for other NBA teams that come in. And they have certain menus that they specifically will tell the cooks to cook. And the thing that he said was interesting was that the teams in the NBA that didn't have a good menu, weren't worried about organic food, had a lot of crappy grease stuff, all that. Those were the most injured teams. Those were the most poorly playing teams in the league. And those teams that had the good diets and the good menus and all that were the more upper level playing teams. Caught me as surprise because you'd think that with the competitive advantage involved here, every NFL team, because they can control this aspect, would be pushing the nutritional aspect to the utmost. But that's not the case. And maybe a little bit to your point, Atheist 4, because, and then Mike McCarthy doesn't perhaps maybe advocate or press as hard on some of that stuff as other coaches do who might take a little bit more care on that front. I don't know, but it's an interesting thought. Michael Pequeno says, I think Mike McCarthy's a prime example of the Peter Principle. Remind me of what the Peter Principle is. It's been a while. I should know it, but I don't. Flag Sabbath says it's nice to have a one tech that gives us sacks and safeties. It is. It is nice to have usually with those one techs, they don't get anything done from a pass rush standpoint. So to get somebody who can give you a little bit of bolt there, that is good. That is nice to have. And you have that both in Poona Ford and him. Both those guys can play one tech, but give you some pass rush. It's nice. All right, well, we are 6 hours on into the stream. I think I have gotten into all of those into the chat here. Another bunch of new subscribers, a bunch of people donating, Jeff and Roxanne and Randall McDaniel and Dean Nugget and Barry Sotoro. You guys are awesome for your donations. I'm going to flash one more time here on this as well. This show is sponsored right now by Manscaped. We're trying to nail down this sponsorship long term, so we've got to get 7 people using this code here over this course of this month. 7 people use this code. I'm sponsored on this channel. We're taking another step in the direction of getting me to do this, be able to do this full-time, all the time, 24/7, which is where I am trying to head to. So if you're needing a little bit of help with your manscaping needs, go out and get one of these things. The Lawnmower 4.0. This guy's going to do you right. No more nicks, no more cuts, no more slicing up your junk. Those days are done. It's got some refined technology to make sure that you stay clean. They make sure all it's cutting is just the hair. Just the hair. And is it going to cut the hair? It's going to cut the hair precisely. Your lady's going to look at your junk after this is done, and she's going to love it. She's going to say, why didn't you do this 5 years ago? So hop over to manscaped.com. Use my code NEST. That's NEST. Save yourself 20% off and some free shipping. And take care of your jewels, man. Your balls will thank you on that. Carl Nerney. Sorry, Carl. I always mispronounce your name. It's 6 hours in. You got co-psych on it. Carl coming in with a $5 donation to finish us off strong, finish us off right, finish us off beautifully. And you know what, Carl, that $5 goes to? That $5 goes to the winning vibe of this upcoming week, to the generation of momentum for the winning culture that we're trying to establish here against this Tennessee Titans. So I'm putting it in spirit to that. I'm putting it physically into my wallet, but in spirit, I'm putting the $5 towards this win against this Tennessee Titan game. Thank you, Carl. You are always awesome in your donos. I really do appreciate it. We got to get online here at some point when I get 5 minutes to breathe. But thank you, Carl. You're awesome, brother. Another great stream as always, though. We had a bunch of new faces in, new people. Always welcome. Fans from other channels or from other teams like we talked about here. Cowboys are a fan, and Cowboys are our number one fan, and the rest. Always welcome in here. I love having new people in here to talk to, other different perspectives. It helps us just grow out our knowledge base. It helps us get a better understanding of the lay of the land. That's all it does when you get an outside perspective on this stuff, in my opinion. So thank you for being so respectful in here, Cowboy, our number one fan. And the rest, we had a few Titans folks come in here. All you guys were welcome in here as well. Love having you guys in here. It was awesome chatting with you and talking to your team a little bit. This is going to be a real tough, hard-fought game coming up. Cowboys R says the Hawks Nest. McCarthy has been a good boy for JJ so far, but he's getting angry. Watch for him to leave after this year. Could happen. Cowboys might just try to go get a new coach after this year too. So that's also as well. If one thing I will say, Cowboys fan, I'd be a lot happier as a Cowboys fan if I could get the ownership out of the general manager chair. Get them to just own and then actually go get a general manager, because then you'd be a much more hotter destination for coaches. That job would be much more high profile to go get, rather than trying to make do with the hires as it stands right now, because you can't get the creme de la creme, because they know they got Jerry Jones and him doing his general manager stuff and his press conference every other week talking about the team. That's the one thing you wonder with them a little bit on, if they could just find a way to move the Joneses out of the general managers. Brian Roberts coming in with a $5 donation. He is finishing it off strong as well. You are awesome as well, Brian. Thank you. He says, go Hawks, and love the stream, brother. Oh, I appreciate it, Brian. You are one of my OGs right along with Carl. I know you guys have been right there with me since the beginning. I appreciate all of your support since that time period. We're on our rise, my guys. We're on our rise. We're moving on up in the world here, just like the Jeffersons. So thank you so much for the donation, Brian. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all your guys' support over these years here as we're going along. It's you guys are awesome. You make me, as I say it again, I'll say it once, I'm going to say it a million times. You make this my favorite part of my week, my favorite thing to do, and I can't wait till I'm able to do this thing full time, 100 days a day, 365 days a year. It's going to be even better. Black Sabbath says, best YouTube community out there? No doubt about it. And this ain't speaking to me, just not even having nothing to do with me. You guys are the best. The most thoughtful, the most insightful. You bring ideas that I haven't even thought of, and I do nothing but turn this stuff over in my brain 24/7 as it is. Shows me that you guys are doing the same, which is what I love about you. That's what I dig about you. So I thank all of you for that. Another great show as always, you guys. This is actually just, I didn't get a chance to mention it. This is the 100th live stream show of this channel, if you guys can imagine that. So kind of a nice little mark to hit, the 100th live stream show. 2.5 years into this, rolling strong, rolling good, and it's all because of you guys. So thank you so much for that. It's going to be a tough game this week. I'm predicting our Seahawks are going to win it 27-21, 27-24, something in that neighborhood, though it's going to be a hard-fought match. I'm expecting this to be going right down to the end. We might need Russell magic this week. We might need a little bit of that pixie dust to get spread out on the field just a tiny bit, but that's okay. It's still going to be a W, and that's what matters most. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I can't wait to talk to you guys here after hopefully a post-game win on Sunday. We will be back at it again then. I will be on Brendan Nelson's channel tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to talk a little bit more about these Titans matchup. Other than that, please just Never forget. I know I don't have to remind you right now when we're riding high on these wins. I don't have to forget. I have to remind you, but that's not going to stop me because I'm going to tell you, don't you still ever forget. Even when we're winning, even when we're on this Super Bowl ride right now, this long ride on the Super Bowl wins, never forget, ever. I'm going to say,